Chapter 1. The weight of a correct answer. The battle ended at the 7th hour, when the last of the Redgrass bandits broke north. Wei Changkong stood on the rise above the valley and watched them run, 311 men in full rout, breaking north because that was the path he had left open. Every other route had a cost attached. The northern path's cost was that it terminated in the prepared position Captain Run had been holding since before dawn, but the men en route didn't know that yet, and by the time they did, the information would be academic. He had 17 years of life behind him and 14 months of command experience, and a mind that had been doing something for all 14 months that it had no name for yet. He counted what he could see from the rise. 3 of his own men lay in the gully below, in the positions he had assigned them before dawn. He had known, with the particular precision of a thing that operated below language, that their position would draw the bandit column exactly far enough left to expose the eastern flank, and that the exposed flank would give Ren's unit the gap it needed to close the trap before a single man reached the ridge road. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The trap had closed cleanly. The column was finished. The northern trade road would reopen within the week, and Lord Fun's summer revenues would recover, and the garrison at Redgate would have a quieter season than the previous 3. Wei Changkong had achieved all of this with 88 casualties, against a projected range of 47 to 60 if the conventional suppression method had been employed. The difference in that range, the gap between the number the standard approach would have produced and the number he had produced, was the specific thing he did with his mind that he could not yet name. The thing spoke in the back of his mind, and then it did something new. Numbers appeared, not on paper, not even in the usual interior register of thinking, something more present than that, something with texture and specificity and the quality of certainty about itself. Survival probabilities alongside each of his remaining men. Positioning coefficients for the captured prisoners being organized below. The geometry of the valley rendered as a kind of living map. Every element's relationship to every other element displayed with the patient clarity of a thing that had been waiting for him to notice it. He understood, in that moment, that he had been using this system for 14 months without knowing it was a system. He had been running probabilities and positioning men and reading terrain as if it were data rather than landscape since the day he arrived in the north. And what it felt like sharp instinct was, apparently, the earliest expression of something considerably more structured. The grand strategist's calculus. He would learn the name later, from the records of the cultivation academies he would eventually have access to. For now, it was simply the thing in the back of his mind reaching forward to show him what it had been doing. He descended to the gully. The 3 bodies lay exactly where he had placed them. Exactly, with the specific confirmation of a projection resolving against reality. He crouched beside each of them in turn and registered their positions, their orientations, the evidence of their final movements. The calculus ran backward through the engagement timeline and confirmed the mechanics. The left flank draw had worked precisely, the timing had held, the downstream effects had produced the outcome. He had not known their names. He had assigned them by unit designation in the pre-dawn brief. He had told them they were covering the left flank. That had been accurate. He had not told them what covering the left flank would cost, because if he had given them the precise probability data, 53% survival under optimal conditions, meaningfully lower if the Eastern Cavalry contingent arrived early, they would have held the position with the quality of men who believed they were going to die, and that quality would have moved them differently. And the bandits would have read the difference in their positioning and turned south instead of north, and the trap would have failed. He had used their uncertainty as a variable. That was also accurate. Captain Wren arrived behind him and said, "Good outcome," with the specific brevity of a man who was suppressing something more complicated. 3 dead, Wei Changkong said. 3 dead and the road cleared. 6 weeks ago we had 12 dead and no road, and the coalition was still operating. Yes. He stood. How long did it take you to understand what I was doing with the gully position? Wren was quiet for a moment. Second engagement. When they broke north instead of west. And the 2 men you thought I'd left exposed at the ford? I didn't think they were exposed. The captain met his eyes. I thought they were placed. The calculus mapped him at 63% reliable and updated that number upward to 67 based on the quality of what he had just said. A man who recognized placed rather than exposed was worth more than a man who needed the distinction explained. Wei Changkong turned back toward the ridge road. He had a report to write and a column to reorganize and the beginning of something he would need to think about for a long time. 3 names he didn't know. He filed the gap under a heading the calculus hadn't provided yet and kept moving, but the question of the gap moved with him, sitting in the back of his mind alongside the probability maps, and he found that it did not behave the same way as other data. It sat there without resolving. It accumulated weight rather than decreasing in relevance as the engagement receded. He was 17 years old, and he had just won a battle by positioning 3 men where they would most usefully die. And the most important question in his mind as he walked up the rise was not whether the decision had been correct. The calculus confirmed it had been, but why he didn't know their names, and whether those two facts were related, and what the relationship meant. He reached the top of the rise. The morning was cold and sharp and full of the particular clarity that followed violence resolved. He opened his field journal and wrote the casualty line. 3 names listed as unit designations. He looked at the line for a moment. He continued the report, because the report had to be written, and the prisoners had to be processed, and the road had to be cleared, and there was always more work. But the gap stayed in the back of his mind. It would stay there for years before he understood what it was telling him. Chapter 2. The education of a dead man's son. Old iron wrist Deng smelled like pine resin and cold iron, and a long life spent making decisions that other people lived or died by. He sat with his back to the wall and his eyes on the door, a habit so deeply ingrained that Wei Changkong doubted the old soldier could eat a meal in any other configuration. He was in his late 50s and had spent 30 years in field command, and had retired 18 months ago with a plan to die quietly in a place with good pine wine and a view of something that wasn't a military horizon. He had found instead that the northern settlement he'd chosen was within 3 days' ride of where Wei Shiyun's son was doing extraordinary things with inadequate resources and a contract that most experienced commanders would have declined. They sat across from each other in the back room of a way station inn, and Wei Changkong laid out what the calculus had shown him. His father's final campaign, rebuilt as a probability structure from the records he'd spent 2 years assembling. He made the correct decision at every stage, Wei Changkong said. Every choice, assessed against the information he had available, was optimal. The terrain selection, the supply line configuration, the withdrawal angle, all of it was sound. The engagement records don't show a commander who lost. They show a commander who was positioned to fail by people with the authority to position him. Deng said nothing. He had put his cup down when Wei Changkong began speaking and had not picked it up since. The court's official record calls it catastrophic defeat due to command error. There was no command error. What there was, Wei Changkong organized the sentence carefully, was a deployment order from the court's military council that sent Wei Shiyun's forces into terrain specifically configured to fail against the eastern force they were facing. The configuration was chosen by people who understood the engagement conditions. They chose it knowing what it would produce. No, Deng said. His voice was entirely level. Not the flatness of suppressed emotion, but the flatness of something processed so many times it had been worn smooth. The configuration wasn't Wei Shiyun's choice. You were at the trial. I was. You testified. I testified to what I had witnessed. He looked at the table, which was a proceeding with its verdict already settled before the first document was entered. The lawyers knew it. The ministers knew it. Your father knew it. I knew it. A long pause. Knowing it and being able to do anything about it were not the same thing. The court had the authority and the numbers and the institutional momentum. I had a field soldier's testimony in a judicial proceeding that was theater from the beginning. Wei Changkong absorbed this. He had understood it at the level of intellectual fact since he was 12, had read the records, traced the logic, built the picture. What was different now was the calculus, which had done something he hadn't asked it to do. It had run his father's final campaign as a probability structure and shown him that Wei Shiyun, in the last 4 hours before contact, had quietly shifted his light cavalry to a configuration that created a potential retreat corridor he hadn't used. His father had known the engagement would fail. He had arranged it to fail as inexpensively as possible. He had protected the men he wasn't required to sacrifice and walked the ones he was required to sacrifice into positions where their deaths would mean something even in a lost engagement. Wei Changkong had been doing the same thing since he arrived in the north. He had been doing it since before he knew the system had a name. He trusted the king, he said. That was his error, Deng said. Not the tactics, not the strategy, not anything in the campaign record. He trusted that a system of authority would be bound by its own stated principles. And he was wrong, and the wrongness killed him. The old soldier picked up his cup, found it empty, and set it down with the controlled movement of a man who had long since learned not to let small disappointments show. Your father was the finest strategist I served under in 3 decades. He could read a campaign from the supply reports alone. He understood the Crescent campaign's outcome before the marching orders were dry. He went anyway because he had sworn service to the king, and in those years, he stopped. In those years, a general's word to his king was the thing you organized your life around. He organized his life around it and died for it. Yes. Wei Changkong looked at the table. He held his father's iron compass in his left breast pocket, had held it there since the week after the execution, without having made a conscious decision to do so. He did not take it out. Lord Xin Pao and Minister Cui Daojing, he said, both still at court in Jade Gate City. Xin Pao has a seat on the Primary Judicial Council. Cui Daojing chairs the Military Oversight Committee. Deng's voice was careful. Both of them consolidated their positions in the years after the trial, as if they anticipated a challenge. They anticipated the lineage surviving. Wei Changkong ran the behavioral analysis. Two men who had ordered the death of someone they perceived as a threat and then spent the following years building institutional fortifications. Not malice, the calculus showed. Fear. The specific, structural fear of people who had identified a threat, removed it, and could not stop looking for its return. I need to understand what they were afraid of. Men who destroy someone without personal grievance are operating from something concrete. The shape of the fear tells me the shape of their future behavior. And once you know the shape, Deng said, I build in the direction they were afraid of. He met the old soldier's eyes. Not today. I don't have the infrastructure for it today, but the build is already underway. Deng looked at him for a long time with the expression of someone trying to determine whether what he was seeing was something he recognized or something genuinely new. Your father, he said finally, used to sit with his maps the same way you're sitting with that table. As if the room got quieter around him while he thought. I know. He couldn't stop running campaigns even when they were over. Even on leave. Even at meals. A pause. Your mother used to put her hand over the maps to make him eat. Wei Changkong held this image for a moment. His mother had died 3 years ago, before his father, and he had not been there for that either. Get some sleep, Deng, he said. I have work in the morning. He was at the door when Deng said, quietly and without turning, the court that killed your father is still the court you're walking toward, Wei Changkong, and the men who signed his execution order are still in it. Wei Changkong paused at the door. The calculus had already built the route, the sequence of decisions and positions and resource accumulations required before that court would feel his weight. It was not a short route. It required building something larger than he currently had, from a position more secure than he currently held, against men who had already proven they could destroy a general. I know, he said. I've been counting the steps since I was 12. Chapter 3. The shape of someone else's betrayal. Lord Fun's main hall was furnished to impress visitors who didn't look closely. The map on the table was beautifully made, which told Wei Changkong that someone in the household was considerably sharper than the man at the head of it. The route markers had been placed for presentation rather than analysis. The tactical logic of the bandit activity had been translated into a picture designed to communicate distress rather than to solve a problem. Lord Fin was in his mid-40s and had the particular confidence of a man whose wealth had insulated him from the consequences of being wrong in small ways, which had produced in him an untested conviction that he would also be right in large ones. Wei Changkong stood at the table and listened. 3 major ambushes in the past month. The grain convoy last week, stripped entirely. 2 seasons of supply disruption to the western settlements. Merchants refusing to travel the Red Gate Road without heavy escort. Not enough soldiers for both escort duty and garrison maintenance. How long has the coalition operated as a coalition rather than as independent groups? Wei Changkong said. Fin looked at his advisors. The one on the left, younger, genuinely intelligent, the one who had made the good map, checked his notes. 8 months. The activity pattern changed at the beginning of autumn. 8 months of coordinated action against this specific region. The Red Gate Road, the Iron Pass Junction, the way station at Crescent Ford. Those are Lord Fun's primary supply routes, and they've been hit in a sequence that maximizes revenue disruption rather than in the random patterns of opportunistic banditry. Wei Changkong looked at the route markers. Coordination requires communication. Communication requires a brief. Whoever wrote the brief understood your supply chain well enough to identify which disruptions cost the most. The room did something specific, a quality of stillness that came from people recognizing an observation they had been avoiding. The calculus mapped it. Lord Fun, 41% reliable, oriented toward confirming what he already believed. The left advisor, 67%, genuine intelligence, loyal to function. The right advisor, 52%, with a loyalty direction that didn't run toward Lord Fun. It ran towards something Wei Changkong didn't have enough information to identify yet. That discrepancy was worth tracking. You're suggesting someone is funding them, Fin said. I'm observing that coordinated targeting at this level has a funding cost. Someone is paying it. Wei Changkong paused. The question is whether the funding is coming from a commercial competitor or from someone with a political objective. The answer changes the suppression strategy significantly. He spent the next 2 days in the field doing the work that briefings couldn't do. walking the terrain where the relay logic of 3 geographically separated bandit groups had to be coordinating, looking for the physical evidence that communications had passed through. He found the first relay point at a disused mill, the second at a way station where the keeper's recent prosperity, new boots, new lock, new horse, was inconsistent with the traffic his operation should have been generating. The way station keeper told him the pickup schedule and the cipher format in approximately 20 minutes. He did not know the funder's name. He knew the route. The route ran east, toward the road that connected to Jade Gate City's eastern commercial quarter. Wei Changkong returned to the Fun household and presented the bandit operation structure. He described the coordination mechanism, the communication relay, the evidence that this was funded disruption rather than opportunistic crime. He did not present the trail's eastern terminus. Not yet. Lord Fun had a 41% reliability rating, and a man who processed information in the direction of his preferred conclusions was not someone you gave incomplete intelligence to and expected it to reach the right analysis. What do you recommend? Fun said. A 3-stage suppression campaign, approximately 4 days. After which I recommend a systematic review of how your supply schedules are leaving your household. The second sentence landed in the room with specific gravity. The right advisor went very still. The left advisor's attentiveness sharpened. Lord Fun's face did something controlled and then resolved into a careful expression. You think there's a leak in my court, he said. I think your supply schedules are being accessed externally. There are a limited number of ways that occurs. He kept his voice even. I'll identify the mechanism as part of the post-campaign review. He would identify it before the campaign. He already had. But the campaign would make the identification usable in a way that simply presenting it now would not. I'll take the contract, he said. We start tomorrow at first light. He was at the door when he paused, as if he had just remembered something. He looked at the right advisor, the one with the loyalty direction that didn't run toward Lord Fun. What is your function in Lord Fun's household, he said. The man blinked. Supply chain coordination. Routes and schedules. Thank you, Wei Changkong said. I'll want to review the last 3 months of scheduling records with you before the campaign begins. The right advisor's expression did not change, but the calculus noted a very slight increase in his respiration rate and filed it alongside the loyalty direction that didn't run toward Lord Fun and updated its assessment of Captain Shun Mao's identity upward by 14 percentage points. Chapter 4. The woman who had already found it Liang Suyin had been Lord Fun's logistics officer for 3 years and had identified the intelligence leak at least 4 days before Wei Changkong arrived. She had not reported it. She had continued her work with meticulous accuracy, provided her supply reports on schedule, and spent the intervening days building a secondary analysis that would be actionable rather than merely accusatory. She had 3 hypotheses about the leak's direction. 2 of them pointed toward Jade Gate City in slightly different ways. The third pointed somewhere closer. He found her in the household's records room at the 2nd hour past midnight. She had organized the table in a specific way, convoy logs on the left side, price records on the right, with a third column of dates running down the center like the spine of an argument. She looked up when he entered without appearing startled. She had been expecting someone to come eventually. You found it, she said. Day 2 of the reconnaissance, he said. Relay points first. Cipher format confirmed this afternoon. He looked at the table she had organized. The comparison she was building was elegant. Convoy schedules on the left, and on the right, Jade Gate City's market price fluctuations for goods on those convoys, demonstrating that prices moved before the convoy disruptions became public knowledge. This proves the leak's output without requiring anyone to confess. That's the point, she said. Confessions are revocable. Market price records aren't. She looked at him steadily. You already know who it is. Captain Shen Mao, he said. The supply chain coordination function has access to all the schedules, and the loyalty pattern runs in the wrong direction. She nodded once. I reached him on day 3. She held his gaze. What are you going to do with it? He sat down across from her. The calculus ran her fully for the first time. 81% reliable. Not loyal to Lord Fun. Not loyal to any institutional authority. Loyal to the integrity of her work itself, which was a rarer and more durable orientation than most alternatives the calculus tracked. The cleanest resolution, he said, is to position him where the campaign's operational requirements and the intelligence leak's removal coincide. He paused. I'm not asking for your approval. I'm telling you what I'm considering so you can account for it accurately. She held this for a long moment. She was not recoiling. She was integrating. If you do that, she said, he dies not knowing the real reason he was positioned there. Yes. He dies thinking he was placed at elevated risk for tactical reasons. He was placed at elevated risk for tactical reasons. The tactical reason includes the fact that leaving him operational would cost other men's lives on subsequent operations. He met her eyes. The calculation is not about what he deserved. It's about what the situation costs across its full timeline. She was quiet for what felt like a long time, but was probably 20 seconds. Then, I won't interfere with that decision. I want you to know two things. She held up a finger. First, I'll be watching the outcome. If the arithmetic is wrong, I'll tell you directly. A second finger. Second, I'm going to tell you when you should verify your calculations rather than trust them. Starting with this one. The calculation is verified, he said. Humor me. She put the fingers down. Walk me through the downstream cost of not removing the leak versus the downstream cost of positioning him. He did. The analysis took 6 minutes. She listened without interrupting, and when he finished, she was quiet for another moment. The arithmetic is correct, she said. I wanted to hear it out loud. He looked at her. Why? Because decisions like this one, she paused, they need to survive contact with a second mind. Not because you're wrong. Because it's the kind of decision that should have a witness. She looked back at her records. I'll finish this tonight. You'll have the complete documentation before dawn. He thought about asking why she wasn't sleeping. He decided against it. She was doing exactly what she needed to do. That night, running a routine sparring bout against one of Fun's training officers because field operations always revealed which physical systems had been neglected, Wei Changkong felt something shift in his lower meridians. The resistance that had been building for months, a structural density in his qi circulation that he had been working around rather than through, dissolved in a single clean moment, and what poured into the gap was different, denser, more purposefully organized, with the specific weight of metal properly tempered rather than simply hardened. Iron Blood Foundation. First real advancement on a cultivation path that had been accumulating without announcing itself. He finished the sparring bout without indicating anything had changed. He noticed that the calculus's resolution improved afterward, the probability maps sharper, the pattern recognition faster, the peripheral awareness of a space's tactical geometry richer than it had been before. He filed the advancement as relevant to future planning. In the morning, Liang Suyin had the complete documentation ready as promised. He reviewed it, confirmed the figures, and took it with him when he went to finalize the campaign brief with Lord Fun. He had a plan. He had a logistics officer who would tell him when his arithmetic was wrong. He had an intelligence problem that would resolve itself during the campaign's execution. He did not yet have her agreement to continue working with him after the contract concluded, but that, the calculus suggested at 39% probability, was a solvable problem. Chapter 5. The arithmetic of the third engagement. The mechanism ran as designed. 3 stages, 1 continuous process. The bandits moved through it with the reasonable decision-making of experienced fighters facing a competent adversary. Routing north from the Iron Pass Junction because south was closed, pressing through the Redgate Ford because the blocking force there was visibly insufficient to hold them, flowing into the Millbrook Depression because by the time they reached it, they had committed to their direction and had no intelligence that the depression had a closing arc waiting. Wei Changkong commanded from the center, the flanking unit's main body, where the decision density was highest, where the incoming information from all 3 stages converged fastest. He was not in the safest position. He was in the position where being right and being fast mattered most. The second stage was the ford. Captain Shen Mao's blocking unit held the ford crossing with exactly the quality Wei Changkong had designed. Visibly undermanned, positioned for delay rather than hold, the kind of resistance that invited committed engagement rather than cautious probing. The bandits engaged and drove through. The calculus ran the timing in real time. 11 minutes, 12, 14, the window. In the 14th minute, the independent cavalry contingent arrived from the eastern approach. Wei Changkong had known they would be there. He had built the timing around their patrol pattern. He had given Shen Mao's withdrawal window its close edge at exactly the interval when the cavalry would arrive. The blocking unit was mid-withdrawal when the cavalry hit. 4 men died at the ford. Shen Mao and 3 of the soldiers he'd been commanding. The survivors withdrew through the far bank and continued the operation. The main force, driven through the ford, flowed into the prepared encirclement at Millbrook Depression exactly as projected. 22 minutes to close the arc and reduce the effective force to prisoners and scattered fugitives. 311 bandits, total. The operation concluded at the 7th hour. Wei Changkong received the ford's casualty report at the 3rd stage's close. He read it twice, the names, the injury classifications, the timeline. He updated the intelligence leak file to neutralized. He noted that the Jade Gate City contact would receive a death notification rather than a discovery report. He filed the downstream benefit. He did all of this with the same precision he applied to all data. And then he stood at the edge of the Millbrook Depression in the fading afternoon light, with the prisoner processing underway below him, and he did not feel what he had expected to feel. He had expected the specific, clean satisfaction of a plan executing correctly. He had felt that at the ridge above the valley at Iron Pass. He felt something different now, something that had no clean category in the calculus's organizational system. Liang Suyin came to find him an hour after the prisoners were secured. She stood beside him without speaking for a while. The light was going. The work of the field was settling into its aftermath. It went as planned, she said. Yes. The fort section lay somewhere behind them to the east. Neither of them looked in that direction. Would he have survived, she said, if you had arranged it differently? He thought about it carefully. Not because he needed to. The answer was immediate and clear, but because she had asked in a way that deserved a careful answer rather than a quick one. He had designed the position. He had set the withdrawal window. He had known the cavalry contingent's arrival time because he had built the operation around it. Yes, he said. She held the silence for a moment. I want to ask you something, she said, and I want an accurate answer rather than a tactical one. All right. The men who died at the ford. Do you feel anything about it? Or do you feel nothing? Or do you feel something that doesn't have a name yet? He looked at the last of the afternoon light on the depression's far slope. He considered the accurate answer. The third one, he said. She turned to look at him. He met her eyes. I don't know what it is yet, he said. It isn't nothing. It isn't the same feeling as being wrong. It sits in a part of my mind that the calculus doesn't have a label for. He paused. I'm accumulating data for a question I can't fully formulate. Liang Suyin looked at him for a long moment with the specific attention of someone updating a complex map. That, she said, is a more honest answer than I expected. You asked for an accurate one. I did. She looked back at the depression. I'll take the logistics commission if you're still offering it. He had not asked her again. She had decided without being asked, which was the kind of reliability that the calculus marked at 84% and that he marked, in the register that didn't have numbers, as something considerably more significant, because whatever she had just decided, she had decided it knowing what he was, and that was a rarer thing than the coefficient suggested. Chapter 6. The report that contained the truth Wei Changkong's campaign report to Lord Fun was 17 pages, written over 4 hours at the map table in the Fun household's secondary wing. Every sentence was accurate. Not one sentence was a lie. The report described the Bandit Coalition's organizational structure, the relay network, the communication cipher format, and the 3-stage suppression campaign in clean, declarative prose. It included a full casualty account with names, unit assignments, and injury classifications. It included a section on the tactical conditions at the Redgate Ford that described the engagement, the timing, the cavalry contingent's arrival, and the blocking force's positioning during the final withdrawal. What it did not contain was any explicit statement connecting the intelligence leak to the positioning decision. The connection was present. A reader who assembled the report sections in the correct order, the relay network analysis, the target selection evidence, the positioning rationale for the Ford's blocking unit, would find the connection assembled itself. The document was designed so that a reader who processed each section independently would receive a clean account of successful suppression and reasonable casualties. Lord Fun processed each section independently. He read for 40 minutes. Wei Changkong sat across from him and tracked the reading. The pace, the pauses, the places where Fun's attention slowed and then moved on without collecting what it had slowed for. Fun paused at the Ford section for 11 seconds. He had not paused at the intelligence leak section. Successful outcome, Fun said, setting the report down with the satisfaction of a man who had found the numbers in the right columns. For lost, which is within acceptable range for this scope. The road should be clear within the week. Yes. Captain Shin Mao, Fun touched the relevant pages. Was there anything irregular about the Ford engagement? The timing was tighter than projected, Wei Changkong said, which was accurate. The cavalry contingent that engaged the blocking force was larger than the scouts' initial estimate, which increased pressure on the unit during the withdrawal. Also accurate. Fun nodded and accepted this. He moved to the payment question. Wei Changkong made a permanent note, not in his field journal, in the calculus's standing behavioral record, that Lord Fun received information in the direction of confirming what he already wanted to be true, and could be reliably managed through the structure of a document rather than through its content. The man was not incapable. He was oriented. His orientation was a variable that future decisions would need to account for. He filed it and returned to the table as a courier arrived. The letter was addressed to Wei Changkong personally, which was notable because Wei Changkong had not given Lord Fun's household his personal name for courier purposes. He broke the seal, a scales and sword motif he did not immediately recognize, and read. It was brief, precise, and written with the careful gravity of someone who understood that every word in a formal communication was a decision. It thanked him in general terms for his contribution to Northern stability. It expressed interest in the methods he had employed. It requested, framed as a request, but carrying the weight of something more formal, a private consultation at his earliest convenience. It was signed, Lord High Arbiter Kong Wulin. He said the name aloud. The room's quality changed. Not dramatically. A subtle tightening, a simultaneous choice by two people to be very careful. Lord Fun's expression shifted and was managed in approximately 3 seconds. The left advisor's attentiveness intensified. The right advisor, the position Shin Mao had held, now vacant, was not there to register anything. He's the chief judicial officer at Jade Gate City, Fun said. His voice had acquired a texture that careful men used when discussing people they were afraid of. A very significant figure. What kind of significant? The kind whose letters arrive the day after campaigns conclude. Fun looked at the letter in Wei Changkong's hands. I would not treat it as routine. Wei Changkong folded the letter and put it in his coat. He looked at Lord Fun for a moment, at the man's careful expression, the specific quality of his caution, and updated the calculus's behavioral record. Fun was afraid of Kong Wulin in a way that suggested direct exposure to the arbiter's authority, or to its consequences. He walked back to his quarters and pulled his father's records file. He found Kong Wulin's name in a footnote to the trial transcript, one of 37 court officials present at the proceedings. Not a signer, simply present. The calculus ran the scenario and produced 50-50, an unusually even split. That result itself was data, insufficient behavioral history to differentiate, rather than genuine equal probability. He would need contact to resolve it. He wrote in his field journal, Kong Wulin, 50-50, resolved by meeting. And then, below that, the letter arrived the day after the campaign ended. He has been monitoring either the campaign or my location for some period before making contact. The monitoring is neither hostile nor neutral in its implications. It indicates serious, sustained interest from a significant figure at the court I am building toward. He paused. I am going to Jade Gate City regardless. The question is whether Kong Wulin represents an additional risk or an additional resource. Only proximity will answer it. He slept with the iron compass in his pocket and the letter in his field case and the specific, productive discomfort of a variable that couldn't be resolved at a distance. Chapter 7. The variable he could not resolve. 3 days of research built a picture that was useful in specific ways and incomplete in others. Useful. Kong Wulin had served under Wei Shiyun in the border campaigns 20 years before the trial, a junior strategist who had moved into judicial administration after a field injury. His record in that administration was one of the cleanest Wei Changkong had encountered in 3 years of examining Jade Gate City's institutional history. Genuinely incorruptible. Not incorruptible with exceptions, not incorruptible in public. The pattern of his decisions showed no bends in cases where the institutional incentives for compromise were clearly present and where other officials had bent. Genuine incorruptibility in Jade Gate City's administration was an anomaly worth noting. The city's institutional incentives ran in a specific direction, and Kong Wulin had spent 20 years swimming against that current without being consumed by it. Incomplete, his behavior during Wei Shiyun's trial remained unresolved. Present at the proceedings. Not a signer. No public objection on record. No subsequent public statement. The calculus generated 2 equally probable scenarios, and this time the 50-50 was genuine rather than a function of insufficient data. The behavior was identical whether Kong Wulin had opposed the execution in private and calculated that public opposition would cost him his position without changing the outcome, eliminating his future influence entirely, or whether he had declined to sign for purely self-protective reasons, preserving his standing by declining to add his name to a document he might need to disavow later. Both explanations fit the behavioral record. Both were consistent with a man of his documented character. Wei Changkong reached for the iron compass without intending to. He felt the weight of it in his left breast pocket. He left it there. His father had carried this compass on the campaign that killed him. Wei Changkong had taken it from the personal effects that were returned after the execution and had carried it since without being able to explain why, which was itself unusual, because he could explain most things he did. He had tried several times to convert the compass into a data point, to find a functional reason why carrying it was the correct behavior, and had not succeeded. It was simply there, in the pocket over his heart, every day. He filed the gap the same way he filed other things he couldn't resolve yet, and returned to the Kong Wulin analysis. On the 3rd day of research, during his morning cultivation practice, running qi through the expanded pathways the Iron Blood Foundation had opened, working systematically through a circulation routine he had developed from reading academic texts he'd acquired in border settlement markets. He felt the architecture he'd been building without seeing it illuminate itself from within. The crystallization of his core formation had been accumulating for months. It completed its first stable structure, and what emerged was something he'd read about but not experienced. A spatial awareness extending beyond normal perception, the landscape around him rendered in a kind of standing dimensionality. The calculus's field maps deepened. Multiple theaters could be held simultaneously. Terrain became data rather than obstacle. Jade Spine Realm. He noted the advancement and noted that it had occurred during quiet analysis rather than during combat, which told him something important about his cultivation's triggering conditions. His path sharpened through understanding, not through fighting. He should cultivate accordingly. Then he wrote a reply to Kong Wulin, for sentences, neither warm nor guarded, requesting the location and the agenda. Kong Wulin's reply came 2 days later. Jade Gate City. A matter of significant mutual interest regarding the Northern Court's current composition. Wei Changkong had been building toward Jade Gate City since the execution. The Fin contract had given him resources. The Ironblood Foundation and now the Jade Spine had given him a cultivation base that could sustain the work ahead. Liang Suyin had given him a logistics capacity that didn't depend on anyone else's infrastructure. The risk of entering Kong Wulin's meeting was real. The cost of not entering it, continuing to build toward Jade Gate City without the intelligence that only proximity could provide, was larger. He would go. The 50-50 was an acceptable risk given the asymmetry of the potential outcomes. He wrote in his campaign journal, departing for Jade Gate City. Kong Wulin, 50-50. The men who ordered my father's death are still at that court, and the only path toward them runs through an environment I cannot assess from outside it. He paused. Then, my father walked into a proceeding he knew was decided. I am walking into a meeting that isn't decided yet. That is a different thing. I intend to keep it different. Chapter 8. The prince who arrived first. Jade Gate City was organized around its court function the way a body organizes around its skeleton. The administrative architecture at the center, everything else arranged to serve it, the whole thing somewhat rigid and entirely purposeful. The walls were heavy, the streets were straight. The stone buildings nearest the court complex gave way to something more modest and more temporary as distance from the center increased. A city built for governance rather than for life. Wei Changkong entered through the eastern gate with 2 escort and no identifying marks, wearing traveling clothes and the expression of a man with unremarkable business. The calculus mapped the gate district automatically, guard positioning, surveillance patterns, the vendor arrangements that indicated which merchants had working relationships with the security network. He filed the map for future use. Kong Wulin's residence was in the administrative quarter for streets from the court complex. Wei Changkong arrived precisely on time, was met by a staff member who managed confidential meetings with professional precision, and was shown to a second-floor library. He identified both exits, the main door and a second door behind a floor-to-ceiling shelf unit, where the wear pattern on the stone suggested regular use, and had been in the room approximately 8 minutes when the library door opened and the wrong man entered. He was perhaps 26, with the particular ownership of space that came from environments where authority was not achieved but ambient. His clothing was quality traveling wear. His eyes assessed Wei Changkong with the frank directness of someone who had decided, before entering the room, that this conversation would be honest or not worth having. Wei Changkong, he said. Yes. I read the Fun campaign analysis. He sat down across from Wei Changkong without ceremony. 3 engagements, 1 day, your force against a coalition 4 times your size. 47 to 60 projected under conventional approach. You produced 4. He studied Wei Changkong's face. My chief strategist reviewed the same report and told me the outcome was within expected range for a competent field commander. Your chief strategist has the wrong expected range, Wei Changkong said. Something shifted in the visitor's expression, not offense. The specific recognition of someone who had been asking questions to find a particular answer and had just found it. He also tends to tell me what I want to hear. That isn't strategy. No, the visitor agreed, with the ease of someone acknowledging a fact they've known for a while. It isn't. He looked at Wei Changkong steadily. I'm Yin Beihua, second prince of the Jade Throne, currently overseeing military affairs for the secondary court at Linshan. I came to Jade Gate City to meet Kong Wulin and to look at something Kong Wulin's letter suggested was worth looking at. A pause. My chief strategist is in the corridor outside this room. He's been unable to decide whether to enter since he heard your name. Wei Changkong filed this. A senior strategist functionally paralyzed by a sword captain's name. Is your strategist a Jade Gate City native? Yes. Then he likely has access to information about my family name that's producing an uncomfortable calculation. He met the prince's eyes. My father was Wei Shiyun. The prince did not offer condolences or perform the careful neutrality of a man managing his response to difficult information. He simply held the name for a moment and then said, the general executed under the Jade campaign rulings. Yes. You're here for the court records. Wei Changkong held his gaze without answering. I read widely, the prince said, and I make it a practice to understand what a man is actually building before I offer him infrastructure. He leaned forward slightly. So, if I gave you a regiment with real resources and a real mandate on my northern frontier, what would you do with it? That depends on what the mandate specifically requires and what the infrastructure actually looks like, Wei Changkong said, neither of which you've told me, which means I can't give you a useful answer yet. Yan Beihua laughed. It was a short, genuine sound. My current strategist has never said anything like that to me. He tells me the shape of my question back to me in more formal language. That's not useful to you. No, it isn't. He stood. Kong Wulin will be here within the hour. We'll speak again after. He moved to the door and paused. One question. Do you trust Kong Wulin? Not yet. I don't have enough information to trust or distrust him. The prince nodded, not with satisfaction exactly, but with the specific expression of someone who had tested a response and gotten the one that indicated the right kind of thinking. He left without elaboration. Wei Changkong turned back to the room and updated his assessment of the prince. 40% infrastructure probability, rising if the next conversation continued in this direction, but the ceiling was unclear because he still didn't know what Prince Yan Beihua was actually building toward, and that mattered more than the prince's intelligence level. Chapter 9. What the honest man wanted. Kong Wulin arrived 40 minutes later. A man in his early 60s who had spent his years in the precise environment of judicial administration and consequently had the specific sharpness that came from decades of analytical work conducted under sustained institutional pressure. He was not the kind of sharp that combat produced. He was the kind that came from being the most honest person in a room full of dishonest ones for 20 years and having to survive it. He sat down across from Wei Changkong and placed a single sheet on the table between them without preamble. This is the list of every official currently holding sufficient institutional authority to participate in reversing the official historical record of Wei Shiyun's trial. He touched the paper. 7 officials. 3 are part of my reform coalition. 4 are allied with the conservative faction that benefited most directly from your father's execution and has the most to lose from a formal reversal. Wei Changkong looked at the list without touching it. He ran the names against the calculus's partial map of Jade Gate City's political structure. You were present at the trial? He said. Yes. Kong Wulin's voice had the evenness of someone who had rehearsed difficult truths past the point where they required effort. I was one of 3 officials who voted against the charge in the closed deliberation preceding the public proceeding. My vote was overridden. The record of that vote was expunged from the official transcript in a court revision completed 18 months after the execution. A pause. I have maintained my own copy of the original deliberation record since the day of the revision. The calculus ran him, 81% sincere. The 50-50 resolved upward. Not to certainty. 81% was not certainty, but to sufficient working confidence for a provisional alliance. Kong Wulin had opposed the charge. He had survived by not opposing it in a way that would cost him his position and his future influence. He had maintained the documentation and waited for a Wei who could use it. What do you want from me? Wei Changkong said. I want you to accept the prince's command offer and build a campaign record substantial enough that your name's weight at this court equals or exceeds the conservative faction's institutional resistance to the historical revision. He met Wei Changkong's gaze without deflection. I have been watching for a Wei who survived and who had the capacity to matter at this level. You are the only one I have identified. Wei Changkong ran the scenario. With Kong Wulin at 81%, a path existed. Complicated, requiring careful management at several points, but real. Without him, Wei Changkong was building alone against a court with established institutional defenses and no internal ally. I accept provisionally, he said. The provision is full operational autonomy on campaign decisions and documented separation between my relationship with the prince and your coalition's political agenda. The conservative faction cannot see me as your military arm from the beginning. That gives them a target and gives you a liability. Agreed, Kong Wulin said immediately. Your coalition needs a visible demonstration of non-threatening weakness from me in the near term, Wei Changkong said. Something that lets the conservative ministers relax their attention long enough for you to move your votes. Kong Wulin studied him for a moment. There's a supply contract case in the administrative court next week. Lord Fin has filed a complaint naming you as his operational advisor. If you appear to underperform the case, the conservative ministers mark the reform bloc as militarily irrelevant and look elsewhere for 60 days. And in 60 days you position 3 votes. Possibly 4. He looked at Wei Changkong. The last man who deliberately took a loss in the administrative court for political reasons tried to recover by winning the next 3 cases. He recovered too fast. The ministers recalibrated and he lost the window permanently. Wei Changkong acknowledged this. "I won't recover too fast," he said. "I understand how long the window needs to stay open." Kong Wulin nodded once. For the first time in the meeting, something in his expression relaxed slightly. The specific relaxation of a man who has been holding a plan alone for a long time and has just found someone who can help him hold it. "Tell me the case details," Wei Changkong said. Chapter 10. Infrastructure. The prince's offer was a regiment, a commissioned rank, a northern frontier mandate, and resources that the calculus confirmed were genuinely sufficient for a first operational phase. Wei Changkong accepted on the 4th day after the War Council, having spent the interval reviewing every available record of Prince Yin Beihua's command decisions across the previous 5 years. The picture was consistent. A politically intelligent patron who understood strategy conceptually and lacked operational feel, who funded campaigns for positioning rather than from tactical judgment, who engaged with risk as an abstraction and variably with specific costs. Infrastructure. Useful, limited, not a partner in the real sense. He accepted the commission with appropriate formality and wrote 2 letters the same evening. The first was to Liang Suyin, describing the mandate and the resources and saying, "Come if you're willing. The work will be harder than Lord Fun's and significantly more worth doing." The second was to old Iron Wrist Deng, informing him of the appointment without asking him to come. Liang Suyin arrived 4 days later, which was faster than he had projected. She had closed her accounts with the Fun household with systematic efficiency and carried everything she needed in 2 cases. "You had the exit ready," he said. Lord Fun's contract had a natural endpoint. She set the cases down. "You don't work to endpoints." He updated her coefficient to 83. The first week was administrative. Supply requests, 3 with inflated contracts, 2 with unrealistic delivery timelines. Liang Suyin had flagged all 5 before his second pass. He authorized her corrections. He received a letter from Deng, typically brief, noting the commission without enthusiasm, ending with "Your father would have done it the same way," in different ink as if added after the letter was otherwise complete. He wrote back, "I'll inform you of developments." On the 4th day, he appeared in the administrative court for the contract case. He answered questions with accuracy and organized his arguments through routes that were technically sound but insufficiently compelling. The arbiter ruled against Lord Fun's complaint. Wei Changkong accepted the ruling with the neutral expression of a man receiving information about the weather. Walking back through the court district, he passed the main hall steps where Lord Shin Pao and Minister Cui Daojing stood in private conversation. The calculus mapped them in real time. Their positions, their sight lines, the distance between Wei Changkong and the 2 men who had signed his father's execution order. 30 paces. He was 18 years old with 1 provisional regiment and a 60-day window. He kept walking. He felt the iron compass in his breast pocket. That evening, at the writing table in his quarters, he opened the campaign journal to the first page. He looked at the blank paper. He thought about everything he was building and everything he was building toward. Then he wrote the opening entry. Day 1 of the commissioned phase. Resources, 1 regiment, provisional. Allies, Kong Wulin, 81% provisional. Liang Suyin, 83%. The prince, infrastructure only. Deng, 88%, personal. Objectives, frontier consolidation. Sufficient record to alter my name's weight at this court. The men who ordered my father's death. Timeline, unknown. Method, be exactly what I am until the situation requires more. He looked at what he'd written for a moment. Then he added, below, note, the men who ordered my father's death are 30 paces away and I walked past them today because I am not ready. Note, being not ready is not the same as being wrong about what I am building. Note, I will be ready. He underlined the last 3 words. He blew out the lamp. In 60 days, Kong Wulin would move. In some number of years after that, the wait at this court would be different. The path was real. The distance was what it was. He didn't look at it again tonight, but the calculus was already running, already laying out the next 10 steps. And what it showed him in the last moment before he slept was this. The ministers had been right to move when they moved, and they had moved too early, and that was the mistake that would eventually cost them everything. Chapter 11. The mathematics of losing on purpose. The deliberate loss was the hardest thing he had done so far, which he spent considerable time examining because the difficulty was not located where he expected it. He had expected the difficulty to be in the execution, in the specific mechanics of delivering arguments organized to underperform, of appearing to present a case honestly while structuring it to fail. That part was technically simple. He had studied the administrative court proceeding for 4 days. mapped the arbiter's behavioral preferences, identified the specific points in the argument where a well-organized underperformance would read as genuine insufficiency rather than deliberate failure. The execution was clean. The difficulty was in what happened after. He walked back to his quarters through the court district in the cold afternoon, and the calculus ran the decision 47 more times. The same 47 runs it had performed before the proceeding, producing the same result each time, and confirmed that the loss was correct. The 60-day window Kong Woolley needed was real, and the political path it opened was significant, and the downstream value justified the short-term cost. Every run said the same thing, and something in him had not resolved the way he expected it to. He sat at his desk and tried to identify what the something was. It was not pain in the conventional sense. It was not the specific feeling of a calculation gone wrong. It was something that operated at a level closer to decision than to outcome. Something that registered at the point where he had shaped the proceeding rather than at the point where the proceeding had concluded. He had designed a situation. He had sat in that situation and performed within it with full knowledge of what he was doing. He had been accurate about everything except the question of whether it would feel like anything. He opened his campaign journal and wrote, first deliberate loss. Decision, correct per calculus. Internal result, something that doesn't have a label yet. Not hurt in the conventional register. Something to do with the space between knowing a decision is right and knowing what it costs. This is the third time I have encountered this space. Previous occasions, the Ford crossing and the memorial wall. The pattern suggests the space is a consistent feature rather than an anomaly. I should stop treating it as anomaly and start treating it as data. He closed the journal. He did not write what he had been about to write next, which was a question about whether the something would accumulate over time or whether it would resolve once he understood what it was. He decided instead to focus on the question of whether he preferred not feeling it, or not knowing which he preferred. He found that he genuinely did not know. He filed the not knowing with the other items that didn't have labels and returned to his operational preparations. Liang Suyin brought the supply chain assessment that evening. Comprehensive, precise, corrections proposed with specific timelines and cost differentials, 2 items flagged for his direct decision. He reviewed and authorized in 8 minutes. The court proceeding, she said. It affected you. Something about it did, he said. I'm in the process of classifying what. Not yet classified, she noted. That's new. Yes. He met her eyes. I'm aware it's new. I'm not concerned about it being new. He paused. I'm noting it. She looked at him with the specific, patient attention she brought to things she found worth understanding. When you've classified it, she said, you don't have to tell me. But I'd like to know. Why? Because the space between knowing something is right and knowing what it costs, she paused. That's where most commanders eventually fall apart. Not from being wrong. From being right so many times that the cost of being right accumulates past what they anticipated. She held his gaze. I want to understand how you're managing it. He held this for a moment. I'll tell you when I've classified it. She returned to her documents. He noticed that the not knowing felt slightly less unmanageable after she had said what she'd said, and he filed that observation too. Chapter 12. The woman with the journal. The column moved out of Jade Gate City at dawn on the 4th day, and the route Wei Changkong had organized took them past the memorial wall along the old gate road. He had chosen this route. He had not changed it to avoid the wall. The wall was 200 paces of weathered granite, inscribed with the names of soldiers from the northern campaigns reaching back 3 centuries. The most recent panels, the past 20 years, the border skirmishes and frontier suppressions that didn't get named in the official histories, occupied the lower sections, the lettering still sharp. He found his father's final campaign in the 3rd column of the southmost recent panel. 23 names. He read them in the time it took the column's head to pass the relevant section. He knew the names. He had memorized them from the campaign records during his research. He knew their unit assignments, their positions in the final engagement, the sequence of their deaths. He could reconstruct each man's tactical function, his role in his father's deliberate repositioning in those final 4 hours, his contribution to the engagement's outcome. He could not build a face for any of them. He had data and no images. A young woman sat at the wall's base, cross-legged on the foundation stone, with a small journal open across her knees. She was copying names from an older section, a pre-modern campaign panel, the lettering worn soft by weather. Her brush moved with patience and precision. This was not a casual act. She had been doing this for a long time. She looked up when the column's pace shifted near her. Commander, she said. Not a question, not deference, a recognition. You're with the medical attachment, he said. Mei Xiaoyan, field medic, attached to your regiment as of last week. She returned to the wall. I copy every memorial wall I pass, when the situation allows it. He watched her brush move. How many walls? 11 so far. She turned a page, and he could see from this angle that the journal was dense with names, pages of them, each given its full space, with the campaign date and unit notation in a smaller hand beside the name itself. Years of accumulated record. I started when I was 14. My father's name is on the wall in Linshan. I copied that one first. He looked back at the 23 names from his father's campaign. He tried to attach a face to any of them using the functional data. The archer's probable age, the runner's documented height in the deployment brief, the officer whose wound patterns in the engagement record suggested he had held his position after injury. He could not build faces. He had been wrong earlier when he thought this was a simple data gap. It was something more specific than a gap. It was the absence of a kind of information that he had not known to collect. The calculus ran her 34% survival probability in active field deployment at the frontier's projected operational tempo, with her function as a frontline medic and the specific hazard profile of the engagements she would attend. He put the number in a file. Active management required. He would look at it again and make specific decisions to address the probability rather than simply noting it. The column is moving, he said. Take your position with the medical attachment. She closed her brush case and stood. She looked at the wall one more time before tucking the journal into her kit. You were reading that section, she said. Not accusing, noting. Yes. Do you know those names? He thought about the accurate answer. I know their functions, their unit designations, and their positions in the final engagement. He paused. I don't know their faces. She looked at him with the patient attention of someone who keeps a journal that has room for all kinds of findings. Knowing their functions, she said carefully, means you know why they mattered. It doesn't mean you know who they were. She paused. Those are different records. Yes, he said. I'm aware of that. She moved to her position in the column without further comment. Wei Changkong stood at the wall for another moment, looking at the 23 names, and then he turned and walked to the head of the march. He held the 34% in his mind and considered what specific actions would reduce it. He could arrange her assignment to lower-risk attachment positions, but field medics at lower-risk positions served fewer men. He could create protocols that kept her further from active fighting, but field medics who stayed further back arrived later, and that had its own casualty mathematics. He stopped himself. The calculus was trying to solve Mei Xiaoyan's survival the way it solved every other problem, and what Liang Suyin had said 2 evenings ago was sitting in his mind alongside the problem. That's where most commanders eventually fall apart. He filed the 34%. He left the calculus running on it. He did not look at the output yet. Chapter 13. Fort Crescent had the particular quality of a military installation that had been built for a vision of strategic importance that had subsequently been revised in the budget process without being revised in the threat environment. The walls were sound. The garrison was competent. Between those two facts and the resources the garrison required was a gap that had been widening for 2 years. Captain Bai Longxin met them at the gate with the contained relief of a man who had learned not to express relief too visibly, because visibly relieved soldiers were soldiers whose endurance had been flagged to their commanders. He was 45 and had been holding this post without reinforcement since the previous commander's death from a campaign injury. His garrison had the specific flatness of a competent force that had been doing necessary work without acknowledgement for too long. Not broken, not demoralized in the conventional sense, but running on the dwindling reserve that sustained people past the point of reasonable expectation. Water supply is inside the east wall, Bai Longxin said, walking Wei Changkong through the fortifications in the cold morning. Good flow. That means we can sustain extended operations as long as we remain inside the perimeter, and it means we cannot conduct extended operations outside the perimeter during siege conditions. The eastern approach has 3 passes. I will tell you the Thornback scouts know those passes better than we do at this point, because they've been using them for 3 years, and we've been watching from the walls. He paused at the section of wall showing the oldest repair work. 2 functional siege engines. One needs a wheel assembly. We've been requesting it for 16 months. I know, Wei Changkong said. I reviewed the correspondence. 11 requests, 2 acknowledging replies, no action. Bai Longxin glanced at him. You reviewed that before arriving. Yes. He kept walking. He was mapping as he moved. The sight lines from each position, the relationship between the water supply and the garrison's tactical options, the way the 3 passes to the east created a threat geometry that could, under the right conditions, be reversed. The wheel assembly will arrive within the week. I sent the order from Jade Gate City before we departed. The captain absorbed this without visible reaction. He led Wei Changkong through the rest of the perimeter in silence, and by the time they completed the circuit, Wei Changkong had built a complete picture of the operations architecture. You've been fighting defensively for 2 years, he said. We've been surviving defensively, Bai Longxin said. The distinction had an edge to it, not aimed at Wei Changkong specifically, just present, the automatic sharpness of a man who had been surviving long enough that the word had lost its casual associations. The Thornback Coalition's main encampment is approximately 3 days northeast, Wei Changkong said. He moved to the command post's map table. Their raiding operation is sustained by winter stores cached near the encampment. Destroy the stores before spring and the raids stop, not because they've been militarily defeated, but because they can no longer sustain the operation. They'll consolidate, and we negotiate from a position of material advantage. He placed markers on the map. He watched Bai Longxin read them. Split force, Bai Longxin said. Yes, one element holds this fort, specifically the western wall, which has seen the most recent probing. The other element takes the flanking route northeast and reaches the encampment's supply cache on day 4. If the flanking column is delayed, the western wall position becomes critical. Wei Changkong looked at him directly. I'm not going to soften that. The plan's margin of error is approximately 6 hours. Outside that margin, the risk distribution changes significantly. Bai Longxin looked at the map for a long time. He was reading it carefully, building his own picture of the operation's logic and its costs. He was not the kind of commander who needed things simplified. You're telling me 11 to 15 men will likely die holding the wall, he said. I'm telling you that is the probability distribution for that position under those conditions. I'm also telling you that those 11 to 15 deaths close a threat that, unaddressed, will cost this garrison significantly more across the next 3 seasons. He met Bai Longxin's gaze. I'm not asking you to accept this on faith. I'm presenting the complete picture so you and your officers can make an informed assessment. Bai Longxin was quiet for a long moment. Then, your officers, can they execute a 3-day flanking operation with adaptive decision authority? The ones I assigned to it. Yes. He moved a marker. I want to meet your officers tomorrow morning before we build the detailed plan. The captain nodded slowly. He looked at the map one more time, at the markers Wei Changkong had placed, at the arithmetic they represented. The letters I sent to the prince's court, he said. Requesting relief. Received. Not acted on. Wei Changkong said it without deflection. The prince's resource allocation decisions were made on factors other than your operational need. That was a mistake. I am here because the consequences of that mistake need to be corrected before they compound. Bai Longxin looked at him steadily. He was deciding something. Wei Changkong let him decide. All right, the captain said. Show me the flanking route in detail. Chapter 14. The briefing ran 40 minutes. Shorter than Wei Changkong had planned, because Bai Longxin's 4 officers asked better questions than average, questions that went to the structural logic rather than the surface details, which let the surface details be covered in less time. Wei Changkong stood at the map table and built the operational logic in forward sequence, terrain, then force relationships, then timing, then decision points. Not from conclusion to premises, from premises to conclusion, so that each layer of complexity could be understood before the next layer arrived. He mapped Bai Longxin's officers as he spoke. Lieutenant Hao Weiming, standing at the back of the room where he'd been before the briefing formally began. He had arrived early and had been studying the existing map already, building his own model with the quality of attention that suggested he was 3 steps ahead of the presentation at all times. The highest reliability coefficient Wei Changkong had yet seen in this garrison. Second, competent, physically courageous, reliable in a holding action, less reliable in adaptive conditions. Good for defensive work. Third, an officer with an active resentment toward Wei Changkong's presence that was visible in the set of his shoulders and the quality of his listening. Not hostility, the specific resentment of a man who has been doing necessary work without recognition and is now being assessed by someone younger than himself. Predictable in ways Wei Changkong had already accounted for in his assignment planning. Fourth, cautious. Excellent in prepared defensive positions, poor in dynamic tactical environments. When the presentation reached the Western Wall assignment, the 43-man holding force, the projected pressure on day 3, the casualty range, the 3rd officer leaned forward. 43 men against a Thornback assault force that has previously committed 200 to a single engagement, he said. The words had the quality of an accusation framed as a statement. 43 men in a prepared defensive position with a specific holding requirement of approximately 18 hours before the flanking column's arrival changes the operational picture. Wei Changkong kept his voice even. The Western Wall position exists to prevent the garrison from being bypassed in a window that, if it occurs, costs significantly more than the wall's holding force. The projected casualty range is 11 to 15. Yes. He did not add reassurance and did not add softening. That is the probability distribution for that position under those conditions. The room was quiet. I'm not ordering the Western Wall assignment. Wei Changkong said. I'm presenting the complete operational data and asking for volunteers who understand the position's function and choose to take it. He looked at each officer in turn. The third officer, the resentful one, raised his hand first. Wei Changkong had expected this. The man's psychology required him to demonstrate he was not afraid, and declining the harder assignment in front of his colleagues would have cost him more than the risk. Lieutenant Hao Weiming moved to the flanking column group without speaking. Also as expected, the assignments organized themselves without dramatic decision-making. The western wall position filled. The flanking column formed around the officers Wei Changkong had identified overnight as best suited to the operation's requirements. Mei Xiaoyan was at the back of the room. She had not been formally invited. She had come anyway, standing against the wall with her kit on her belt and the journal in her breast pocket. Present because her function required her to be where the decisions about risk were made. When the assignments concluded, she moved to stand with the flanking column group. Wei Changkong watched this. Bai Longxin watched Wei Changkong watch this. The captain was deciding whether Wei Changkong would assign himself to the western wall or to the flanking column. Wei Changkong assigned himself to the flanking column. Not the safe position. The flanking column's casualty projection was 14 to 20 in absolute terms, higher than the wall. He assigned himself there because the flanking column's decision density was highest, because the adaptive decisions that would determine the operation's success would be made there in real time, and because a commander who designed the positions and then placed himself behind the calculation rather than inside, it was a commander whose probability models would eventually be built on assumptions he had never tested personally. Bai Longxin registered the assignment. He said nothing. He was the kind of man who let behavior speak for itself, which meant that what he had just seen Wei Changkong do would stay in his assessment of the operation's leadership longer and more accurately than any speech about tactical principles. Departure time is dawn on the second day, Wei Changkong said. Officers are responsible for briefing their units on the full operational picture before then. The men holding the western wall should know the plan's requirements and their role in it. Not the casualty range, the function. What the position achieves. He paused. I want the men there to know they are holding something that matters. He met Bai Longxin's eyes. The captain nodded once. Chapter 15. What the numbers don't say. Day 3 arrived exactly when it should. The Thornback assault column materialized from the pre-dawn fog at the western approach at the first hour of morning. 231 warriors, organized in 2 contingents, using an approach they had been probing for 3 years and knew better than Wei Changkong's garrison did. They hit the wall with the commitment of fighters who had been successful in this terrain and expected to be successful again. The 43 men held. Wei Changkong was 3 days northeast with the flanking column when the report reached him. Liang Suin's cipher, carried by a fast rider. Wall engaged. Day 3. Holding. For words that confirmed the plan's internal logic was running correctly against reality. He read the message once. He folded it. He kept moving. The Thornback main encampment was larger than the scouts had projected. The variance was 14%, enough to require adjustment. He modified the approach in the field, using the additional supply cache infrastructure as both primary target and improvised protective cover for the column's withdrawal. The adjustment cost 20 minutes and produced a marginally better outcome than the original plan under the revised conditions. He noted the variance in the response and what they told him about the quality of his pre-campaign reconnaissance. The engagement ran 3 hours. Mei Xiaoyan worked in a hollow northeast of the main assault position, her assistants cycling casualties from the fighting line through triage with the efficiency of a team that had trained together. She did not look in Wei Changkong's direction during the engagement, which was correct. She had her function and he had his, and the engagement was not the time to be anything other than the function. He took a cut on his left forearm in the second hour. He noted it, closed it with field binding, and continued directing the fire pattern. He would deal with it properly after the engagement. On day 6, the Thornback coalition sent peace terms. Fort Crescent had held. The winter cache was destroyed. 13 dead, 3 on the flanking column, 10 on the western wall. Within the projected range of 11 to 15. Mei Xiaoyan found him on the evening of day 6, sitting at the fort's eastern gate with the casualty reports spread across the stone beside him. She sat down nearby, not the physical proximity of comfort, but the proximity of someone who intended to be present. You knew, she said. Yes. The wall would be hit on day 3. Yes. She held this for a moment. Did you tell them it was certain? Not elevated risk, certain. He considered the accurate answer carefully. I told them the probability was elevated. I gave them the casualty range. I did not tell them the hit was certain. He paused. If they had known it was certain, they would have held the position with the quality of men waiting to die. That quality changes how men move, and changed movement at the western wall would have shifted the bandit column's approach. and a shifted approach might have changed which way they routed. The operation required them to hold with the commitment of men who believed they might survive. I understand the arithmetic, she said. I want to ask you something different. Ask. She looked at him with the particular steadiness of someone who was not asking for permission to have this conversation, but was asking him to receive it honestly. Those 10 men on the wall, when you placed them there, were they variables or were they people? He held the question. He held it carefully, because it was a question that deserved an answer rather than a deflection, and because the answer was more complicated than either of the simple options she had given him. They were both, he said. I don't know how to separate those things. He looked at the casualty reports. The calculus ran their positions 32 times before I finalized the plan. 32 runs looking for an alternative that preserved the strategic outcome at a lower casualty cost. There was none. I know that I did not position them carelessly. I know that their function in the operation was real. He paused. I don't know if that is what you're asking about when you ask whether they were people. She opened her journal. She turned to the most recent entries, the pages from the last 3 days, and held it so he could read. 13 names, each one given its full space. The campaign date in a smaller hand beside each name. Unit notation and position. She had gotten the names from the garrison's records before the casualty processing was complete. He read them. He recognized none of their faces, because he had no faces. He had functions, positions, casualty classifications. That's what I wrote, she said quietly. Yes. He looked at the list. And what I wrote was their unit designations. She looked at him for a long moment with an expression he could not fully classify. I'm going to keep writing the names, she said. For every campaign. For every wall you position. She said it without accusation, without ultimatum. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm telling you so you know what I'm doing. He looked at her. He thought about 34%, and about what Liang Suin had said about commanders who fall apart from being right too many times. He thought about the gap between knowing a function and knowing a face. Good, he said. She looked at him. She had expected a different answer. Good. Someone should, he said. I can tell you their functions. I can tell you exactly what their positions achieved. I can tell you the probability distributions and the alternative cost projections. He met her eyes. I can't tell you who they were. That's a record that needs to exist. She closed the journal slowly. She held it for a moment, and he could not read what she was thinking, and for once he did not try. 34%, she said. He kept his expression level. I know you have a number for me, she said. I know how you place your medics. I've been watching since the briefing at Crescent Fort. The positioning told me. She held his gaze. I'm telling you I'm aware of it. Not to ask you to change it. Just so you know I know. She stood and walked back into the fort. He sat outside for a long time. He held the number in his mind, 34%, and held alongside it the fact that she had identified its existence from watching how he worked, without running a calculus, without probability maps. She had read him through his behavior. He filed this in the category that didn't have a name yet, where the Ford Crossing and the Memorial Wall and the deliberate court loss also lived. The category was getting larger. He would need to name it eventually. Chapter 16. The report stands. The campaign report was 17 pages, written at Fort Crescent's map table in a single sitting 4 days after the peace terms were accepted. Wei Changkong wrote it the same way he wrote every report. Accurate in every particular, making no attempt to present any element of the operational record in a framing that would obscure what had happened. The Western Wall section described the deliberate positioning, the projected casualty range, the cavalry engagement at the fort, and the final count. It described the timeline, when he had known the wall would be hit, when it had been hit, when the flanking column's return had changed the operational picture. It described this as what it was, deliberate, calculated, and executed as planned. Liang Suin reviewed the numerical accuracy. She confirmed the figures and returned it without other comment. The prince's reply arrived 12 days later, carried by a court courier with the practiced bearing of someone accustomed to delivering messages that complicated people's situations. 4 paragraphs. The first 2 were complimentary. The third requested that Wei Changkong describe the Western Wall operation in future reports as a calculated risk that proved justified, rather than a deliberately positioned sacrifice. The distinction was one of framing rather than accuracy, the prince explained, and framing mattered to certain court audiences. The fourth observed that explicit casualty mathematics were of questionable taste in formal reports intended for ministerial review. Wei Changkong read the third paragraph twice. He took out his correspondence paper and wrote 2 sentences. My reports will remain as they are. If this is unacceptable, please return my regiment, and I will continue my work under independent commission. He sent it. He was aware, as the courier departed, that this reply could end the phase he had spent 4 months building. 14% probability. The prince withdrew the commission. 61% he accepted and recalibrated. 25% some third outcome. 14% was a real risk with real consequences. He sent the letter anyway. He had decided. He could not identify the specific moment of decision, but the decision was clear that falsifying the record of a campaign to spare anyone's political comfort was not something he would do. Not for the prince. Not for Kong Wuling. Not for any benefit the falsification might produce. He sat at his desk after the courier left and tried to determine why this felt different from the deliberate loss at the administrative court. At the court, he had shaped the outcome while maintaining accuracy about every individual statement. In the report, he was being asked to shape how an accurate outcome was framed for a specific audience. The distinction was real, but it was not large enough to explain the difference in what he felt about the two situations. He opened his campaign journal and wrote, "I have identified two situations where I will not optimize for strategic benefit. 1. The campaign record will remain accurate. 2. I will not perform uncertainty I don't have for the benefit of men I intend to sacrifice. These are not calculations. They are standards. I am noting that they exist, and that they produce a kind of resistance in me that is different from strategic resistance. I don't fully understand what this resistance is. I'm noting it." He waited 19 days for the prince's reply. It came in one paragraph. Commission maintained, attendance requested at the War Council in the capital. No agreement with his position. No rescission. The 14% had not materialized. He prepared for the capital. Chapter 17. What perfect courtesy conceals General Kai Doan arrived at Fort Crescent on the 14th day of the wait, with 12 retinue members and a commission to inspect and evaluate the campaign results. He was 41, socially fluent in the specific way that came from decades of reading rooms and managing impressions, and he had a campaign record that showed adequate competence and no particular distinction. The calculus identified him on entry as dangerous, not because he was militarily capable, but because he was an intelligent man who had mistaken his ability to read social situations for the ability to read strategic ones. That specific mistake produced predictable behaviors in specific conditions. In settings where social fluency and strategic intelligence aligned, Kai Doan functioned well. In settings where they diverged, he consistently overtrusted the social reading. Wei Changkong gave him the complete tour. He walked Kai Doan through every element of the operation, the wall positions, the supply infrastructure, the training program he had initiated with the garrison since taking command, the pacification timeline. He answered every question with the meticulous precision of a man who had nothing he wished to conceal. When Kai Doan asked about the Western Wall engagement, Wei Changkong described it in exactly the terms of the official report. Kai Doan asked no follow-up questions about the Western Wall. He made the controlled expression of a man who had found something mildly distasteful and had decided to note it mentally and continue. The command dinner on the second evening was the real assessment. Wei Changkong spent the meal asking Kai Doan about his Southern Theater Command 3 years prior. Genuine questions, organized to draw the general toward the parts of his record he was most proud of. Kai Doan was a man who responded to attentive interest from a younger officer by expanding past his better judgment. In the course of 2 hours, he mentioned specific figures from the Yensu campaign's logistics contracts as evidence of his own administrative thoroughness. He mentioned them as proud details. He did not realize they matched the discrepancy pattern Wei Changkong had already identified in the prince's archived supply records. He also revealed, obliquely, that he had been tasked with assessing Wei Changkong's political threat level for someone in the prince's court. He revealed this in the specific way that men reveal their actual missions when they believe they are the more perceptive person in the conversation. By the third day, Kai Doan had concluded that Wei Changkong was technically skilled but politically undeveloped, a valuable field instrument who posed no court-level threat. His behavior in the final evening confirmed this. He relaxed in the specific way of a man who has completed his assessment and is satisfied with the result. Wei Changkong wrote the memo to Liang Suyin the day Kai Doan's retinue departed. Kai Doan. Flag all his supply requests for second review. He takes 10% from logistics contracts, confirmed against Yensu campaign figures he provided in conversation. Also, he has been tasked with assessing my political threat level, source likely conservative faction. Log all contact between his retinue members and this garrison's administrative staff for the following 6 months. He left 2 men behind on the pretext of supply assessment. Their actual function is surveillance. He paused. Also, his assessment of me was wrong. He thinks I'm not a political threat. He should have noticed that the incorrect version of that conclusion is the more useful one to him. He sent the memo. He filed Kai Doan under a standing watch category and updated the threat coefficient to 67%. The mistake Kai Doan had made was the same mistake that comfortable, clever men consistently made. He had assessed Wei Changkong against the standards of the political environment he already understood, and Wei Changkong was not operating by those standards. He was building something those standards had never accounted for. Chapter 18. Old Iron Wrist. The prince's reply arrived on the 19th day. Commission maintained. War Council attendance requested. The tone was of a man who had made a calculation that the campaign outcomes were worth more than the compliance. Wei Changkong organized the departure for the capital with the specific precision of someone who had been preparing for this phase mentally since before the commission began. Liang Suyin had field command of Fort Crescent during his absence. She had the garrison's logistics architecture under complete management and had developed a working relationship with Bai Longxin that was productive in both directions. He briefed his senior officers, prepared 2 contingency protocols for different absence lengths, reviewed the supply chain status, checked the surveillance records on Kai Dowin's 2 remaining men. The morning of the departure, Old Iron Wrist Deng rode through the gate. He came alone. The horse had covered distance hard in recent days. His pack was organized with the economy of someone who had learned that everything unnecessary eventually became a liability in the field. He dismounted in the courtyard and looked around at the fort with the assessing attention of a man building a new operational picture. Deng, Wei Changkong said. You're going to the capital alone, Deng said. Not asking. 6 escort. That's alone when you're walking into a room full of people who have considered what to do about you. He handed his horse to a groom without looking at the groom, then picked up his pack. I'm coming. Wei Changkong looked at him for a moment. The calculus ran its assessment. 88% reliable, loyalty orientation running directly through Wei Shiyun's memory to Wei Changkong personally rather than through any institutional attachment. Not the most operationally flexible variable. In scenarios requiring sacrifice of personal attachment, he would be a complication. In most other configurations, he was an asset whose presence could not be precisely quantified because it operated in registers the calculus was not designed to wait. North guest quarters, he said. Dawn departure. Deng was ready before dawn. They rode one day from the fort before the courier found them. Kong Wulin's network. The message was brief. Lord Shin Pao and Minister Cui Daojing had left the capital. Destination: Marshal Huo Rinshan's territorial holdings in the northeast. Formal military compact protection was being requested. Wei Changkong read the message twice. He folded it into his breast pocket alongside the iron compass. He rode without speaking for an hour. Something changed, Deng said, riding beside him. The old soldier had learned to read Wei Changkong's silences. The ministers moved, he said. North, toward Huo Rinshan. He ran the behavioral analysis as he rode. 2 men who had spent the years since his father's execution building institutional fortifications, now abandoning those fortifications and seeking military protection. What changed? They moved when the prince gave me a commission. When I became visible in the capital context. They read the direction and moved before I consolidated. They're afraid of you, Deng said. They were afraid of what they think I'm building. He looked at the horizon, which means they've correctly assessed the direction, which means the court intelligence they're working from is better than I had estimated. He held this, which is useful. It tells me the shape of their threat model. What does it change? The timeline. They're positioned beyond Kong Wulin's immediate legal reach now. Moving against them requires first solving the problem of Huo Rinshan, which is a larger problem than the court path. He paused, but the path through Huo Rinshan was already part of the eventual structure. Their move has made it a necessary step rather than a strategic choice. Deng was quiet for a while. The road ran north through countryside that was beginning to look like capital approach. Fear, Deng said eventually, makes people move toward what feels like protection rather than what is actually safe. They've given you a clearer picture of what they're afraid of. That picture tells you what to build. Wei Changkong held that phrasing. He would use it. What else does it tell you? Deng said. That they were right to be afraid. He looked at the horizon again. They destroyed my father because of what they were afraid he would become. They moved when they saw the direction I was taking. He paused. They were afraid of the right thing. They just chose the wrong way to fear. Chapter 19. The question that restructured the map. The War Council Hall was arranged for authority. Long tables, formal seating hierarchy, the specific architecture that communicated rank before any word was spoken. 19 commanders attended, most of them older than Wei Changkong, all of them politically embedded in ways he had mapped from the commission records before arriving. He sat in the 3rd row, in the position the prince's staff had assigned him, technically neutral, placed between the inner circle and the independent garrison commanders. Someone had thought about that placement. He noted the thinking. He did not speak for 3 hours. The council was exactly what its stated agenda said it was. Northern Frontier Resource Allocation, Operational Priority Assessment, the question of whether to extend the stabilization program or consolidate. 17 commanders argued their own resource needs. One argued from the prince's preferred outcome. One argued from an external brief. The calculus identified the behavioral signature of someone presenting positions that consistently advantaged a third party's territorial interests, and that third party's interests, based on the geographic specifics of the positions being advocated, were Huarinshan's. He filed the identification. He waited. In the 4th hour, the prince's senior advisor began organizing the session toward a conclusion, a resource framework that would concentrate investment in the 6 largest garrisons and effectively in the frontier corridor extension that Wei Changkong had spent 4 months stabilizing. He raised his hand. The prince acknowledged him. He asked one question. Which position currently under allocation discussion controls access to the northeastern corridor past the Crescent Divide? His voice carried without effort, placed rather than raised, arriving in every part of the room with the same clarity. And who holds that access after the current season if we implement the consolidation framework rather than extend the stabilization program? The room went quiet. The answer took 4 minutes to produce. 3 commanders talked over each other, each contributing a piece of the geographical and political picture that the room had been carefully avoiding during the preceding 3 hours. When it was assembled, the conclusion was visible to everyone. The proposed framework would leave the northeastern corridor's access point controlled by no one. The most mobile force currently positioned to take advantage of that vacuum was Huarinshan's northern contingents. 19 commanders looked at Wei Changkong. He said nothing else. The question had done its work. The question had done it more effectively than any argument he could have made because it had required the room to produce its own answer, and an answer the room produced for itself was harder to argue against than an answer that arrived from outside. The session continued for 2 more hours, but it was not the same session. The framework was revised. The extension was preserved. 3 commanders who had argued for reduced support shifted their positions. The officer whose advocacy had consistently favored Huarinshan's interests went silent and stayed silent. At the session's close, Huarinshan's proxy representative stood without announcement and walked out of the room. The prince watched him go. He looked at Wei Changkong. Wei Changkong was already writing in his field journal. In the corridor after the formal close, General Kai Doan arrived at his side with congratulations delivered in the practiced warmth of a man managing a rapidly revised threat assessment. Wei Changkong thanked him with the same courtesy he had used at Fort Crescent and kept walking. Kong Wulin met him 10 minutes later in the anteroom. Shun Pao and Cui Daojing have filed for formal compact protection under Huarinshan's territorial authority, Kong Wulin said, which means legal action against them now requires navigating the compact provisions first. He paused. Your question tonight changed Huarinshan's representative's calculation. He's reporting back tonight. Whatever move the marshal was planning for the next 2 months has been disrupted. Which buys time, Wei Changkong said. Which buys time? Kong Wulin looked at him steadily. Tomorrow's session will produce consolidated command of the northern forces, 5 regiments. You didn't ask for it. No. You asked one question instead. He paused. Effective things don't require asking. Effective things require being right about which question to ask, Wei Changkong said. He looked at the anteroom's wall. How long before Huarinshan makes his move? Disruption or not? 3 months. Possibly less. He met Wei Changkong's gaze. You need to be considerably more formidable before he moves, Wei Changkong. 5 regiments is a start, not a conclusion. I know, he said. I'm building. Chapter 20. The opening line the War Council produced the consolidated command the next morning, 5 regiments, assigned to Wei Changkong's operational authority. He received the commission seal with the appropriate formality and thanked 19 commanders and shook hands with each of them and said what the situation required in each case. In the corridor after the ceremony, General Kai Doan was the first to offer public congratulations. His grip was slightly tighter than social convention required. His expression was warmth over something that had reorganized recently and had not finished reorganizing. Congratulations, Kai Doan said. Well deserved. Thank you, General. Wei Changkong held his eyes for one beat, past the comfortable length. I look forward to continued collaboration. He walked on. Kong Wulin met him that evening in the anteroom for what turned out to be a brief conversation. The old jurist was satisfied but not celebratory, the manner of a man who understood that the work had barely begun. The window I needed is now approximately 4 months, not 60 days, Kong Wulin said. The minister's movement north has changed the legal pathway. Sufficient weight at this court is now the necessary condition rather than the sufficient one. He looked at Wei Changkong. You are patient. I'm building, Wei Changkong said. Patience is what it looks like from the outside. He met the old jurist's gaze. When the window opens, I need to be the thing that makes it worth opening. That requires what I'm building. Yes. Kong Walin was quiet for a moment. I've spent 20 years maintaining the documentation. I'll maintain it for as long as necessary. Wei Changkong left the anteroom and returned to his quarters. He sat at the writing table with the lamp lit. He looked at the campaign journal. He thought about Liang Suyin asking whether the loss at the court was what he believed or what he told himself. He thought about Mei Xiaoyan and 13 names and 34%. He thought about Deng saying fear makes people move toward what feels like protection rather than what is actually safe. He picked up his pen. He opened the journal to the first page. He wrote, "Every man I leave behind is a variable I have finished using. I will not apologize for correct arithmetic." He read it once. He held the pen over the page for a long moment. He did not scratch it out. He did not add a qualification. He closed the journal. He took out the iron compass and held it in his palm. The worn iron, the needle pointing north, the weight of a thing carried for years for a reason he hadn't been able to convert into a calculation. His father had carried it into the campaign that killed him, trusting the north it pointed toward while walking into a court that had decided his direction didn't matter. He put the compass back in his pocket. 5 regiments. A jurist with documentation. A logistics officer who would tell him when he was wrong. A medic writing names he couldn't remember. An old soldier who didn't trust princes but trusted him. And somewhere in the northeast, under Hua Rinshan's protection, 2 men who had signed his father's death warrant because they were afraid of what a Wei could become. They had been afraid of the right thing. The calculus was running. Already building the next phase. Already laying out the sequence of decisions and positions and accumulations that would need to occur before the path to those 2 men became viable. He let it run. He didn't look at the output tonight. He blew out the lamp. The route was real. The distance was what it was. He would be ready when the window opened. Or he would not. And he would adjust. And he would try again. But either way, he would be the kind of thing they had been right to fear. Chapter 21 Redstone Garrison was 30,000 men who had been told for 2 years that their primary purpose was waiting. Wei Changkong spent the first 7 days of his command doing nothing that resembled command from the outside. He attended the morning formation and then left without addressing it. He ate in the common mess at irregular hours. He walked the supply depots at times when no inspection was scheduled. He read the requisition logs, the deployment records, the officer review files, and the daily reports that had been submitted to the previous command structure. Not the summaries, the raw logs, including the corrections and reversals that the summaries omitted. He did not call a command meeting. By day 3, his senior officers had concluded he was either incompetent or conducting an unusually thorough orientation. By day 5, they were uncertain enough to be consistently present at the command post when he passed through, in case he required something and the absence of a senior officer would be noted. By day 7, 3 of them had independently requested audiences. He granted one. The officer who had requested earliest was also the one the calculus rated highest in the garrison. Commander Zhu Guang's transfer had not yet completed processing, but every other officer above the rank of lieutenant had scores visible through the Tier 3 calculus overlay. And among the requesting 3, only one had not scored below 60% in any variable Wei Changkong considered load-bearing. That officer received his audience. "You've been reading supply records," the officer said. He was a corps commander, thick-shouldered, steady-voiced, the cultivated calm of a man who had been in dangerous situations enough times to know which situations were actually dangerous and which were merely uncomfortable. "I've been reading everything," Wei Changkong said. He was standing at the command post's map table, which he had rearranged on arrival, so it was facing the room's eastern window rather than its south wall. The light was better in the morning. "Tell me who has been falsifying the supply reports." The officer looked at him. "That's a significant accusation. 14 officers in 4 corps have requisition quantities that do not match operational output by margins that are not explainable through normal wastage or error. Falsification is the parsimonious explanation." He placed a marker on the map. "I'm not asking whether it is occurring. I am asking who." The officer was quiet for a moment. Then he named 3 names. Wei Changkong noted that the officer knew, had known for some time, and had been waiting for someone with authority to ask the question directly. "The other 11? Wei Changkong asked. 2 I suspect. 9 I can confirm if you give me 2 days. "You have 2 days. The officer nodded. He started to leave. Then, at the door, "You're going to remove them all at once." "Yes. That's going to cause disruption at the corps level." "Yes," Wei Changkong said. "Short-term disruption in exchange for accurate supply data, which is load-bearing for everything that follows. The disruption is the cheaper option." He looked at the map. "Find me the other 9. On the morning of day 14, he removed 14 officers in a single movement. 4 to immediate discharge, 10 to reassignment to posts where their specific failure mode was irrelevant to operational effectiveness. He gave no explanation to the broader command. The move was visible, fast, and produced a silence in the garrison that the calculus read as healthy recalibration rather than fear. Hook. Commander Zhu Guang arrived at Redstone Garrison on the 8th day, 3 days ahead of his transfer's formal completion date, and spent the morning watching the operations reorganization from the command post's doorway without announcing himself, taking the kind of notes that a practitioner took when assessing something he intended to stake his next several years on. Chapter 22. Are the rumors true? Commander Zhu Guang asked the question standing at the map table, not sitting, not with diplomatic framing, not with the social lubrication that most people used when asking questions they knew might produce uncomfortable answers. He had walked through the command post's door, confirmed Wei Changkong was at the map table, and asked the question within 4 seconds of entering. Wei Changkong looked up from the logistics projection he had been building. Which rumors specifically? That you deliberately assign men to positions where they are likely to die. That you calculate the casualty probability in advance and use it as a tactical variable. That the 11 men on the Fort Crescent western wall knew the risk was elevated, but not that you had calculated it as near certain. Zhu Guang met his eyes with the directness of someone who had decided to run this variable directly rather than approach it from an angle. True or false? Partially accurate in sequencing. The men on the western wall were told the risk was elevated. They were not told my probability assessment was 11 to 15 casualties rather than 2 to 5. Wei Changkong set down the pen he'd been using to mark the logistics projection. The probability assessment was accurate. The outcome was within the projected range. Zhu Guang was quiet for a moment. Why didn't you tell them the full probability? Because combat effectiveness of a holding force correlates inversely with the force's certainty of their own deaths. A unit that knows it is assigned to die will fight differently than a unit that knows its position is dangerous and possible to survive. He paused. That is a calculation. I made it. I stand by it. And the alternative plans? 17 ran by the time I presented the final version. 4 produced lower casualty projections for the Western Wall. All 4 produced higher casualty projections for the operation overall, in 3 cases significantly higher. He moved to the operational case files, found the Fort Crescent analysis, and placed it on the table in front of Zhu Guang. Read the alternatives. Find the mathematically superior approach. I will adopt it retroactively if you can identify it. Zhu Guang read. He was a thorough reader, not fast, but careful. The kind of attention that was building a complete model rather than scanning for arguments. He read for 11 minutes. Then he set the document down. I can't find one, he said. Most people who read it carefully can't. Wei Changkong put the file away. Liang Suyin told me the same thing. So did 2 of the tribunal arbiters, eventually. You were brought before the tribunal? Not yet. The Fort Crescent reports are still in the prince's court system. The tribunal will find them eventually. He paused. I intend to be considerably harder to remove by the time they do. Zhu Guang looked at him steadily. He was running some kind of internal assessment. The calculus overlay showed Wei Changkong a loyalty coefficient climbing in real time, the specific movement of a man deciding to trust something that still made him uncomfortable. I'll follow your orders, he said. Just don't lie to me about the cost. I will give you the same information I give myself, Wei Changkong said, which includes uncertainty ranges and probability distributions, not certainties. That's acceptable. Zhu Guang extended his hand. What do you need from me first? Hook. Wei Changkong shook his hand, noted the loyalty coefficient had settled at 89%, the highest score the calculus had returned on any person in his command structure, and began describing the cavalry doctrine that would be central to the next engagement, and the specific deficit in the garrison's current training that Zhu Guang was already, he suspected, aware of. Chapter 23. Marshal Huarenshan's representative arrived under a truce flag before the cavalry training program was complete. He was a void forger, the first Wei Changkong had encountered in a formal negotiation capacity, with the particular quality of someone whose personal cultivation depth was sufficient to render most threats meaningless, and who had learned to conduct diplomacy from that position of invulnerability with more grace than most invulnerable people managed. He was polite, precise, and completely unwilling to negotiate around the core demand, yield the northern corridor within 40 days, or face a decisive engagement at the Crescent Plain, on ground and timing of the marshal's choosing. Wei Changkong listened to the complete presentation without interruption. When it was finished, he said, accepted. All terms. The representative had been prepared for refusal. He had been prepared for counter-proposal. He had a secondary position and a tertiary position and a precedent library for engagement refusals. He had not been prepared for acceptance and did not, for a moment, know what to do with it. All terms, he repeated. Marshal was specified ground. Marshal was specified timing. The corridor's status to be determined by the engagement's outcome. Wei Changkong moved a marker on the map that the representative had brought. The marshal selects the ground because he believes selecting the ground advantages him sufficiently to compensate for the uncertainty of battle. I accept this assessment. He has selected the crescent plain. I will meet him there on the specified date. The representative departed. Liang Suyin, who had been standing to Wei Changkong's left throughout the exchange with the specific stillness she used when she was building a calculation she was not yet ready to share, waited until the truce flag was out of earshot before speaking. He selected terrain that denies your cavalry the flanking approach you've been developing, she said. Accepts the Corps' eastern approach. He has 3 times your heavy infantry and twice the artillery. I know. The probability distributions for a conventional engagement on Crescent Plain are near impossible by conventional metrics, Wei Changkong said. Yes, that is what he calculated too. He removed the terrain marker from the map and placed a different one. He accepted the terms I offered at the corridor negotiation because they appeared to give him a definitive engagement. He believes this engagement will be definitive. He is correct that it will be. He paused. He is incorrect about the direction. Liang Suyin looked at the map. She was reading the new marker he had placed, not on the crescent plain, but northeast of it, on a feature that was not in the marshal's terrain selection. She did not ask the obvious question. She began running the logistics for a terrain preparation operation that required no large movements and left no visible signature. Hook. What she eventually said, after the calculation was complete, was, "This will only work if the wind comes from the east on the engagement morning." He replied, "I know." She did not ask whether he had a contingency. She had been working with him long enough to know that the answer was not one that changes the decision. Chapter 24. The terrain preparation took 19 days. Wei Changkong never moved more than 40 men at a time for any single element of it, and never explained the complete operational picture to any one group. The cavalry patrols that redirected the minor waterway feeding the eastern grassland thought they were conducting a flood control operation on behalf of a downstream farming settlement. The engineering unit that collapsed 2 old mine shafts on the northern approach thought they were securing a civilian hazard. The scouts who burned the eastern grassland at the ridge line were given a controlled burn permit ostensibly issued by the regional administration. Shenjiu, not yet formally in Wei Changkong's command, had provided the administrative signature through a channel he had not disclosed and Wei Changkong had not asked about. The burned grass would produce smoke cover in an eastern wind. The collapsed shafts would funnel a retreating cavalry force through the single remaining egress route. The redirected waterway would make the southern approach soft ground, not impassably wet, but slow enough that a heavy infantry advance from that direction would lose the timing margin the marshal's engagement plan required. None of it looked like preparation for the Crescent Plain engagement. That was the point. Zhu Guang had not been briefed on the complete picture. He had been briefed on his element. A flanking column that would depart 36 hours before the main engagement, take the longer western route that was not on Marshal Hua's terrain selection map, and arrive at the marshal's exposed eastern flank at a specific moment in the battle's progression. When Wei Changkong briefed him on the timing, he said, "You're telling me I need to arrive between hour 4 and hour 4:30. Any earlier, and the flank hasn't opened. Any later, and the window closes." "Yes," Wei Changkong said. "What happens to the main force if I'm delayed?" "The probability distribution for the main force shifts unfavorably." Zhu Guang held his gaze. "I'll be on time." He left without asking more questions, which was one of the qualities that kept his loyalty coefficient at 89%. The advancement came during a night meditation in a forward observation post 8 days before the scheduled engagement. Wei Changkong's cultivation had been near the river current stage threshold for 3 months. He had been too occupied with operational demands to give the breakthrough the sustained attention it typically required. But sustained attention was not what river current needed. It needed flow. His chi had been running through the campaign's operational logistics for months, threading through every variable, finding the pathways between obstacles. The cultivation simply recognized what the campaign had already practiced. When he opened his eyes, he could see the battlefield from above. Not literally. The spiritual projection of river current stage was not flight. It was an extension of perception through the chi that pervaded physical space. He projected 300 meters in each direction and saw the terrain he had been studying on maps rendered as actual topology, depth, density, the way the morning light would move across the eastern grassland where the burned section ended. He saw, in that projection, where the eastern wind would produce the maximum smoke density. He placed markers in his mind and came down from the observation post and went back to the map table. Hook. He did not add the eastern wind contingency to the operational plan document because adding it would require explaining it to his corps commanders, and explaining it required either disclosing that he had projected his cultivation sense across the terrain or disclosing that a significant element of his plan depended on weather conditions he could not control, and of those two disclosures, the one that would damage confidence more was the second. Chapter 25. The morning of Crescent Plain was cold and completely still. Wei Changkong stood at the command post's forward position in the pre-dawn dark and felt the absence of wind as a physical fact. The calculus was running. Every probability line on the field visible to his overlay as floating distributions, each one updating in real time as the two forces' positions crystallized through the morning's scouting reports. Marshal Huarinshan's deployment was exactly as projected. The heavy infantry on the center line. The artillery positioned to deny the eastern approach. The cavalry reserve on the southern flank, ready to seal any attempted breakout. No eastern wind. He did not show this in his posture or his face or his voice when Liang Suin arrived with the morning supply confirmation numbers. Status of Zhu Guang's column, he asked. Departed at the scheduled time. Last confirmed position 3 hours ago, consistent with the planned route. She set the numbers on the field desk. Weather. Calm. She was quiet for a moment. She did not ask the question she was thinking. The engagement proceeds as planned, he said. The smoke element is not the pivot. It is a modifier. She accepted this. It was not completely true. The smoke would extend the engagement's critical window by approximately 40 minutes, and 40 minutes was meaningful, but it was not false either. The planned structure did not collapse without the eastern wind. It became more expensive. At the 6th hour of the morning, with the engagement 40 minutes from the scheduled opening movement, the calculus overlay lit up in a pattern he had not expected. Not a threat pattern, not a probability collapse, but a convergence. Every probability line on the entire field was threading toward a single point. One of his own supply wagons, positioned in the column's rearmost section. Not the wagon's tactical function. The wagon itself. As if the operation's entire probability architecture had a hinge at that specific location and the hinge was load-bearing. He looked at the supply wagon. He ran the calculation. He could not see why the convergence was happening. But the calculus had never produced this pattern without a reason, and he had learned not to override it while running at full analytical capacity. Burn that wagon, he said to the nearest cavalry officer. The officer looked at the supply wagon. Sir, that wagon is already used. He held the officer's gaze. Now, the wagon was burning when the first eastern gust arrived, tentative, then real, the wind shifting from calm to east-northeast in the span of 10 minutes. And the burned grassland at the ridge lit the smoke across the entire eastern approach just as the engagement's opening movements began. But that was not what the convergence had been about. When Zhu Guang's delayed report arrived 16 minutes into the engagement, 30 minutes behind schedule due to an unexpected terrain change in the overnight darkness, Wei Changkong saw it. The supply wagon had been scheduled to reposition to the exact ground that Zhu Guang's column would need to cross in the delay window. It had been in the way. Burning it had moved it. The flank opened exactly on schedule. Hook. The battle proceeded for 4 hours after that. Not cleanly, not without cost. 243 dead in the main force holding the center line against Huarinshan's heavy infantry pressure. But the flank hold gave the center the time it needed, and the smoke cover that arrived with the eastern wind gave Zhu Guang's column the concealment margin that turned a 30-minute delay into an irrelevant variable. And when the battle was over, Wei Changkong sat down at the field desk and started writing the post-battle analysis before he had looked at the casualty report, because the analysis had to be current. Chapter 26. The analysis was 6 pages when Mei Xiaoyan arrived at the field desk. She did not speak. She set her kit down, looked at the crossbow bolt through his left shoulder, present since the 2nd hour of the engagement, during the period when he had held the center line's command position personally rather than withdrawing to rear command. Because center-line commanders who remained visible to their forces in the engagement's critical phase survived at higher rates than commanders who withdrew, and because the calculus had confirmed that holding the center line personally was the variable that kept the main force's cohesion in the gap before Zhu Guang's column arrived. And then she looked at the 6 pages of analysis. She sat down across the field desk from him and waited. He finished the 6th page. He set down the pen. You knew they'd aim for the commander's position, she said. It is the rational targeting priority when the center-line infantry's cohesion depends on command presence. And you held it anyway. Commanders who withdraw from visible leadership positions when the engagement reaches critical pressure have worse survival odds than commanders who remain. The center-line force's cohesion was the variable that bought Zhu Guang's column the time it needed. Withdrawing to rear command earlier would have degraded that cohesion. He paused. The personal risk was the cheaper option. She removed the bolt without ceremony. Her hands were steady and her technique was efficient. The specific efficiency of someone who had been doing this for long enough that the emotional architecture of treating a wounded person had been separated from the technical architecture by practice. He was aware that she was treating a wound he had accepted as a calculated variable and that she was treating it without commenting on this, which was its own kind of commentary. 243 dead, she said. She was wrapping the wound. Yes. You could have pulled back to the secondary line when Zhu Guang's delay was confirmed. Regrouped. Waited for a different engagement. The cost of regrouping was not a secondary engagement. It was a retreat that opened the corridor to Huarinshan's advance and cost 3 months of consolidation plus an unquantifiable morale effect on every allied garrison in the region. He watched her finish the wrap. The 243 are not the complete casualty accounting. They are the best available option for the complete casualty accounting. She tied off the wrap. She looked at him. That night the first time you let your father's men die, she said. In CH2. When the calculus showed you his campaign, you told me you couldn't build faces for any of them. Just functions. Yes. Today's 243. How many of them can you build faces for? He thought about this. The calculus had records for all of them. Name, unit, cultivated rank, loyalty coefficient as of last assessment. He could name every one. He was less certain about the faces. She opened her journal. She began writing. That night, lying on a field cot with his shoulder wrapped and the calculus running quietly in the background of his rest, the overlay showed him something unexpected. Mei Xiaoyan's survival index had climbed from the 34% he had first calculated at the memorial wall to 71%. He ran the calculation backward to find the variable that had produced the shift. He found it. He had been making consistent micro-decisions for the past 4 months that had no tactical justification other than Mei Xiaoyan's presence in the same operational radius as his protective capacity. He had not been aware of making these decisions. The calculus had been logging them. He sat with this for a long time. Hook. He did not adjust the micro-decisions. He noted that the calculus had flagged them as a category of variable he had not previously been aware of introducing into his command architecture, and he put the note in a file labeled Operational Dependencies and did not look at the file again for 6 days. Chapter 27. Marshal Huarinshan arrived at the Crescent Plains neutral ground on the 3rd day after the engagement. He came without fanfare. A travel party of 12, the standard configuration for a senior commander conducting diplomatic business rather than military demonstration. He was precisely what his reputation indicated. Not large, not martial in his bearing, the particular presence of someone whose danger was entirely cognitive rather than physical. His cultivation was at the sovereign ascendant level, which was visible to the calculus as an ambient probability modification. The presence of a very powerful person in a spatial zone adjusted the probability distributions of everyone around them in ways that were difficult to model precisely. He looked at Wei Changkong with the frank curiosity he had apparently brought to all novel situations throughout a 30-year career of generating novel situations for other people. Your system, he said, by way of greeting. The overlay you use. I've heard about it from 3 different sources who have been trying to describe it to me, and none of the descriptions were adequate. It runs probability distributions on tactical variables, Wei Changkong said. Real-time updates. Tier upgrade correlates with scale, currently capable of theater-level situational assessment. And the personal cost? Wei Changkong looked at him. You've done research. I research everything about commanders who defeat my test forces. He glanced around the neutral ground's basic campaign furniture. Map table, 2 chairs, no amenities. Every campaign decision that the system endorses and you execute. A memory. Specific memory parameters, Wei Changkong confirmed. He had not expected the marshal to have this information. You have an intelligence source in my command structure. I had. Your reorganization at Redstone removed them. He said this without apparent concern. I assess these things as operational data, not grievances. He sat. I have a proposal. A non-aggression corridor, 60 kilometers wide, running the length of the northern frontier's current line. Each side maintains current positions. Neither side conducts offensive operations within the corridor for a period of 18 months. Wei Changkong sat across from him and ran the proposal through the calculus. The corridor was straightforwardly advantageous to both parties in the short term. It ended active engagement costs and allowed consolidation. In the medium term, it was more complex. The corridor's existence made the prince's direct military support redundant to Wei Changkong's operational structure, because the corridor removed the immediate threat that justified the prince's investment. A patron who was not needed was a patron who had leverage removed. Accepted, Wei Changkong said. on the condition that both sides disclose supply train movements within the corridor to a neutral observation party. Shu Wan's pale tribunal would serve, the marshal said, without hesitation. Yes. He had thought the marshal would suggest that. Agreed. Horinshan looked at him with a quality that was not quite admiration and not quite the assessment of a threat. Something in between, the specific regard of someone who has found an opponent whose methods require genuine recalibration. Your system requires your allies to be variables, he said. Eventually variables become inconvenient. Wei Changkong considered several responses. He chose the one that was accurate. So do enemies. The marshal smiled. It was a real smile, not performance, not calculation. It was the smile of someone who had found an opponent he genuinely found interesting. Hook. Wei Changkong returned to his command post, ran the corridor agreement through the calculus 3 more times to confirm the medium-term analysis he had identified in the meeting, confirmed that the prince's loyalty coefficient was now declining at an accelerating rate, and did not transmit the corridor agreement to the prince's court for 3 days. Not from malice. From the specific arithmetic of a new variable that needed to be modeled before it could be disclosed. Chapter 28. The 2 ministers who had ordered Wei Shiyun's execution were in Horinshan's camp. Wei Changkong had known they were there before the negotiation began. The calculus's Tier 3 assessment of Marshal Hu's known political affiliations had flagged Lord Xin Pao and Minister Cui Daojing as guests of the Marshal's court 3 months ago. The specific political maneuver of men who had made an enemy of someone rising in power and were repositioning to a location they believed was safe from that enemy's reach. During the corridor agreement's 2-day formalization process, both ministers were visible in the Marshal's camp. They saw Wei Changkong. They knew he had seen them. Their cultivation was sufficient, Domain Lord and Stone General respectively, that Wei Changkong could not act against them directly within the Marshal's camp without violating the truce flag and the entire corridor agreement. He looked at them across the camp's neutral ground and ran the calculus. He could reach them now through a proxy arrangement. There were 2 trained cultivators in his force at the river current stage, and a commission to create a situation within the Marshal's camp that was not traceable to Wei Changkong directly was technically achievable. The probability of success was 61%. The cost: destroying the corridor agreement, ending the non-aggression period, and reopening the engagement at a moment when Wei Changkong's force was not at optimal operational capacity after the Crescent Plain engagement. He let them return to Jade Gate City with the Marshal's diplomatic party. Old Iron Wrist Deng found out that evening. He did not speak to Wei Changkong for 4 days. The specific quality of his silence was not anger. Deng was not an angry man, but a disappointment that had particular weight because it came from the one person in Wei Changkong's command structure who had known Wei Shiyun personally. On the 4th evening, Wei Changkong sat across from the old general at the command post's common table. They are alive because killing them now costs more than it gains, Wei Changkong said. He had not planned to say this. He said it anyway. I know that, Deng said. I've been a soldier for 40 years. I know what the cost calculation says. He poured tea into both cups. That doesn't mean I don't feel it. Wei Changkong opened his journal that night and wrote. That is a feeling, not a variable. He paused. He looked at what he had written. He wrote it again. That is a feeling, not a variable. The repetition did not produce the clarifying effect it usually produced. He closed the journal and went back to the Crescent Plain post-battle analysis. Hook. In the morning he received a coded report from Xun Jiu, who had never formally joined his command structure, but whose intelligence had been arriving with regularity for 4 months, indicating that Lord Xin Pao and Minister Cui Daojing, upon returning to Jade Gate City, had immediately begun composing a formal complaint to Marshal Horinshan's court alleging that Wei Changkong had violated the corridor agreement by conducting covert intelligence operations within the Marshal's territorial zone. Chapter 29. The complaint was groundless in all specifics, but not in general principle. Wei Changkong had conducted intelligence operations in the Marshal's zone, just not the specific ones the ministers alleged. The complaint's value was not in winning its particular case, but in establishing a precedent of complaint filing, which would allow future complaints to be filed with less scrutiny of their factual basis once a pattern was established. It was a well-constructed legal maneuver. Wei Changkong spent a morning reading it and admitted, internally and to Liang Suyin, that it was better crafted than he had expected from the 2 men. They had help, Liang Suyin said. She set a supply projection on the table and picked up the complaint document. The legal framing here is the Pale Tribunal's standard covenant language. Someone who understands the tribunal's complaint procedure drafted this. Shuwan, Wei Changkong said. She's in the Marshal City for the next month. He filed this. It was not yet actionable, but it updated several probability distributions. The corridor consolidation proceeded without requiring immediate response. The complaints processing time through the marshal's legal structure would take 60 days minimum, and 60 days in the current operational environment was sufficient to change multiple variables. He spent the consolidation period doing exactly what he had told Huarinshan he would not be doing, building the infrastructure of the next phase. Not offensively, structurally. Supply lines that reached the capital's commercial district rather than routing through the prince's court system. Training programs that emphasized adaptive decision-making at the unit level rather than doctrine compliance. Field hospital expansion, which Mei Xiaoyan had been requesting for 3 months and which he had delayed because the political cost of building a permanent medical installation suggested permanence to the prince's court observers. The permanence was now the point. You gave the prince the corridor agreement this morning, Liang Suyin said, on the 14th day of consolidation. It was not a question. Yes. 3 days after signing it. Yes. She arranged the supply confirmation documents in the order he would need them for the afternoon briefing. He will calculate that the corridor makes his military support less essential to your operation. He will calculate correctly. And you don't think that's a problem. I think it will become a problem at a predictable rate over a predictable timeline. And I prefer problems that are predictable. He placed the last marker on the consolidation map. The field hospital expansion, new position, permanent structure. The variables that produce unpredictable problems are the ones that require the most defensive resources. She looked at the field hospital marker. She looked at Wei Changkong. Is that the actual reason you approved the field hospital? She asked. Hook, he said. The field hospital reduces casualty conversion rates by approximately 30% at the projected operational tempo of the next phase. It is tactically sound independent of any other consideration. She held his gaze for a moment without responding, then moved to the supply confirmation documents, which was its own kind of response. Chapter 30. The prince's summons arrived during the 3rd week of consolidation. It was not the tone of a patron. Patrons sent requests, phrased as invitations, acknowledging the operational burden on the person being invited, suggesting rather than requiring. The prince's communication was not a request. It was a direction. Appear at court. Discuss the corridor agreement and its implications. Bring Liang Suyin. Wei Changkong read the summons twice. He filed it in the category of expected developments and confirmed to Liang Suyin that they would comply. The court appearance was in 12 days. He used the 12 days to finish the consolidation's priority elements. The supply line restructuring that rerouted around the prince's court system was 70% complete by the time they departed, enough to be operational under emergency conditions if the court appearance produced an immediate rupture. Old Iron Wrist Deng, preparing for the journey, observed the supply restructuring's pace with the specific attention of a man who had been watching Wei Changkong operate for 2 years. You're preparing for the prince to remove your logistics access, Deng said. I am ensuring operational continuity is not dependent on a single point of failure, Wei Changkong said. This is standard practice. Standard practice doesn't usually move at this speed 12 days before a politically sensitive court appearance. He adjusted the strap on his campaign kit. You're not preparing for the prince to fail. You're preparing for the exact failure mode you expect. Wei Changkong finished his own preparation without responding. Then, at the door, what failure mode do you expect? That you let him pull his support, Deng said. Because you've already calculated that you don't need him, and you want to cut the variable cleanly rather than let it become an obstacle. He held Wei Changkong's gaze. Your father would have found a way to keep the relationship functional. My father trusted the wrong calculation, Wei Changkong said. He trusted that loyalty was a stable variable. It wasn't for the men who betrayed him, Deng said. It was for the men who followed him. He walked out. He did not say, and it may be for the prince too. But Wei Changkong heard it. He opened the calculus and looked at the prince's loyalty coefficient. 61%. Declining at a rate that would bring it below the operational threshold within 4 months if no stabilizing variable was introduced. Hook. He thought about what the stabilizing variable would require, what he would need to give the prince to halt the decline, what the cost of that giving was, whether the arithmetic of retaining the relationship outweighed the arithmetic of allowing it to dissolve cleanly. And then he packed the rest of his gear and did not yet decide, because 12 days was enough time to collect more data before making an irreversible calculation. Chapter 31. The prince's court occupied a palace complex that had been built at the beginning of a period of imperial expansion and had been maintained through 3 subsequent periods of imperial retrenchment without being scaled down to match the reduced political reality it now represented. The gap between the complex's scale and the prince's actual authority was visible in every corridor. Overstaffed, underpurposed, the specific quality of an institution that knew its importance was declining and had decided that appearance was the most available response to that decline. Wei Changkong noted the gap and filed it. Prince Yin Beihua received him in a formal audience chamber, not his private study, which was itself a communication. This was a matter of official record, not personal consultation. The prince was in his late 20s, aesthetically careful in his presentation, cultivated to the heaven-marked stage through a combination of natural aptitude and the best available instruction that significant resources could secure. He was, in most respects, exactly as capable as his position required. The corridor agreement had moved him past that threshold into a range where his capability was no longer sufficient for what the situation required. "The ministers have been asking questions," he said, when the formal opening exchange was complete, "about the Northern campaign's direction. They want to know whether the corridor agreement was a strategic consolidation or a strategic limitation." "It is both," Wei Changkong said, "as stated in the report I submitted. The report that 17 court ministers required translation assistance to read. I submitted an executive summary, which they also found difficult." The prince shifted in his chair with the specific discomfort of someone who was about to request something and was not confident the request would be honored. "I need you to appear before the court. Explain the corridor agreement, its benefits, its constraints, its implications for the Northern campaign's long-term trajectory. Frame it in a way that reassures the ministers who are concerned about our strategic position." Wei Changkong looked at him. "I will provide the court with an accurate briefing on the corridor agreement's operational logic. I will not provide reassurance that isn't justified by the operational data." The prince's expression shifted. "That is not what I'm asking." "I know what you're asking," Wei Changkong said. "I'm telling you what I can provide. If the corridor agreement's operational logic is sound, an accurate briefing will produce the reassurance you need. If it isn't sound, then a less accurate briefing would produce false reassurance, which is a different problem." He paused. "Tell me specifically what outcome you need from the court briefing, and I will build toward it honestly. I won't perform toward it." The silence in the audience chamber was the specific silence of an institution confronting the limits of its expectation. "You don't understand," the prince said, "what I'm risking for you." "I do," Wei Changkong said. "Your loyalty coefficient in my calculus accounts for your full risk exposure in our current arrangement. What I'm telling you is that the way to protect your risk exposure is not to manage the minister's perception of the corridor agreement. It is to build the operational case that makes the corridor agreement's logic visible to them directly. Managed perception fails when the reality becomes visible. The operational case holds." "Hook." The prince looked at him for a long moment with the expression of a man who has just encountered a new variable in a relationship he thought he had fully modeled, one whose shape he was still determining. Wei Changkong, on his way back to the residence hall where he and Liang Suyin had been given quarters, ran the calculus on the day's exchange. The prince's discomfort had been genuine, not performed, not strategic. He had genuinely expected Wei Changkong to be willing to manage the minister's perception rather than address their operational understanding. This expectation revealed something about how the prince had been modeling Wei Changkong as a competent instrument rather than as an independent strategic agent. The gap between that model and the reality was the gap Wei Changkong had been preparing for. He estimated 3 months before the gap produced a rupture the holding strategy could not contain. Chapter 32. The court briefing was the third day of the visit. Wei Changkong stood at the court's briefing map and spent 40 minutes presenting the corridor agreement's operational logic, the crescent plane engagement's casualty accounting and strategic outcome, and the consolidation phase's supply restructuring as a functional architecture rather than a political statement. He used the language of operational data throughout, probability distributions, timeline projections, resource allocation calculations. The ministers who had difficulty with his written reports had difficulty with his verbal presentation as well. This was not a presentation failure on his part. It was a failure of the minister's model of what a military campaign briefing should consist of. He had given them an accurate picture, and they did not have the framework to receive it. General Kai Doan listened to the entire briefing with the particular attention of a man building a case rather than receiving information. Afterward, in the minister's private consultation hour, he proposed his compromise. Wei Changkong be elevated to a ceremonial command, Marshal Designate of the Northern Theater, a newly created title, with formal strategic authority over the Northern campaign and day-to-day operational authority transferred to a committee of senior commanders reporting jointly to Kai Doan and the prince's court. The ministers who had been confused by Wei Changkong's briefing found this proposal straightforward. They approved it in the consultation hour without the prince's presence. Wei Changkong heard the proposal's text from Liang Suyin, who had been in a position to receive the consultation summary approximately 4 minutes after the consultation ended. He read the text once. He calculated the implications in the time it took him to walk from the briefing chamber to the prince's private study. The court approved Kai Douwen's proposal, he said, when the prince received him. Yes. The prince had the look of someone who had known this was coming and had not found a way to prevent it. If you ratify it, Wei Changkong said, I resign my command tonight. He said it without emotion, without threat, with the specific flatness of a man reporting an operational constraint. Not as a counterproposal, as a consequence of the arithmetic. My effectiveness as a field commander is not separable from field authority. A ceremonial command is a different role. I am not the correct person for that role. The prince looked at him. For the first time in Wei Changkong's experience with him, the prince was not certain what Wei Changkong would do next. The calculus registered the uncertainty as a shift in the prince's threat assessment. He had been treating Wei Changkong as a manageable asset. Now he was treating him as an independent variable. Independent variables required a different calculation. I will not ratify the proposal tonight, the prince said finally. I recommend not ratifying it at all, Wei Changkong said. But tonight is sufficient. I will be at Redstone by the end of the week. The briefing room, which had been arranged by court staff for the optimal visual impression rather than the optimal informational transfer, had the particular frustration of a space where the presentation equipment was designed for performance rather than analysis. A large decorative map that was 3 years out of date, no flat working surface at presentation height, and lighting that was excellent for the presenter's face and poor for the documents the presenter was presenting from. Wei Changkong had worked around all of this without commenting on it, because commenting on it would have been the kind of friction that consumed political goodwill without producing strategic benefit. Hook. He departed before Kai Douen could request a private meeting, which the calculus had projected as a 91% probability event within the next 2 hours, and which he had calculated would produce no useful outcome and would require him to either deceive Kai Douen or give him information that would be used against Wei Changkong's position in the next court cycle. Chapter 33. The prince did not ratify the proposal. He did not reject it either. He held it. Holding was a political maneuver. It prevented Kai Douen from claiming a definitive outcome while preserving the prince's option to ratify at a future moment when the political cost of not ratifying was higher than the operational cost of ratifying. Wei Changkong recognized the calculation immediately and noted it in the calculus as evidence that the prince's political intelligence was, in its own domain, comparable to Wei Changkong's operational intelligence. The calculus updated the prince's loyalty coefficient, 61%, previously declining, now holding at 61%. The stabilizing variable had been Wei Changkong's resignation threat. He had introduced the variable, and it had produced the desired short-term effect. The problem was that a stabilizing variable introduced through threat was a variable with a shelf life. The threat's stabilizing effect degraded over time as the prince's model adjusted to include Wei Changkong's demonstrated willingness to threaten. He had bought time, not structure. He told Kong Wulin this when the Reform faction's leader met him in the corridor before departure. Kong Wulin, now 63, had the particular look of a man who had been navigating the court's politics since Wei Changkong was in field school and was constitutionally unable to be surprised by any specific political development, only by the general fact that political development continued to occur. You're building your own army within the prince's army, Kong Wulin said. Not an accusation. An observation. Yes, Wei Changkong confirmed. The supply restructuring was the first visible move in that direction. The border-garrison relationship building was the second. Kong Wulin walked beside him toward the exit passage. You know I track these things. I know. I'm not going to report it to anyone whose response would be actionable. Kong Wulin paused at a corridor junction. I'm going to tell you instead. The ministers who saw it. Not Kai Douen, who is politically motivated, but the ones who read it as institutional behavior. They're afraid of you for the right reasons. I know that too. Then tell me, Kong Wulin said, whether the version of this that ends well for the court includes the court. Wei Changkong looked at him. He ran the calculation. It depends on the court, he said. The supply restructuring that Wei Changkong had been running for 8 weeks was 73% complete before the court visit had begun. By the time the court visit ended, he had quietly advanced it to 81% through communications routed through Liang Suin's logistics network while he and Liang Suin were at the capital. He had not announced this advancement to anyone. The advancement was structural rather than symbolic, invisible until it mattered, which was the kind of preparation he preferred. The border-garrison relationships were a slower development, but also the more durable one. A supply line could be cut. A network of commanders who had eaten from his mess and reviewed his casualty mathematics together was more resilient. It was not, he reflected, exactly the same as loyalty. It was the structural equivalent of loyalty, the kind of alignment that produced the same behavior as loyalty without requiring the emotional architecture. He was becoming increasingly uncertain whether those two things were actually different. Hook. Kong Wulian held his gaze for a moment, then nodded slowly, not in agreement, but in the specific acknowledgement of a man who has received an accurate answer to a question he was not entirely sure he wanted answered. Chapter 34. The secondary campaign was a bandit operation. 3 reformed coalitions had reconstituted from the remnants of the Thornback suppression, not along tribal lines, which the Thornback Treaty had addressed, but along economic lines. Practitioners and common soldiers who had been displaced from their previous employment by the treaty's implementation, who had organized quickly because they had the organizational skills of former fighters and the desperate arithmetic of people who needed income and had one available skill set. This was not the kind of problem that the calculus found interesting. It was the kind of problem that Liang Suin's logistics management could handle efficiently through a standard counter-raiding operation. 3 engagements, 14 days. Minimal casualties on Wei Changkong's side, because the opposition's combat capability was considerably below their organizational capability. The calculus found it interesting for a different reason. The 3 coalitions were being supplied, not from within the corridor, from outside it, through a procurement chain that passed through 3 intermediaries and terminated at a supply depot that, on paper, was conducting legitimate agricultural equipment trade. The chain was designed to be obscure. It was not designed to be obscure to the calculus's Tier 3 analysis, which could read supply line inconsistencies at the regional logistics level and trace them backward. Wei Changkong traced it backward. The terminal point was not, as he had initially projected, the Empress Regent's administration or one of Huarinshan's subordinate commanders running an independent operation. The terminal point was within Prince Yin Beihua's court apparatus. Specifically, within General Kai Douwen's supply management authority. He ran the calculation 3 times. He confirmed it each time. During the counter-raiding operation's second engagement, a young man at a way station provided accurate intelligence on the 3rd Coalition's positioning without being asked for it. He knew the position because he was traveling the same route, he explained, and had counted the signs of an organized encampment without understanding why it was relevant to the military operation he had observed passing through. He gave his name as a traveling scholar. Wei Changkong noted the specific quality of his observation, the kind of accuracy that came from a trained analytical framework, not casual observation. The counter-raiding operation resolved with 14 days and minimal casualties, as projected. The 3 reformed coalitions dissolved when their supply chain was severed. Wei Changkong had made no attempt to capture their leadership, because capturing leadership produced prisoners requiring administrative processing and trials and political complications that were not worth the operational cost. He had simply removed the economic foundation and waited for the organizational structure to follow. It had. The calculus rating on the operation. Tier 3 optimal outcome. The rating felt less satisfying than it had 2 years ago, which was itself a data point he filed without yet understanding its full implications. Hook. He filed the scholar's name, Shun Jiu, and the intelligence he had provided, and spent the counter-raiding operation's 3rd engagement running calculations about what a traveling scholar with that quality of intelligence observation was actually doing on that specific route at that specific time. Chapter 35. He presented the evidence against Kai Dowen to exactly one person. Liang Suin reviewed the supply chain analysis, the procurement trace, and the terminal point confirmation over the course of a morning. She was thorough in a way that Wei Changkong had stopped needing to prompt. Her review process had matched his own analytical standards within the first 6 months of her work in his command structure, and he had adjusted to presenting her with complete data rather than summaries, because she would have requested the complete data anyway. It holds, she said when she finished. The chain is Kai Douwen's. The terminal point is in his authority window and not any of his direct subordinates' authority windows. She set the last document down. What's the presentation path? There isn't one. He moved the documents into the operational case file and filed the case file. I'm not presenting this. Liang Suin looked at him. Not to the prince. Not to Kong Wulian. Not to anyone. He turned to the operational planning that was the day's scheduled work. The corridor agreement is currently in the process of normalization. The prince is holding the ceremonial command proposal without ratifying or rejecting it. The reform faction's court position is stable. Introducing this evidence now disrupts all 3 of those equilibria simultaneously at a moment when none of them are strong enough to absorb the disruption. He placed the first marker on the day's operational map. I will introduce it when it is strategically useful, which is not now. And Kai Dowen knows he's been caught. He will know the operation was neutralized without consequence for him. He will calculate that I have the evidence. That calculation will modify his behavior toward me in a way that is more constrained and more useful than his current behavior. He paused. He was a political threat operating through institutional channels. He is now a contained threat with a leash around his neck. That is a better outcome than destroying him publicly at the current moment. Liang Suyin was quiet for a moment. She was organizing the supply confirmation documents for the afternoon briefing. You're collecting leverage, she said. Not intelligence. Leverage. Intelligence is leverage stored for future use, Wei Changkong said. All intelligence is potential leverage. The only distinction is timing. She looked at him for a moment. Do you apply that framework to the people in your command structure as well? She asked. Kai Douwen, he was certain, had spent the past week since his operation was neutralized constructing a new strategy. The old leverage, the supply chain operation, was gone. The evidence was in Wei Changkong's files. The new strategy would be different, and it would come through channels that Kai Douwen had not yet used, which meant Wei Changkong would need to update his assessment of which channels were at risk. He had 3 probable approaches modeled. He was running them against each other to identify which one Kai Douwen's profile most strongly predicted. The work of containing a threat without eliminating it was significantly more complex than the work of eliminating it. This was the cost of the timing calculation. He accepted the cost. He did not pretend it was not there. Hook, he said, I apply the calculus uniformly, and turned back to the operational map, and the answer was accurate and also did not fully address what she was asking. And he knew that, and she knew that, and neither of them pursued it further because the afternoon briefing needed preparation, and that was the work that was in front of them. Chapter 36 Old Iron Wrist Deng's injury was a campaign injury from Fort Crescent's defensive period that had not been treated with the specific attention it required, while the operational tempo made comprehensive treatment difficult. It was not life-threatening. It was, however, the kind of long-course damage to a shoulder joint and the surrounding cultivated meridians that, left unaddressed beyond a specific threshold, produced a permanent reduction in combat effectiveness. He had passed that threshold. Wei Changkong determined this through Mei Xiaoyan's medical assessment. She had been tracking Deng's condition for 3 months, each assessment flagging the deterioration in terms that were clinical and specific and non-negotiable. The old general was no longer field-capable at the operational tempo the next phase required. Wei Changkong reassigned him to Fort Crescent, the safest position in the command structure, the one whose garrison function required the specific experience Deng had built over 4 decades rather than the physical capability the deterioration had reduced. It was a correct reassignment. It was also the most expensive reassignment Wei Changkong had made in his command tenure, in a currency the calculus did not fully measure. Deng accepted it. He accepted it with the quiet dignity of a man who has served for 40 years and knows the difference between being protected and being set aside, and who is making a deliberate choice to receive this particular action as the former rather than the latter because the former is survivable with his sense of himself intact, and the latter is not. I know what you're doing, he said when Wei Changkong gave him the assignment. You're not protecting me. You're removing the variable. Both can be true at the same time, Wei Changkong said. Deng looked at him steadily. He was 62, and his face showed the specific quality of a man who had been watching Wei Changkong operate since before the system activated and had developed a particular kind of resigned respect for the person Wei Changkong was becoming. Your father said something similar once, he said, about a choice he made regarding a subordinate commander he sent to the front while keeping a more vulnerable officer in reserve. He told me, both decisions are correct. That doesn't mean neither of them cost me anything. He picked up his kit. He didn't mean it as comfort. He meant it as a record. I know, Wei Changkong said. Deng walked to the door. He paused there. Fort Crescent is where you started, he said. It's a reasonable place for me to finish. He did not look back. Wei Changkong stood at the command post's map table after Deng left and ran the calculus on the reassignment. It confirmed what he had known before he gave the order. Strategically sound, personally expensive, no alternative that produced better outcomes. He had been telling himself that both things could be true at the same time for 3 years. He was becoming better at the first part and no better at the second. Mei Xiaoyan had conducted the final assessment of Deng's shoulder that morning. She had given Wei Changkong the report in clinical terms: joint mobility range, meridian compromise percentage, recovery ceiling given current treatment options, and then she had said, he knows. And then she had returned to the field hospital without further commentary, because she was a person who gave people credit for knowing things about themselves and did not need to editorialize. Wei Changkong had known that Deng knew. He had known that Deng had known for 3 months. The reassignment had been delayed not because he was uncertain about the decision, but because he had been unable to find a way to make the decision that didn't confirm Deng's model of how Wei Changkong made decisions. He had not found one. He had made the decision anyway, because the alternative, keeping Deng in field command past his effective capacity out of reluctance to confirm the model, was a decision that prioritized his own discomfort over operational reality. Both things were true. The decision was correct. The decision cost something. Hook. He thought about what Deng had said about his father. That Wei Changkong had made the same distinction between correctness and cost, and recognized, with the uncomfortable clarity that the calculus produced when turned inward, that he had been using his father's execution as the founding justification for every sacrifice the calculus endorsed, and that justification was load-bearing in ways he had not previously examined. Chapter 37 The Stone General Realm Breakthrough came during a thunderstorm in a forward observation post that had no shelter from the weather. Wei Changkong was in the post because the Knight's operational intelligence required direct assessment. A Thornback Treaty faction was testing the corridor boundary at a point that the maps described as defensible and the calculus described as complicated, and he needed the specific quality of spatial information that came from being physically present at the complication rather than receiving a report about it. He had been in the post for 2 hours when the storm arrived. He had stayed because leaving would have required moving through terrain that was currently active, and moving through active terrain in a storm at night was a worse operational decision than staying in a shelter-free observation post through the storm. The breakthrough recognized this calculus, or produced it. He was never certain, in any breakthrough, whether the cultivation advancement triggered the clear thinking or the clear thinking triggered the advancement. What he was certain of was that his general's constitution solidified in the post's second hour, during the storm's peak intensity, and when it solidified the change was not subtle. He felt his presence become weighted in a way that was perceptible to every cultivator within his radius. A gravitational quality that was not threatening but was authoritative in the specific way that authority was when it was produced by genuine capacity rather than institutional position. The Tier 3 calculus activated simultaneously. He had been running at Tier 2, squad logic expanding to unit assessment, capable of wargaming 3 moves ahead. Tier 3 was theater level. He could model entire campaign logistics, project supply line collapse months in advance, read the shape of a conflict 2 seasons before its visible dynamics would reveal it. He spent the storm's remaining hour simply looking at the Tier 3 overlay. It was like having been reading individual words and suddenly being able to read entire paragraphs. The theater was visible. Every major faction's supply constraints, every political relationship that was load-bearing in the regional architecture, every military force's actual capability versus their communicated capability. He saw the Empress Regent's northern strategy as a coherent picture for the first time. Not the document Shinjiu would eventually bring him, but the shape of the strategy, visible in the logistics and political relationships that produced it. He saw Liang Suyin. Not in person, she was at Redstone, 3 days east. He saw her in the calculus's political network assessment, a communication thread running between her documented contacts and an administrative node in the Empress Regent's court apparatus. Recent, regular, encrypted, but the encryption format was one the calculus had seen before in the Jade Throne Intelligence Bureau's operational correspondence. The general's constitution change was also visible in combat. In the first engagement following the breakthrough, a domain lord-level cultivator from a Thornback faction that had not yet accepted the treaty terms entered the engagement, and Wei Changkong watched the enemy commander hesitate at a range of 40 meters. Not tactical hesitation. The specific pause of a cultivator whose instincts were registering a threat level their assessment framework had not prepared them for. The hesitation cost the enemy commander 2 seconds. Those 2 seconds changed the engagement's opening dynamic entirely. He noted this as a variable and moved on. The cultivation advancement was a resource like any other resource, useful in specific contexts, to be deployed when the deployment cost was less than the deployment value. He did not let himself think of it as identity. Identity was a fixed variable and fixed variables were operational liabilities. Hook. He confirmed the observation 3 times before accepting it, because the calculus's Tier 3 accuracy was not infallible and because Liang Suyin's loyalty coefficient was 77% and the communication thread's existence, if real, required either a significant data revision or a nuanced explanation that the surface reading did not yet provide. Chapter 38 He did not confront Liang Suyin. He traced the communication thread over 3 weeks, not through active surveillance, which would have required either her knowing about it or her not knowing and the specific cost of operating covert surveillance within his own command structure, but through the Tier 3 calculus's capacity to read supply line and communication patterns at the regional level and identify anomalies against baseline. The thread's content, when he had enough of the pattern to model it, was not operational intelligence. It was personal correspondence. Liang Suin had family in a territory that had come under the Empress Regent's direct administrative control 2 years prior. Parents, an older brother with a trade business, a younger sister who had recently married into a family with court connections at the lower levels. The communication was infrequent and not encrypted at the level that professional intelligence correspondence would require. It was a woman writing to her family in a politically sensitive territory and using a secure channel, because the alternative was using an unsecured channel that would expose her family to administrative scrutiny. The calculus's assessment, not a threat. A future leverage point for someone with more complete information than Wei Changkong currently held. The Empress Regent's apparatus would eventually notice the channel and, when it became useful to their operations, would approach Liang Suin with an offer or a pressure mechanism that used the family relationship as the point of contact. He updated Liang Suin's loyalty coefficient to 77%, unchanged from before, because the communication thread did not change the underlying loyalty assessment. It changed the threat model for how someone else might try to alter that loyalty in the future. He took no action. He told her nothing. That evening, she appeared at the command post while he was finalizing the next phase's supply projections. She had the particular quality of someone who has been thinking about whether to say something for a while and has decided to say it. "Should I be worried about anything?" she asked. He looked at her. He ran the calculus on the question itself. The timing, the specific phrasing, what it was most likely to mean. The distribution was 30% she had noticed something that suggested surveillance of her correspondence. 40% she had noticed the communication thread's risk and was seeking reassurance. 30% she was asking a general question prompted by the operational tension of the current phase. "Not yet," he said. It was accurate in all 3 scenarios. She held his gaze for a moment. She nodded and returned to her workstation. He ran the calculus on the exchange after she left. The calculation that came back was not about the communication thread's content. It was about the fact that Liang Suin had asked the question at all, that she had noticed something, that she had decided to name the noticing rather than pretending she had not noticed, that she had done this in a way that was neither accusatory nor evasive. The calculus did not have a category for this behavior. It had categories for loyalty, compliance, threat, and usefulness. It did not have a category for the specific behavior of a person who had decided that the relationship required honesty, even when the honesty might produce a response they could not predict. He thought about that gap in the calculus's category system for several days afterward without resolving it. Hook. He was aware that, "not yet," was a response that answered the literal question while not addressing any of its 3 probable meanings, and that a person who trusted him enough to ask the question deserved a more complete answer than that, and that the more complete answer was one he was not yet ready to give because it required disclosing a level of surveillance that would change the relationship's operational parameters in ways he had not fully calculated. Chapter 39. Shinjiu presented himself formally at the command post on a morning when Wei Changkong was reviewing the Empress Regent's latest troop movement reports. The same anonymous source from the counter-raiding operation, now standing in the command post's entrance with the specific quality of someone who has been deciding to take a significant action for a long time and has finally arrived at the moment. He was 24, slight, with the cultivator's natural projection of someone at the river current stage who had spent that river current stage primarily in intelligence work rather than combat. The specific quality of a practitioner whose spiritual sensitivity was sharp in the analytical directions and comparatively undeveloped in the confrontational ones. He was not trying to appear more impressive than he was, which immediately distinguished him from most people who came to Wei Changkong's command post with something to offer. "Shinjiu," Wei Changkong said. "Jade Throne Intelligence Bureau. You've been on the Bureau's payroll for 3 years. You provided intelligence at the Wei Station during the 3rd counter-raiding engagement without being asked. You are currently in this territory without a mission authorization from your Bureau, which means you have either deserted or you are conducting an unauthorized independent operation. I assessed the probability of defection at 62% when I filed your name 4 months ago." Shinjiu looked at him without significant visible reaction. "The probability was accurate," he said. "Why?" "Because the Bureau's current operational direction requires me to act against interests I believe are correct." He did not frame this as a moral appeal. He stated it as a calculation. The Empress Regent's northern strategy, which I have detailed knowledge of, requires the permanent destabilization of the northern corridor. I have concluded this is wrong on the merits. Not because I am loyal to you or to the prince or to any alternative political structure. Because the analysis is incorrect. He set a document case on the command post's outer table. I brought the strategy document as evidence of my position, not as a bargaining chip. If the document isn't sufficient to justify my presence here, I will accept whatever you decide is appropriate. Wei Changkong looked at the document case. He ran the calculus, 74% loyal, the highest defector score he had processed. The 26% disloyalty residual was not malice. It was the residual complexity of a man who had been serving an opposing organization and could not be fully recalculated in a single encounter. You can use the Eastern workstation, he said. I'll have your operational parameters defined by tomorrow. Hook. He opened the document case and began reading the Empress Regent's Northern strategy. And what he read over the following 3 hours was not what he had expected from the intelligence framework he had been building. It was better constructed, more accurately argued, and more precisely calibrated to the long-term costs of Wei Changkong's own campaign than anything he had projected a hostile intelligence operation would produce. Chapter 40 The Empress Regent's Northern Strategy was not a villain's document. Wei Changkong had been expecting it to be. He had been expecting the document of a ruler trying to maintain power through strategic suppression, a self-interested preservation of status quo, the kind of strategic thinking that could be characterized as conservative and dismissed on those grounds. He had built his internal model of xie tongmei around that expectation, which was itself a data failure he cataloged when the actual document proved the expectation wrong. The document was the work of someone who had looked at Wei Changkong's campaigns from the outside and correctly identified where they were leading, not to stable northern consolidation, to a sustained multi-front conflict that would produce 3 generations of border instability after the initial objectives were achieved, depleting the region's cultivation base and economic foundation in exchange for territorial gains that the region's governance capacity could not absorb without the kind of administrative infrastructure that was not currently being built. The document's analysis was mathematically accurate. He ran the calculus against it, and the calculus agreed with the core projections. She was trying to stop something that was actually going to happen. He set the document down. He looked across the command post. Liang Suyin at her station, building supply projections. Zhu Guang and 2 corps commanders reviewing cavalry doctrine. Mei Xiaoyan in the adjacent room, updating the field hospital's casualty records. Shen Jiyu at the Eastern workstation, beginning his orientation materials. These were the people he had assembled through 3 years of calculation. They were here because of precise decisions about who was useful, who was reliable, who had the specific capability the operation required. The calculus had rated each of them, and he had acted on the ratings. He looked at Mei Xiaoyan through the open door. She was writing names in her journal. He closed the Empress Regent's strategy document. He sat with what he had read for several minutes before he allowed himself to move. The experience of finding an opponent's analysis correct was not new. He had found Huo Rinshan's military analysis correct on multiple occasions, and Marshal Huo was an antagonist. He had found Kong Wulin's political analysis correct on multiple occasions, and Kong Wulin was an ally. Finding an analysis correct did not require agreeing with all its conclusions, and finding conclusions incorrect did not require finding the analysis behind them incorrect. Xie Tongmei's analysis was correct. Her conclusions, that the northern campaigns should stop, that the corridor should be permanently neutralized, that the long-term cost of Wei Changkong's trajectory was higher than its benefit, were conclusions he could not fully agree with because they required accepting that a 3-generation stabilization outcome was not achievable, and he had not yet run the calculus on the 3-generation timeline at Tier 3 resolution. He had not run it because the data required was not yet available. He needed to run that calculation before he could determine whether she was right. He looked at the map table. We're going to need a larger table, he said. Zhu Guang looked up. For what? For a problem that is larger than the one we've been solving. He moved to the map and placed a new marker, not in the northern corridor, not in the Thornback Treaty Zone, but in the capital, the Jade Throne Empire's administrative center, the Empress Regent's seat. We've been solving the right problem at the wrong scale. Hook. He opened his campaign journal and wrote, The Empress Regent is not wrong about where this leads. She is wrong about whether that destination is avoidable. The question I haven't calculated yet is whether she and I can be wrong in complementary directions at the same time, and if so, what that calculation produces. Chapter 41 6 months was enough time for the Northern Corridor to stop feeling provisional. Wei Changkong's field army now comprised 3 corps, the consolidated northern forces the prince had given him after the War Council, expanded by the Crescent Plain aftermath and the Corridor Agreement's operational normalization. Supply lines ran from the corridor's garrison points to the capital and back with the specific efficiency that Liang Suyin's restructuring produced. Not the false smoothness of a system that hid its friction, but the genuine smoothness of a system that had identified every friction point and addressed each one in order of operational priority. Intelligence coverage, since Shen Jiyu's formal incorporation into Wei Changkong's command apparatus, had expanded from the immediate theater to a network that reached into 3 neighboring political territories and the Empress Regent's outer administrative ring. Zhu Guang had spent 5 months turning new cavalry into cavalry that deserved the name. The result was visible in the morning formations. Riders who moved as units rather than as collections of individual horse soldiers, who executed changes of formation with the smooth decisiveness that came from repetition rather than instruction. He had done this without Wei Changkong asking him to, which was the kind of initiative the calculus rated as a loyalty multiplier rather than just a command competency. The warrant arrived at dawn. It came through official channels, delivered by a pale tribunal courier who had traveled the approach road in the night, who handed it to the sentry captain and requested a signed receipt, who declined food and water and departed before Wei Changkong's morning briefing had finished. The sentry captain delivered it with the careful neutrality of a man who had recognized the tribunal seal and understood that his response to the document's arrival would itself be recorded. Wei Changkong read it twice. The language was precise in a way that military warrants were rarely precise. The Pale Tribunal had centuries of institutional practice in the production of legally airtight documentation. The designation was clear. Wei Changkong of the Northern Theater was hereby named a tribunal quarry under Article 14 of the Celestial Compact Soldiers' Covenant, on the grounds that his field command practice constituted willful positioning of soldiers in predicted casualty roles without their informed consent, in violation of the Covenant's prohibition on the willful waste of soldiers' lives. The quarry designation meant that any cultivator who brought Wei Changkong to tribunal custody was entitled to claim his current assets, his command structure, his supply network, his political connections, the land grants that came with his imperial commission. The designation was not an arrest order. It was an incentive structure. Every ambitious cultivator within 3 provinces now had a financially compelling reason to treat Wei Changkong as a target. Arbiter Xu Wan's signature was at the bottom. He read the signature once, calculated the decision chain that had produced it, the tribunal's internal process, the threshold of evidence required for a quarry designation, the specific campaign records the tribunal would have used to support the designation, and filed his assessment. Then he called the morning briefing to reconvene at the command tent rather than the map room, which was a spatial signal that the day's work was operational rather than administrative. His command staff arrived and stood at the map table. Liang Suyin, who had seen the courier arrive and had run preliminary calculations before hearing the document's content, had the particular stillness of someone who had already modeled a range of possible outcomes and was waiting to see which range was applicable. Zhu Guang stood with the squared shoulder posture of a man preparing to receive an operational problem. Shen Jiu, who had been with Wei Changkong's command apparatus for 6 weeks and had spent much of that time recalibrating his assessment of what Wei Changkong was actually doing here, was watching with the specific attention of someone who was still updating their model. Wei Changkong read the warrant aloud, without editorial commentary, at the same pace and tone in which he would have read a supply report. When he finished, the silence in the tent was the silence of people calculating at their individual speeds. Liang Suyin's face had gone still in a way that Wei Changkong recognized as her operational response mode. She felt things before she processed them, which was a quality the calculus rated as an emotional authenticity marker rather than a liability, because her subsequent processing was thorough enough to produce sound judgment from the genuine response rather than a managed one. Zhu Guang said, "That's going to complicate recruitment." It was exactly the right thing to say. Not because it was a comprehensive assessment of the problem. It wasn't. But because it was true, it was operational, and it moved the conversation from the space of reaction into the space of response. Wei Changkong noted the quality of this and added it to his assessment of Zhu Guang's command value. Only the short-sighted ones, Wei Changkong said. A quarry designation is a revenue opportunity for anyone with access to me and the capability to act on that access. The commanders who remain affiliated after this are the ones for whom the long-term value of the affiliation exceeds the short-term value of the tribunal payout. I have been selecting for that quality in my garrison relationships for 2 years. We will see what the selection produced. He turned to Liang Suyin. Run the logistics. She began immediately, which was one of the qualities that made her indispensable and which Wei Changkong had been careful not to tell her was indispensable, because indispensability was a negotiating position and he did not want their working relationship to become a negotiation. The morning's operational work was not, in fact, the warrant. The morning's operational work was the supply audit Zhu Guang's eastern position had requested and the intelligence summary Shen Jiu had prepared on the Empress Regent's administrative movements along the southern corridor boundary. The warrant was a new problem. The existing problems did not stop being problems because a new one had arrived. He had learned this early, and it remained consistently true. He addressed the warrant when the existing work was complete. Hook, Shen Jiu, who had been reviewing the warrant text quietly during the supply audit, looked up when Wei Changkong turned to the problem of the quarry designation and said, "3 of your affiliated garrison commanders have been contacted by the tribunal. The contact protocol they used is the one the tribunal applies to potential intelligence sources, not potential arrest collaborators. They have been offering information compensation, not participation compensation." He paused. They are building a picture before they build a case. Chapter 42. The Pale Tribunal was not a political faction. Wei Changkong had understood this intellectually since his first awareness of the institution as a named entity in his calculus. He understood it practically, at the level where understanding became decision support. As he worked through the institutional documentation Xianxia had brought from his bureau tenure, which included the tribunal's operational history, their organizational structure, their enforcement record across 3 centuries. They were not political because they had no territory, no economic interests, no succession pressures. Every institution that Wei Changkong had dealt with thus far had at least one of those 3, which meant that every institution had at least one point at which its stated purposes diverged from its operational behavior. The tribunal had been designed, deliberately, by the Celestial Compact's founders, to eliminate those divergence points. Their cultivators were recruited at the heaven-marked stage on the condition that they severed all territorial and financial ties to their origin factions. Their operating budget came from a compact-level endowment that no individual faction controlled. Their succession was internal, based on demonstrated judicial competence. They could not be bribed. They could not be threatened through economic channels. They could not be leveraged through their institutional relationships because their institutional relationships had been structurally isolated from that leverage. What they could be done was argued with. They have a single vulnerability, Wei Changkong told his command staff during the afternoon's problem assessment session. He had reorganized the session's purpose once the morning operational work was complete, not to manage the reaction to the warrant, but to assess its tactical structure in the same way they would assess an enemy's defensive formation. Their authority rests entirely on the argument that their judgment is superior to individual commanders' operational judgment. If that argument can be challenged with specific counter-evidence, their institutional framework requires them to respond to the challenge. "You're going to argue with the tribunal," Zhu Guang said. "Not skepticism, confirmation. I'm going to request a tribunal inquest. It is the single legitimate appeal route available within their compact framework." Wei Changkong indicated the section of the compact documentation Xianxia had found. The inquest provision requires the tribunal to convene a 3-arbiter panel to hear a full operational review. The quarry designation is suspended during the inquest. If I win the inquest, the designation is lifted permanently. If I lose, I am subject to immediate custody. The last man who challenged a tribunal designation, Xianxia said carefully, lost and was executed on the spot. I am aware. Wei Changkong moved the compact documentation to the active case file. The quarry designation as it stands creates an open-ended incentive structure against me. Every ambitious cultivator in 3 provinces with capability and access has a financial reason to act against my command. The inquest converts an open-ended threat into a bounded one. I face 3 specific arbiters at a specific time. The bounded problem is strategically preferable to the open-ended one. Xianxia nodded slowly, doing the math. Liang Suyin had been doing the math since before Wei Changkong finished the sentence. Her supply logistics were already being adjusted, quietly rerouting certain assets through secondary channels, establishing distribution nodes that were not dependent on Wei Changkong's direct command authorization, building the resilience that a quarry designation required without advertising the fact that she was building it. This was the specific quality that made her indispensable and that he had not told her was indispensable. The 3 garrison commanders who had been contacted by the tribunal, he reviewed their profiles. 2 of them he rated as reliable. They had been in the Northern Garrison network for 4 years. They had eaten from his mess during campaign operations. They had received his casualty mathematics directly and had asked the questions that competent officers asked rather than the questions that politically managed officers asked. The third was one he had rated cautiously for 6 months, a commander named Xiao Balin whose loyalty coefficient had held at 67% across 3 operational cycles without movement in either direction. 67% was not a number Wei Changkong trusted for the role the Northern Garrison positions played in his operational architecture. He updated Xiao Balin's assessment and began planning for the possibility that the tribunal had already turned that position. Hook, Xianxia, who had been reading through the tribunal's institutional history with the specific focus of someone who had spent 6 years in an intelligence bureau and knew how to find the gap between an institution's stated function and its operational practice, said, "The tribunal's 3 garrison informants. The contact was made 8 days ago, before the warrant was issued. They built their evidentiary base before they sent the designation. The designation is not the beginning of their operation against you. It is an intermediate step and one that has been running for weeks. Chapter 43 Shun Jiu's intelligence value had been theoretical until the quarry designation made it practical. He had come to Wei Changkong's command with a bureau background, trained in information acquisition, source management, the specific tradecraft of building an intelligence network from relationships rather than surveillance. His theoretical value was the intelligence he brought about the Empress Regent's operations and the Jade Mirror Order's early movements. His practical value, which the tribunal designation had now made visible, was something different. He knew the Pale Tribunal's operational protocols from the inside. I was with the Bureau for 6 years, he told Wei Changkong during the debrief Wei Changkong ran the following morning, just the two of them, without the full command staff present, because the full command staff did not need every detail, and some details were more useful when fewer people held them. The Bureau's relationship with the tribunal was functionally cooperative. We shared intelligence when we had common interests, which was more often than you might expect. I attended 3 joint operations. I reviewed the tribunal's standard enforcement documentation. He paused. Their internal procedures are more constrained than their reputation suggests. The quarry designation is aggressive. What the inquest provision allows is more flexible. Explain the inquest's operational constraints, Wei Changkong said. The panel must convene at neutral ground, a compact designated site outside any faction's political jurisdiction. You choose which neutral ground. The Stillwater Plateau is the nearest one to the Northern Theater. The panel must consist of 3 arbiters, none of whom had material involvement in the original designation. Xu Wan designated you. She can still sit the panel, because the arbiter who designates is typically the lead arbiter at the inquest. The compact's logic is that the designating arbiter's institutional knowledge of the case is necessary for a complete review. The other 2 arbiters are drawn from the tribunal's active panel roster. How do they select the other 2? Rotation with conflict of interest exclusions. You can object to an arbiter selection before the panel convenes, but only on demonstrated conflict grounds, prior relationship with you, prior documented bias, prior stated position on the specific question of law. Xinjiu checked his notes. You are unlikely to get useful exclusions on those grounds. The tribunal's selection process is specifically designed to frustrate partisan challenges. I'm not planning to challenge the panel selection, Wei Changkong said. I'm planning to win the argument in front of whatever panel they appoint. Xinjiu looked at him for a moment. This was one of the things that Wei Changkong had noticed about Xinjiu. He processed Wei Changkong's assessments with a visible recalibration lag, because his model of what Wei Changkong was doing updated more slowly than Wei Changkong's statements. The argument I'm planning, Wei Changkong said, is not a denial. It is a philosophical reframing of what the Soldiers' Covenant actually protects. The tribunal's designation assumes that the Covenant's prohibition on willful waste applies to my method. My argument will be that my method is the opposite of waste. It is precision. The Covenant prohibits what I have been minimizing. No one has argued that successfully before, Xinjiu said. No one had the Crescent Plain campaign data before, Wei Changkong said. The tribunal's evidentiary base is my methods. My evidentiary base is the same methods compared against every alternative I calculated and discarded. The comparison is the argument. He looked at the operational map. Request the inquest. Request Stillwater Plateau. I need 12 days of preparation time. Hook. Xinjiu nodded, making the note, and then said quietly. The last man who lost an inquest. The tribunal executed him because his methods had produced an irreversible harm that the inquest's process couldn't undo. What you're facing is different. Your methods produced the results you said they would. That's the cleanest version of this problem I've seen in 6 years of watching the tribunal work. He paused. It is still a very difficult problem. Chapter 44 12 days. He allocated them methodically. 4 days to build the primary argument structure. 3 days to stress test it against every counter-argument he could construct from the tribunal's documented positions. 2 days to refine the evidentiary presentation. 2 days to run the complete argument with his command staff as adversarial reviewers. 1 day of silence before departure. The primary argument structure took 4 days because Wei Changkong would not write anything he did not believe, and what he believed about the Soldiers' Covenant was complicated. He believed the Covenant was doing legitimate work, that the prohibition on willful waste existed to prevent the specific pathology of commanders who treated soldiers as numerically interchangeable units without strategic value, who spent lives because it was easier than thinking, who produced casualties that were genuinely unnecessary because they had not done the analytical work to avoid them. He had seen that pathology in Bai Longxin's reports about the garrison commanders who had preceded him at Fort Crescent. Commanders who had been filing defensive engagements with 40% casualty rates that Wei Changkong's calculus showed should have been achievable at 12% with different positioning. He also believed that the Covenant's application to his method was wrong. Not wrong in a way that required challenging the Covenant, but wrong in a way that required clarifying what the Covenant actually prohibited, which the Covenant's drafters had not fully specified because they had not anticipated a commander who did his casualty calculations in advance. The distinction was between waste and necessary cost. Every military operation had necessary cost, a floor of casualties below which the operation's objectives could not be achieved given the tactical constraints in play. The Covenant did not and could not prohibit necessary cost. If it did, it prohibited military operations entirely, which was not its intent. What it prohibited was cost above the necessary floor. Casualties produced by avoidance of the analytical work required to find the floor by commanders who took the high casualty option because it was faster or simpler than the accurate option. His method found the floor. It then built the operation on the floor. The men on Fort Crescent's western wall were the floor. Not above it, at it. 11 deaths instead of the 19 that any of his alternative plans would have produced at minimum, instead of the 40+ that Bai Longxin's defensive engagement pattern had been producing per cycle. He wrote this over 4 days into a document that was simultaneously a legal brief, an operational analysis, and what Mei Xiaoyan, who read the completed draft on the afternoon of the 4th day, uninvited, because she had a practice of reading anything Wei Changkong left on the field desk when the tent was otherwise empty, described as the most honest thing he had ever shown her. That's because I cannot afford to lie in this particular context, he told her. She was sitting across the field desk from him, the document in both hands, reading the final section. She did not look up immediately. You argue the floor honestly. You present every alternative in its floor. You show your work. Yes. It's a very good argument. She set the document down. She looked at him directly. Can you afford to lie in other contexts? He should have answered that he applied the calculus uniformly, which was his standard response to questions about his information management practices and which was accurate in the most relevant sense. Instead, he found that the question sat with him in a way that questions normally did not sit. Most questions resolved immediately into assessments, which he then acted on. This question did not resolve. I don't lie in operational contexts, he said finally. I withhold information that is more tactically valuable as a contingency than as a disclosure. He met her eyes. Those are different practices. Are they? She said. Not a question. He picked up the document. He was going to continue the refinement work. He had 7 more days and a secondary argument to construct. Hook, she asked. When you calculated the Fort Crescent operation, did you know, before you gave the orders, that you would be able to defend every decision in that document if someone asked? He looked at the first page of the document. He said, yes, she said. Then you've been carrying this argument for 2 years. He said, I carry most arguments before I need them. She left him to his work, which was what she did when she had said the thing she came to say. Chapter 45. The warrant's effect on Wei Changkong's network was measurable. Liang Suyin measured it. She ran the supply contribution audit on the 3rd day after the warrant's arrival, cross-referencing the acknowledged contribution amounts with the actual transfer volumes that the logistics ledger recorded. 2 of Wei Changkong's regional allies, Lord Kuo of the Eastern Settlements and Commander Tao Bingwen of the secondary Eastern Garrison, had reduced their supply contributions while rerouting their formal acknowledgement paperwork through intermediaries. The route the paperwork took was designed to preserve the appearance of continued affiliation without creating a documented record that the tribunal could cite as active collaboration with a designated quarry. Wei Changkong reviewed Liang Suyin's audit when she presented it on the 4th morning. 15% effective logistics reduction, she said, concentrated in the Eastern supply chain. The rerouting adds 6 days to the Eastern Corps' resupply cycle. Can we absorb it? Yes. The restructuring from ARC 2 built the redundancy for exactly this kind of disruption. She closed the audit file. It will cost us on operational tempo in the Eastern Theater for the duration of the inquest process. 3 to 4 weeks. She paused. It won't break anything. Good. He looked at Lord Kuo's supply contribution file. He looked at Commander Tao Bingwen's file. He made no note about them. He had been managing the gap between people's stated loyalty and their operational loyalty for 3 years. This was the gap becoming visible rather than the gap appearing. I'm not going to contact them, he said. I'm not going to attempt to retain them through persuasion or additional incentive. He moved the files to a secondary category in the command structure review. If the inquest produces the outcome I'm planning, they will return when the designation is lifted. If it doesn't, They made the correct decision to distance themselves. Liang Suyin looked at the files for a moment. You've already deleted their entries from the active calculus, she said. Not a question, an observation based on watching Wei Changkong work for 2 years. Not deleted. Reclassified. He turned to the preparation work that was the day's scheduled task. When someone demonstrates that their affiliation is contingent on institutional protection rather than operational value, their calculus entry needs to reflect that contingency accurately. They are not unreliable. They are reliably conditional. That is a different category. She absorbed this. You're not angry about it. The calculus doesn't produce anger. It produces assessment. He spread the inquest preparation documents across the field desk. What I am is precise about what they are and what I can rely on them for in future operations. He looked up at her. Begin planning the inquest logistics. We depart for Stillwater Plateau in 8 days. She began the logistics planning. She was efficient in a way that came from understanding what he needed before he stated it, which was a quality he relied on and which he had not told her he relied on because he had been treating that reliance as a contingency rather than a relationship. He was aware, somewhere in the calculus's middle registers, that those were different things, and that the distinction was one he had been avoiding examining directly. The inquest preparation consumed the 8 days. He wrote and rewrote the argument. He presented it to Zhu Guang and Shun Jiu as adversarial reviewers. Zhu Guang came at it from the operational angle, testing every tactical claim against his field knowledge. Shun Jiu came at it from the institutional angle, finding the tribunal precedents that could be used against specific formulations, forcing refinements that produced a cleaner document. On the final evening before departure, Mei Xiaoyan brought him tea without being asked and sat across the desk from him while he reviewed the final argument text. Do you think you'll win? She asked. He read the document's concluding section. I think the argument is correct. Correct arguments don't always produce correct outcomes, but they produce correct outcomes more reliably than incorrect arguments. He set the document down. I've given myself the best possible version of the case. What the arbiters do with it is a variable I can't control. That sounds like you're at peace with losing, she said. It sounds like I've separated the quality of the argument from the outcome of the proceeding, he said. Those are related variables, not the same variable. He looked at her. I'm not at peace with losing. I've accounted for the cost if I lose. Hook. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, the journal entry you scratched out last week, the night of the 4th preparation day. I could see enough of the ink to read it before you crossed it out. He looked at her. She said, it said, if I lose this, it will be because I was not willing to be dishonest enough to win it. She held his gaze. I wanted you to know I read it. He said nothing. She left him to the final review. Chapter 46 Stillwater Plateau was above the tree line. The path to it from the northern theater required 3 days of travel, 1 day through the standard road network to the plateau's base, 2 days of altitude gain along a trail that was classified as accessible to cultivators of Jade Spine realm and above, which eliminated most of the population and all of the people who could not sustain their physical functions through elemental supplementation at the altitude where the oxygen thinned. The tribunal had chosen neutral ground sites with the specific intention of making them inconvenient to political interference. The sites were above, outside, and beyond the reach of the factions that might otherwise attempt to influence the proceedings. The inquest site itself was a stone hall built directly into the plateau's highest ridge, walls of naturally formed granite, roof of layered cultivation arrays that maintained breathable temperature and air quality without requiring the hall to be enclosed in a way that made it seem like a prison. The Hall of the Compact, the tribunal called it. It had been used for 300 years. The walls held the names of every inquest that had been conducted here, carved in the compact notation that Wei Changkong had been studying for 2 days. He arrived on the morning of the scheduled proceeding. Arbiter Shu Wan was already in the hall when Wei Changkong and his small delegation entered. She was not practicing or preparing. She was reading a document he did not recognize, sitting at the arbiter's table with the particular stillness of someone who had read the same material multiple times and was now reading it for the meaning rather than the content. She looked up when they entered. Her age was difficult to place. Heaven-marked cultivators aged differently than ordinary practitioners. The meridian refinement that accompanied that breakthrough level stabilized the body's deterioration in ways that produced an agelessness that was not youth, but was not visible age either. She could have been 40. She could have been 60. Her eyes had the specific quality of someone who had been making consequential judgments for a long time and had learned to maintain clarity about them rather than accumulating the defensive rationalizations that made consequential judgments easier to live with. The other 2 arbiters arrived 40 minutes later. Wei Changkong assessed them. One a former field commander who had made the tribunal transition at the World Piercer stage. which meant he had the operational background to understand the campaign mathematics. The other a scholar arbiter with no military history, which meant he would be working from the compact text and the precedent record. Neither had a conflict of interest basis for challenge. Wei Changkong had not expected to find one. The proceeding opened with the formal reading of the compact provisions under which the inquest was convened, a procedure that took 12 minutes and whose function was to establish the legal framework that all subsequent arguments would operate within. Wei Changkong used the 12 minutes to review his argument structure and confirm that he had not, in the travel time, found a formulation he preferred to his current one. He had not. Xu Wan presented the designations evidentiary base. She was exact. She presented the Fort Crescent campaign record, the Western Wall positioning, the casualty outcome, and the specific operational communications that established Wei Changkong's prior knowledge of the predicted casualty rate at the Western Wall's position. The presentation was complete, accurate, and required no embellishment because the facts as presented were sufficient to establish what she was establishing. When she finished, she looked at Wei Changkong and said, "Do you deny the sequence of events as I have described them?" Wei Changkong said, "I confirm it." Hook. The hall's silence had the quality of a stopped pendulum, not the end of motion, but the moment before its reversal. The two flanking arbiters were both looking at Wei Changkong with the specific attention of people who had expected a different answer and were recalibrating what the proceeding was going to consist of. Chapter 47. The argument he had been building for 12 days began as follows. The soldier's covenant, Wei Changkong said, prohibits the willful waste of soldiers' lives. I have confirmed that the 11 soldiers at Fort Crescent's western wall were positioned by my deliberate order in a location I knew would receive the enemy's primary assault force. I have confirmed that I knew their casualty probability at that position was significantly elevated above the casualty probability of other positions available in that defensive configuration. He paused. He let the confirmation sit. My argument is not that I did not make this decision. My argument is that this decision was not waste. Xu once said, proceed. Waste, in the Covenant's operational context, means expenditure without return, casualties produced by insufficient analysis, by avoidance of the work required to find the minimum necessary cost of an objective, by commanders who choose the high casualty option because it requires less thinking than the accurate option. He spread the campaign documentation on the presentation surface, not a rhetorical gesture, an evidentiary one. The documents were the argument. I will present the Fort Crescent operations alternative plans. All of them. I will present the casualty floor for each alternative. I will show you what the minimum necessary cost was across every viable plan I considered, and I will show you where the plan I executed placed against that minimum. He spent 40 minutes on the presentation. It was not a speech. It was an operational review, the kind of review that a thorough campaign historian would produce from the available records, with the exception that Wei Changkong had produced it himself, from the inside, with access to every calculation he had run in real time. The calculus probability assessments were presented as probability assessments, with their assumptions stated and their margins acknowledged. The alternative plans were presented as plans, with their tactical logic and their casualty projections derived from the same analytical framework that had produced the executed plan's projections. The minimum necessary cost of securing the Fort Crescent frontier objective, across every viable plan, ranged from 19 casualties at the low end to 63 at the high end. The executed plan's actual cost, 11. He presented this last number in the same tone and at the same pace as every other number. He then said, the men on the western wall are not above the floor. They are the floor. My decision was not to waste them. It was to find the position where their deployment produced the maximum protective effect for the objective at the minimum necessary cost. Waste would have been deploying them somewhere else, where their deaths produced less and required more. The former field commander on the arbiter panel, a man named Luo Weihan, had been leaning forward since the third document. He was doing the math independently. Wei Changkong could see it in his posture, the specific engagement of someone who had commanded at theater level and was running the alternative plans against his own operational experience. Xu Wan's expression during the presentation had been consistent, attentive, precise, not hostile, and not approving. When Wei Changkong finished, she said, you have argued that the soldier's covenant's prohibition on willful waste permits the deliberate positioning of soldiers in predicted casualty roles, provided the commander can demonstrate that the predicted cost is the minimum achievable cost of the objective. I have argued that the covenant was written to prevent commanders from being lazy with other people's lives, Wei Changkong said. The application of the prohibition to a commander who has demonstrably done the work to find the minimum achievable cost inverts the covenant's purpose. You have argued, Xu Wan said, her voice level, that a soldier's life has a price. Hook. He met her eyes across the arbiter's table and said, yes. Chapter 48. The hall was quiet. Not the quiet of a proceeding in recess. The quiet of a room in which a consequential exchange had just occurred and everyone present was processing it at their individual speed. The scholar arbiter was looking at his compact text. Luo Weihan was looking at the campaign documents. Shuwan was looking at Wei Changkong. You are not the first commander to make that argument, she said. You are the first one I have seen make it honestly. The argument is honest, or it is not the argument I want to make, Wei Changkong said. If the response to the tribunal's designation requires me to be dishonest about what I did and why, then I have conceded the tribunal's framing, that what I did requires dishonesty to defend. I don't concede that. Noted. She folded her hands on the table. I will tell you what my response to your argument is, and you will have time to answer it before we break for the day's recess. My response: you are correct that every commander assigns a price to every soldier's life by every decision they make. You are correct that the difference between commanders who do this well and commanders who do it badly is the quality of their analysis. You are correct that the Covenant's language can be read to support your framing. She paused. My response is not a denial of any of those things. It is a question of trajectory. She looked at him steadily. 2 centuries ago, a commander made the same argument you are making in a different context before a different tribunal panel. He won his inquest. He was allowed to continue commanding on the basis that his methods produced minimum cost outcomes. Over the following 20 years, his command structure became the most efficient military apparatus in the known world. Objectively, measurably, the casualty floors it produced were lower than any comparable force. She paused again. The apparatus then consumed its own nation. I am familiar with the historical precedent, Wei Changkong said. Then you understand that my concern is not with your arithmetic. Your arithmetic is correct. My concern is with your trajectory. A system that optimizes for minimum necessary sacrifice, applied without external constraint, produces a commander who is constitutionally unable to recognize a cost that is beyond calculation. She leaned forward slightly. Tell me where the line is, Commander. Tell me which deaths you should have prevented and which plan you recommend instead, and I will withdraw the designation today. He had prepared for this. He had prepared for this specifically. The precedent was in Xun Jiyu's tribunal historical brief, and Wei Changkong had spent 2 days of his preparation time on the counter-argument to the trajectory concern. The counter-argument was, I cannot draw the line you're asking me to draw, because the line is not a location on a map but a quality of process, and the quality of process I use is exactly the quality of process the Covenant requires. Minimum necessary cost, calculated honestly, alternatives assessed fully. He started to say this. He stopped. What stopped him was not the argument structure, which was sound. What stopped him was Xu Wan's expression, not hostile, not triumphant. The expression of someone who had asked a question they had been carrying for a long time and was genuinely waiting for an answer that was better than the ones they had been given. She was not testing him with a rhetorical trap. She was asking. He sat with the question. I cannot give you a specific list of deaths I should have prevented, he said finally, because any specific list I gave you would be derived from the same calculation that produced the decision I'm defending. I cannot use the tool to critique the tool. He looked at the compact text on the table. What I can tell you is that the concern you're describing, the commander who cannot recognize a cost that is beyond calculation, is a concern about what this method does to the person who uses it, not a concern about the method's mathematical soundness. Those are different problems. The Covenant addresses the method. You're asking about the person. Xu Wan was very still. Yes, she said. I am. Hook. He requested a 1-day suspension of proceedings, and the arbiters granted it after the Covenant's provision for such requests was confirmed. And in the silence after the ruling, Luo Weihan looked at Wei Changkong with the expression of a former field commander who had recognized something he had not expected to see here, which was a man who had just encountered the edge of his own system and had not tried to argue past it. Chapter 49. The contingent camped on the plateau's southern face, where the wind came from below and the temperature held manageable through the night. Xun Jiu organized the camp with the efficiency of someone who had traveled on operational security constraints before and knew how to establish a perimeter without making it look like a perimeter. Zhu Guang, who had insisted on accompanying Wei Changkong despite the fact that his field command function was not required at a legal proceeding, had put 2 soldiers at the camp's upwind approaches and then sat down by the fire without announcing what he had done. Wei Changkong sat outside the camp's main fire, a few meters from it, where the light reached but the warmth was reduced. He was not reviewing his argument. He was thinking about the argument's edge, which was the thing Xu Wan had found and which he had not been able to argue past because it was not a place where arguing was the right response. Mei Xiaoyan came and sat beside him. She did not say anything for a while. She had a habit of doing this, of arriving at a location where Wei Changkong was, and being present there without requiring him to justify her presence with conversation. Most people either talked or left. She stayed and did not require the talking. He had stopped finding this unusual approximately 3 months after it started. "You were right in there today," she said eventually. "Yes," he said. "I didn't say that was a good thing." He looked at the sky above the plateau. At this altitude, the stars were closer, not metaphorically but optically. The atmosphere thinned enough that the light arrived with less diffusion. "You think the arbiter's concern is valid. I think the arbiter's concern is about the right thing." She pulled her outer robe closer against the wind. "Whether it's valid depends on whether you're the kind of person the concern applies to. And you have a view on that. I have been watching you make decisions for 2 years," she said. "I've watched you make every decision I've seen you make with the specific quality of someone who calculated it in advance. I haven't seen you make a decision that surprised me, not because your decisions are predictable, but because they're legible. I can follow the reasoning backward from the outcome." She paused. "The question is whether the reasoning has a floor that's not the calculus." He was quiet. The fire sound was distant enough that the plateau's wind was louder. "What would you have done differently?" he asked. "At Fort Crescent, the western wall." She did not hesitate. "I would have told the men on the western wall that they were going to die." He looked at her. "You knew," she said. "You knew with enough confidence to build the rest of the operation on it. If you knew, they were entitled to know." Her voice was level, not accusatory, not forgiving, the level quality of someone stating a position they had arrived at through thought rather than emotion. "I know what you'd say, that telling them would have destroyed their combat effectiveness, that they would have hesitated or broken or made choices that collapsed the position before the flanking column arrived." "Yes," he said. "That's correct." "Yes," she said. "And then you'd have lost." "Yes. And the 19 men on the flanking column would have lived through a failed operation rather than a successful one." She looked at the stars. "And Fort Crescent would still be fighting its defensive cycles. And the corridor would not exist. And every gain since then. The supply restructuring, the Crescent Plain, the corridor agreement, every outcome you have built on that foundation, none of it happens." She was quiet for a moment. "I know that. I've calculated it too, in my own way. Then you understand why I made the decision I made." "Yes." She turned to look at him. "And I would still have told them." Hook. He opened his journal that night, by the fire's last light, and wrote for the first time in 3 months. Not analysis, not operational review, but a sentence that he wrote, and then sat with, and then scratched out completely until the ink was black and nothing was visible beneath it. Chapter 50. The inquest reconvened on the second morning with the quality of a proceeding that had used its suspension time well. Xu Wan's argument had been refined during the overnight recess. Wei Changkong could see this in the documents on the arbiter's table, the addition of several reference texts that had not been present the previous day, the specific arrangement that indicated a presentation structure being rebuilt rather than supplemented. She had not found a way to challenge his casualty mathematics, because his casualty mathematics were not challengeable. She had, instead, found a different angle of attack. "I will not challenge your arithmetic," she said, when the proceeding reopened. "I will present a structural concern." She presented the historical precedent fully. The commander 2 centuries prior who had won his inquest, who had operated effectively for 20 years, whose force had been the most efficient military apparatus of its era. She presented the specific mechanism by which the apparatus had consumed its nation, not a single catastrophic decision, but the progressive expansion of the calculation scope, each expansion justified by the previous success, each success providing evidence that the calculation was reliable, until the calculation was being applied to variables that were not meant to be calculated. The loyalty of civilian populations, the expendability of administrative regions, the minimum necessary cost of a dynasty's survival. The arbiter from the historical case had not been malicious. He had been consistent. He had applied his method to every problem the method could be applied to, because the method worked, and he had not recognized when the method was the problem. "The concern," Xu once said, "is not that your arithmetic is incorrect. The concern is that your arithmetic is correct enough to be trusted without reservation, and that trust without reservation is the mechanism by which the historical failure occurred." She looked at him. "I cannot draw the line you asked me to draw. You are correct that no line can be drawn in advance with the precision the covenant would require. But I can describe what the line feels like from the outside. It feels like a commander who has been right so many times that he has stopped distinguishing between the domains in which being right is sufficient and the domains in which being right is not the point." Wei Changkong looked at the historical documents she had presented. He had read the same history. He had read it specifically because Xun Jiyu's tribunal brief had included it. and he had spent 2 of his 12 preparation days analyzing the mechanism of the historical commander's failure. His counterargument was, the historical commander had failed because he had no external constraint on the calculation scope, and the tribunal's oversight function was exactly that constraint, the system that checked the calculation's expansion. He started to make this argument. He stopped again, not because the argument was unsound, because it was sound, but because Xu Wan's presentation had produced something he had not expected. He was convinced by part of it, not by her conclusion. The quarry designation was still an overcorrection, the Fort Crescent decision was still defensible, but by the trajectory concern. He had been carrying a version of that concern himself, in the quiet registers of the calculus, since the supply chain campaign, when he had noted that his system's accuracy was contingent on input quality that he had not been verifying with sufficient rigor. He requested a 1-day suspension. He had not planned to do this. Hook. The arbiters conferred and granted the suspension, and in the moment before the proceedings' formal recess, Xu Wan looked at Wei Changkong with an expression that he read as something between surprise and the specific recognition of a person who has argued with many adversaries and has encountered one who is doing the thing that most adversaries cannot bring themselves to do, which is genuinely sit with a counterargument rather than immediately preparing a response to it. Chapter 51. He asked to speak with Xu Wan privately during the suspension. The protocol for such a request was not established in the compact. The inquest process was formally adversarial, and informal communication between the designating arbiter and the designated quarry was not a recognized proceeding component. He made the request anyway, through the proceedings clerk, framed as a request for clarification on the compact's historical provisions rather than as a meeting between adversaries. Xu Wan read the request, based on the response time, for approximately 90 seconds, and then agreed. They met at the plateau's eastern lookout, a natural formation where the ridge dropped steeply to reveal the northern theater's territory far below, visible on clear days as a patchwork of forested corridors and military roads. The day was clear enough that Wei Changkong could identify, by shape and position, the approximate location of his command post. Xu Wan arrived 3 minutes after him and stood beside him looking at the view for a moment before she turned to the meeting's purpose. "You requested this," she said. "Yes." He looked at the northern territory below. "Your historical precedent is valid. I cannot defeat it from inside the case." He turned to her. "I have spent 2 days recognizing that my counterargument, that the tribunal's oversight function provides the external constraint that prevents the historical failure, is structurally sound but insufficient. It is insufficient because the tribunal's oversight is retrospective. It responds to failures that have already occurred rather than preventing the mechanism that produces them." Xu Wan was quiet. She was listening with the particular quality of someone who was not preparing their response while he was speaking. The historical commander failed because there was no one in his command structure who had the authority, the knowledge, and the relationship to tell him when his calculation was expanding into domains where it should not have been. Not a judge, not an arbiter, someone inside the operation. He paused. "Your trajectory concern is not about my arithmetic. It is about my architecture." "Yes," she said. "Then tell me what modification to my operational protocol would satisfy the Covenant's purpose without collapsing my ability to command effectively." Not a general principle, a specific modification, one that addresses the trajectory concern. He met her eyes. "I am asking because I cannot identify it from inside the system. I have been inside this system for 3 years. I cannot see what you see from outside it." She was silent for a long moment. The wind at the plateau's edge was stronger than at the camp. It came from below and above simultaneously, the thermal currents of the altitude crossing and producing an unpredictable turbulence that was not violent, but was constant. "Every soldier Wei Changkong positions in a predicted casualty role must be a volunteer," she said. "Informed. Consented. Voluntary." She held his gaze. "Not in the aggregate. Not they knew the operation carried risk. Individually informed of the specific probability assessment you have made for their position, and individually consented to that specific position based on that specific information." He sat with this. It was simple. It was, in the immediate operational sense, extremely inconvenient. It required a pre-operation disclosure protocol that no command structure he was aware of had ever implemented. That would require him to have individual conversations with specific soldiers before each engagement. That would introduce exactly the kind of emotional weight into the operational preparation that he had been structurally avoiding. It was also not militarily impossible. He had told himself it was. He had told himself that disclosure destroyed combat effectiveness, that soldiers who knew their predicted casualty rate would hesitate, that the system required the specific information asymmetry between commander and commanded that the Covenant was asking him to breach. But that argument rested on the assumption that soldiers could not function with accurate information about their risk, an assumption he recognized, never tested. He looked at the northern territory below. He thought about Zhu Guang, who had accepted Wei Changkong's command after demanding an honest account of the Crescent Plain approach. He thought about the flanking column at Fort Crescent, the officers who had chosen to go voluntarily because he had presented the math without mercy. He had done something adjacent to informed consent at Fort Crescent. He had given the officers the option to go voluntarily with accurate information about the operation's risk structure. He had not extended that to the Western Wall's garrison soldiers because they had not been given the choice. They were assigned. The gap between what he had done and what Xu Wan was requiring was smaller than the gap he had been treating it as. Hook, he said, I will need to see what this looks like operationally before I can commit to it. But I am not telling you it's impossible. She said, I know. He looked at her. You expected me to refuse. She said, I expected you to find a way to make the concession tactical. I did not expect you to find a way to make it genuine. Chapter 52, he presented Xu Wan's condition to his command staff at the second evening's camp. Not as a decision already made, as a condition being assessed. The calculus ran the operational implications while he spoke. He watched his commander's responses and used them as additional data. Liang Suin's response was immediate. She began calculating the logistics of a pre-operation disclosure protocol. How many soldiers typically occupied predicted casualty positions per engagement? What the minimum disclosure interaction required? Whether it could be standardized or whether it required individual command-level engagement each time. She was already building the implementation framework before Wei Changkong had finished presenting the condition. This was either an indication that she considered the condition acceptable and was skipping to implementation, or an indication that she processed his decisions by building their operational architecture and evaluated acceptability through the feasibility of the architecture. He had been uncertain which one it was for 18 months. He had not asked, because the practical outcome was the same. Shen Jiyu's response was more cautious. He had the institutional knowledge of a man who had watched the tribunal operate from a collaborative distance and who understood that the condition's implementation would be visible to the tribunal's ongoing surveillance. If you implement this and it doesn't work, if a disclosure-informed soldier hesitates and that hesitation costs the operation, the tribunal has a second designation basis. Yes, Wei Changkong said, which means I need to implement it in a way that works. Zhu Guang had been quiet through the presentation. He was a man who processed things in a specific way. He would be silent while he held a position, and then he would speak from having already decided, because he did not typically deliberate aloud. Wei Changkong had learned to wait for him. You'd be surprised, Zhu Guang said. How many men will say yes when someone actually asks? He looked at Wei Changkong. I said yes when you asked me at Redstone, and you didn't have to ask. You could have ordered me. You asked because you needed to know I was in for the right reasons. The men on the Western Wall, if you'd given them the same treatment, you'd have gotten the same result from most of them. You believe that, Wei Changkong said. I believe it enough to find out. Zhu Guang's voice was flat and certain in the way of a man who had been in enough engagements to have a tested opinion rather than a theoretical one. Soldiers aren't afraid of dying. They're afraid of dying for nothing. If you tell them their position is high risk and you tell them why the risk matters, why holding it saves the others, why the cost they're paying has a real return, most of them will say yes. Some of them will say no. The ones who say no you position somewhere else. He shrugged. It takes more time than the current method. It's better. Wei Changkong ran the calculus on Zhu Guang's assessment. He did not run it to confirm or deny. He ran it to see whether the variables Zhu Guang was identifying were ones he had already modeled or ones he had not. He found two that he had not. The effect of genuine informed consent on post-engagement unit cohesion, which several studies in the tribunal's historical records suggested was significantly positive, and the effect of a command culture that disclosed risk honestly on the quality of information Wei Changkong's subordinate commanders provided back to him. Commanders who worked in a culture of honest risk disclosure tended to report their own operational problems more accurately and earlier than commanders who worked in information management cultures. Both effects were net positive for operational effectiveness at the medium and long term. He updated the operational protocol. He labeled the new variable consent. He ran the calculus's updated output on the next 6 projected operations. 3 of them looked different in the updated model, not worse, different. The disclosure requirement added time and interaction to the preparation phase, which produced a preparation quality improvement that the calculus had not previously been modeling. Hook. He made 2 additional changes at the same time. He removed the loyalty coefficient from Zhu Guang's calculus entry and replaced it with a notation that said field judgment, primary, an assessment category he had never used before, which had no probability weighting attached to it, because Zhu Guang's judgment on human variables had, in Wei Changkong's assessment, a track record that was better than the calculus's quantitative scoring could accurately represent. Chapter 53. The inquest reconvened on the third morning. Wei Changkong presented the modified protocol, not as a capitulation, which it was not, and not as a performance of compliance, which it also was not. He presented it as a refinement, a development of his operational method that addressed the Covenant's purpose at the level where the Covenant's purpose operated, which was the relationship between a commander and the soldiers whose lives the commander's decisions determined. The presentation took 40 minutes. He walked through the implementation structure, the pre-operation disclosure protocol, the individual consent procedure, the documentation requirements that would make the consent verifiable for tribunal review purposes. He presented the calculus's updated operational projections for the modified method and showed the specific variables that the consent disclosure improved. The scholar-arbiter asked 3 clarifying questions about the documentation requirements and was satisfied with the answers. Luo Weihan asked 1 question, directly. Is this method operationally viable at scale? Or are you presenting a protocol that works for a single core command and collapses at larger force sizes? Wei Changkong had run this specifically. The disclosure requirement applies to predicted casualty positioning, not to all command decisions. In a standard engagement, the number of soldiers who occupy positions I would classify as predicted casualty is between 8 and 12% of total force strength. At current force size, that is a manageable disclosure population. At 7-core scale, it remains manageable with a disclosure protocol that delegates the individual conversations to officers who have been trained in the method's requirements, rather than requiring my direct engagement with every soldier. He paused. The delegation creates a quality control requirement. The officers conducting the disclosures need to be accurate, and the soldiers need to have genuine rather than performed choices. I am building that quality control into the training component. Luo Weian nodded. He had the look of a former field commander who had just received an honest answer to an operationally grounded question from a man whose operational grounding was, in the former commander's assessment, legitimate. Shu Wan read the modified protocol. She read it fully, not quickly, not performing the reading, actually reading it. When she finished, she set it down. She looked at Wei Changkong for a long moment with an expression that was not admiration and not contempt. It was the expression of someone who had been doing difficult work for a long time and had encountered, in the course of that work, a response they had not fully expected. You are a dangerous man, Commander, she said. The tribunal will not name you quarry. The inquest finds your method, as modified, consistent with the soldier's covenant's protective purpose. She paused. But we will be watching. Hook. I know, Wei Changkong said. That is the correct response to the trajectory concern. I would have made the same decision in your position. Chapter 54. The designations lifting traveled faster than news usually traveled in the Northern Theater. Wei Changkong was not certain whether this was because the tribunal's communication network was efficient, which it was, or because everyone with a financial or operational interest in the quarry designation's outcome had been monitoring for exactly this information. Probably both. The outcome traveled through both channels simultaneously. The effects were visible within 48 hours of his return. For of the 5 garrison commanders who had distanced themselves after the warrant arrived sent formal reaffiliation communications within 36 hours of the inquest outcome. The communications had the specific quality of communications from people who had made a provisional decision and were now executing the resolution of the provisional. The timing indicated they had been waiting for the outcome rather than deliberating about the reaffiliation when it arrived. They had been holding the position, not reconsidering it. The 5th, the commander whose previous distancing had confirmed Kai Dowen's influence, remained unaffiliated. This was the confirmation Wei Changkong had expected. He updated that position in the command structure review accordingly. Shun Jiu, who had been watching the reaffiliation sequence with the analytical detachment of a man for whom other people's decision-making was professionally interesting, made an observation on the morning after the last reaffiliation arrived. They came back because you won, he said. Not because you were right. Wei Changkong looked at the reaffiliation communications. At this stage, he said, those are the same thing. Shin Jiu considered this. Will they still be the same thing if you win something they disagree with? It was a good question. Wei Changkong added it to the calculus as an active monitoring parameter, a check he would run at the next major operational decision to see whether the reaffiliated commander's response correlated with the outcome or with the principle. The answer would tell him something about the quality of the network he had rebuilt. He turned to the operational developments that had been accumulating during the inquest preparation and proceedings, 12 days of deferred intelligence reviews, 2 pending garrison requests, and new, flagged by Xianxia's network as of the morning before the inquest concluded, a variable that had not been present when he left for Stillwater Plateau. The Empress Regent had begun moving troops toward the northern corridor's southern flank. Not an invasion force, a demonstration force. Cultivators of Domain Lord and World Piercer stage, positioned at the boundary's southern approach nodes in a pattern that was designed to be noticed rather than concealed. The calculus ran the deployment's purpose. It returned a single high-probability interpretation. She wanted a response. Not a military response, a communication. The true positioning was a message in the vocabulary of calibrated capability demonstration, and the message was, I know where your operation is, and I can be present there when I choose to be. He filed this and continued with the deferred operational work. The message's response could wait until the deferred work was cleared. If she had wanted a military response, she would have sent a force that required one. Hook. Shenjiu brought him the calculus's updated threat assessment on the southern flank movement at the end of the day's work session and said, she's not threatening the corridor. She's communicating that she has been patient with your northern expansion and is indicating that her patience has a shape. He looked at the assessment for a moment. She wants a meeting, Wei Changkong said. Send her a message. 3 words. Shenjiu raised his eyebrows. Wei Changkong said, name the location. Chapter 55. The story of the tribunal inquest traveled faster than the designations lifting had. Wei Changkong became aware of this through Shenjiu's network, not because of a single communique, but because of a pattern of smaller signals. Intelligence agents who passed through the Northern Theater's Wei Station network began asking different kinds of questions when they stopped. Questions about Wei Changkong's command methods, specifically, rather than about the Northern Corridor's military situation. Questions from junior officers in garrisons 3 provinces away, filtered through secondary intelligence channels, that reflected a specific kind of curiosity about the inquest's content rather than its outcome. The story that traveled was not the legal outcome. The legal outcome was simple. The quarry designation was lifted, Wei Changkong was cleared. What traveled was the argument. The specific argument about minimum necessary cost, about the difference between waste and necessary expenditure, about the possibility of calculating the floor and building an operation on it rather than accepting the high-casualty default. Young commanders were adopting pieces of his framework. Liang Suyin identified this through the logistics network. She had been tracking supply patterns in the secondary garrison commands for operational intelligence purposes, and in 3 of those garrisons she had begun to see supply allocation decisions that reflected a probability weighting methodology that had not been present before the inquest. Probability weighting in supply decisions was not new. The specific form she was seeing was the form that Wei Changkong's calculus produced, applied to logistical rather than tactical decisions, by commanders who had received a second-hand account of the inquest argument and were adapting what they had understood of it. They're using the framework, she told Wei Changkong, without the calculus's actual precision. I know, he said. He had been tracking the same signals. One of them is going to make a decision that looks like your method but isn't your method, she said. And it's going to go badly. I know that too. And the tribunal will attribute it to your framework. He looked at the garrison intelligence summary. The tribunal will investigate it and determine whether the decision was made correctly with bad inputs or incorrectly with good inputs. The distinction matters. What I am concerned about is not the tribunal's attribution, but the error itself. He put the summary down. I didn't want disciples. I wanted a functional army. You may have gotten both, she said. That's often how influence works. He was not wrong to be concerned. The specific risk she was identifying, commanders using a methodology without the underlying precision that made it valid, was the risk that produced the kind of casualties that the Covenant's prohibition was actually designed to address. Analytical frameworks borrowed at secondhand were analytical frameworks stripped of their verification requirements, their input quality controls, their feedback loops. They were the appearance of rigor without the substance. Hook. The report arrived 10 days later. A young garrison commander in the secondary Eastern Territory had used a probability weighting approach to position 20 soldiers in a predicted casualty location for a raid interdiction operation, had been wrong about the interdiction timing by 4 hours, and 40 of those soldiers had died in a position they had been told was high probability survival because the commander had borrowed Wei Changkong's framework from a second-hand account and had not verified whether the timing data his calculation was based on was accurate. It was not, because his intelligence sources had been falsifying reports for 3 months. Chapter 56, he rode to the site of the unnecessary deaths. Not because the calculus required it. The calculus required nothing that involved riding 4 days across secondary garrison territory to review a junior commander's operational failure in person. There were remote review mechanisms. He used them for most operational assessments. He rode to this one because the 40 deaths were, in a specific sense that he had difficulty quantifying and did not attempt to quantify aloud, connected to a decision he had made at the inquest. The connection was not causal. He had not asked that commander to adopt his framework, had not trained him in it, had not even been aware of his existence. The connection was structural. The framework that had produced the 40 deaths was a degraded version of the framework that Wei Changkong had defended before 3 arbiters as a minimum cost methodology. He needed to see what a degraded version looked like from the inside before he could decide what his response to it was. The commander's name was Duan Jialing. He was 23, which was young for command authority at the garrison level, but not exceptional. The Northern Theater's expansion had produced promotion cycles that moved faster than the normal pace. He met Wei Changkong with the specific posture of a man who had made a catastrophic error and was not certain whether the person arriving to review it was arriving to help or to document. "Walk me through the calculation," Wei Changkong said, when they were alone in the command tent. Duan Jialing walked him through it. The operational logic was internally consistent. The probability weighting was applied correctly to the position parameters he had been working with. The casualty projections were correctly derived from the probability weights. The true positioning followed from the projections in exactly the way that Wei Changkong's method would have produced. Every step of the visible calculation was technically correct. Where did the interdiction timing data come from? Wei Changkong asked. Duan Jialing showed him. The timing data came from 3 intelligence sources, 2 external Wei Station reports, and 1 internal garrison scout. Wei Changkong looked at the 3 sources. He asked for the raw source documentation. Duan Jialing produced it. Wei Changkong spent 3 days going through the raw documentation, working backward from the timing data through the intelligence sources' reporting histories. He found the falsification on the 2nd day. The garrison scout had been filing inaccurate position reports for 11 weeks. The falsification was not crude. It was the specific kind of drift that came from a source who had stopped verifying and was filling in gaps with projections, whose projections had become increasingly confident as the drift continued, and his predictions had mostly turned out correct through operational luck. The timing error was 4 hours because the scout had projected rather than observed the interdiction force's movement timeline, and the projection had been wrong. "Your calculation was technically correct," Wei Changkong told Duan Jialing on the 3rd evening. "Your inputs were compromised. The calculation produces accurate outputs from accurate inputs. From compromised inputs, it produces confident errors." He looked at the commander, young, exhausted, carrying 40 deaths in the specific way that a person carried deaths they were responsible for and could not find a clean accounting for. "You used a method you understood partially and built it on a verification system you had not checked." "I know," Duan Jialing said. "I'm not here to tell you what you already know," Wei Changkong said. "I'm here because the input failure is more common than the calculation failure. And I have been using this method for 3 years, and I have not done a systematic review of my own source verification practices for 18 months. He indicated the documentation. "I am going to review your complete source records from the past year. I'm going to identify every intelligence source whose accuracy I can verify against outcomes and every source whose accuracy I cannot. I am going to do this work because it needs to be done and because I should have been doing the equivalent work in my own network and have not." Duan Jialing looked at him. He had the expression of someone who had expected a different kind of conversation. "Is this," he started. He stopped. He tried again. "Are you doing this for the review record? Or are you doing this because you think it will help?" "Both," Wei Changkong said. "Those are often the same thing." "Hook," he asked Liang Suyin, on his 4th day at Duan Jialing's garrison, to begin a comprehensive audit of Wei Changkong's own command network's intelligence source verification practices. Not for the tribunal, not for the inquest record, but because the 3 days of reviewing Duan Jialing's documentation had identified a specific category of verification failure that Wei Changkong had been assuming his own sources were not subject to and had not verified that assumption. Chapter 57 Liang Suyin's audit took 11 days. She worked systematically, cross-referencing primary intelligence reports against subsequent verification events. Points in the operational record where the events predicted by intelligence sources could be compared against the events that actually occurred. It was the kind of work that required both the specific knowledge of Wei Changkong's operational history that she had from 3 years of logistics management and the analytical precision that came from the particular way Liang Suyin's mind worked with data, which was both thorough and ruthless in its willingness to find things that were inconvenient. She found three instances in Wei Changkong's own campaign record, not in Duan Jialing's, in Wei Changkong's, where casualty projections had been based on intelligence data that was later contradicted by subsequent events, which meant the projections had been derived from compromised inputs. In each case, The operation's actual outcomes had been correct. In 2 cases, the outcome had been better than projected. In 1, marginally worse. In all 3 cases, Wei Changkong had been right. But he had been right because the operation's structural soundness had compensated for the input errors, not because the inputs had been accurate. She presented this without editorial comment. She put the audit summary on his field desk, sat down across from him, and waited while he read it. He read it twice. The 3 input errors, he said. Were they verification failures or source failures? 2 were verification failures. I identified them as data I could have cross-checked against secondary sources and did not. 1 was a source failure. The source provided inaccurate data that I did not have a verification mechanism for at the time. Have you updated the source trust ratings? Yes. She passed him the updated ratings. The 2 verification failure cases are flagged for review protocol changes. The source failure case. The source is no longer active in the network. They transferred to a different regional command 8 months ago. I have flagged their file for any future reintegration. He looked at the audit summary. 3 instances. 3 operations where he had been right for reasons that partially excluded the specific quality he was claiming. The minimum necessary cost derived from accurate calculation. He had been telling the tribunal that his method was reliable. His method was reliable. His method's reliability had, in 3 cases, also relied on operational luck that he had not been tracking as luck. My confidence may be outrunning my verification, he said. He said it aloud because he had written it privately 3 months ago, and the private version had not been sufficient. Saying it aloud to Liang Suyin, who had just proved it, made it a fact rather than a suspicion. She did not say anything. She had said what she had to say through the audit. The breakthrough happened that evening, not because of the audit, but because the audit had produced the specific quality of cognitive clarity that preceded his breakthroughs, the removal of a false certainty that had been occupying space in his operating framework, which when removed allowed a structural consolidation to occur that had been pending. Heaven marked cultivator. The pattern settled into his meridians during his evening review. Not dramatic, a quiet intensification. The cultivation ranks characteristic effect manifesting as an increased weight to his presence that others began noticing over the following days. A junior logistics officer commented that Wei Changkong seemed more certain than usual, then corrected himself. Not more certain, more present. More solid. The calculus tier 4 activated. Hook. He sat in the evening's quiet and looked at what the tier 4 overlay showed him for the first time. Not the military theater, not the logistics network, but the political topology of the entire Jade Throne administration. Every faction's loyalty structure, every alliance's stability coefficient, every power relationship's load-bearing nodes. And he saw, in the expanded picture, the full causal history of his father's execution spreading backward like roots. Chapter 58. The Tier 4 overlay was a different kind of vision. He had been operating at Tier 3 for almost a year, theater-level logistics, multi-season projection, supply chain modeling. Tier 3 saw the shape of military campaigns. Tier 4 saw the shape of the political world that produced military campaigns. It was not that he had been blind before. It was that the resolution had increased by an order of magnitude, and the resolution increase revealed structure that had been present but undetectable. The Jade Throne Court's political topology was visible in full for the first time. Wei Changkong sat with it for an entire evening and did not move from the analysis chair. The 2 men who had signed his father's execution order, Lord Xin Pao and Minister Cui Daojing, had Tier 4 loyalty profiles that he had not expected. He had been carrying a model of them for 3 years that the Tier 3 overlay had supported. Ambitious court operators who had eliminated Wei Shiyun because his growing military influence threatened their factional positions. The Tier 4 overlay was more granular. Their loyalty coefficients, their alliance structures, their historical decision patterns, they read differently than the model predicted. Lord Xin Pao had no expansionist ambitions. He had been a consolidationist throughout his court career, consistently opposing military commanders whose influence had grown to the point where it threatened to destabilize the administrative balance. Minister Cui Daojing's decision history showed a similar pattern. He had moved against 3 military commanders in his tenure, all 3 at the moment of maximum influence accumulation, and in all 3 cases the subsequent stability data suggested his interventions had been, if not justified, at least structurally coherent. They had not killed Wei Shiyun to advance themselves. They had killed him because they were afraid of what he would become. Wei Changkong sat with this recalibration for a long time. The emotional content of it was complicated in a way the calculus did not have a good category for. It did not reduce his view of what had been done to his father, which had been done to his father regardless of the executor's motivation. It changed the causal picture. They had not been wrong that Wei Shiyun was building something consequential. They had been wrong about what to do about it. They had looked at Wei Shiyun's accumulating military authority and seen an unstable system rather than a capable person. They had responded to the system rather than engaging with the person. He recognized this response pattern. He had watched it from the inside. The calculus was showing him the court's full political architecture. Somewhere in that architecture, the pieces of his father's execution were distributed. The men who had made the decision, the institutional logic that had produced the decision, the fear that had been the decision's actual driver. He had been telling himself for 3 years that he was pursuing accountability. He had been pursuing accountability in the narrow sense of finding the people who had signed the order and ensuring they could not escape its consequences. He had not been pursuing accountability in the broader sense of understanding why the system that produced his father's execution still existed and what it would require for it to stop. They were afraid of the calculus, he said, to no one, in the empty command tent. Not Wei Shiyun's calculus, the same system, or something close enough that the court's institutional pattern recognition had seen it and responded the same way. Hook. The Tier 4 overlay showed him what the court's full political map looked like with that framing applied. And what it showed him was that the 2 men who had killed his father had been afraid of what Wei Shiyun was building because they had already seen what a grand strategist system did to the political balance at court. They had seen it in the generation before Wei Shiyun, in a commander Wei Changkong had never known, who had built exactly the kind of system that Shu wants historical precedent described, and the fear was not paranoid, it was learned. Chapter 59, he carried the Tier 4 revelation for several days without acting on it. This was deliberate. The information was significant enough that acting on it before he had processed it fully was the kind of decision his father had been punished for. Acting on correct information with the specific impatience of a man who was more certain of his conclusions than his processing time had earned. Wei Changkong had been working against that impatience since the calculus activated. The activation of Tier 4 had not reduced the work required. It had expanded the scope of what the work needed to cover. He continued his normal command operations. The garrison audit follow-up. The intelligence network's source verification review. The reaffiliated commander's first operational requests since the tribunal designation, which he processed with the updated consent protocol embedded in the response frameworks. The new protocol's first practical applications showed what Zhu Guang had predicted. Most soldiers, told honestly that their assigned position carried elevated casualty risk and given a genuine choice about it, said yes. The ones who said no were repositioned without consequence. The operations using the updated protocol ran slightly longer in their preparation phase. They ran cleaner in their execution. He was noting both things. While he was processing the Tier 4 revelation, the Empress Regent's southern flank demonstration intensified. The troop positioning that Shun Jiu had flagged before the inquest had been maintained during the inquest proceedings, held in place, steady, not escalating, but not withdrawing. After the inquest concluded, the positioning shifted, not a forward movement, a redistribution. The Domain Lord cultivators moved from static position into patrol routes. The World Piercers moved to a way station that was technically neutral ground, but practically adjacent to Wei Changkong's southern administrative boundary. It was calibrated pressure. It was designed to be readable as calibrated pressure. She was communicating through the military vocabulary because the military vocabulary was the one Wei Changkong would read most clearly. He was reading it clearly. She wants a meeting, he told Shinjiu, reviewing the updated positioning intelligence on the 7th day after the inquest's conclusion. The troop positioning suggests direct diplomatic contact is her preferred next step, Shunjiu agreed. The message you sent, name the location, she will have received it. Her response will be a location choice. He paused. The location she chooses will be informative. If she chooses a location inside her own administrative territory, she is communicating that she expects to be in the dominant position at the meeting. If she chooses neutral ground, she is communicating something else. She will choose a way station, Wei Changkong said. One that is technically within her administrative reach, but that she can reasonably present as neutral. She wants the appearance of a level ground, while maintaining actual proximity to her logistical support. He looked at the regional map. It will be Wei Station Hongchuan. It is 3 days from her administrative seat and 2 days from mine, which is slightly in her favor, and it is classified as a compact way station, which gives her the neutral ground cover she needs. He was wrong about the location by one-way station. It was Wei Station Liu'a, one-way station south of Hongchuan, which was 2 days from her administrative seat and 3 days from his, slightly more in her favor than his prediction. He noted the discrepancy. It was a small data point about how she weighted position advantage relative to neutral cover. He filed it and departed. Hook. 3 days into the travel to Wei Station Liu'a, Shinjiu received an intelligence report that he brought to Wei Changkong immediately, without waiting for the morning briefing. The Empress Regent had been present at the Wei stations along the approach route for the past week, conducting what her administrative documentation described as an inspection tour of the Southern Corridor's administrative infrastructure, which was true, and which was also not the primary reason she had been moving through the Southern Corridor with a personal retinue and no announced schedule. Chapter 60. The meeting at Wei Station Liuhe was not the meeting Wei Changkong had been preparing for. He had been preparing for the Empress Regent's Foreign Correspondence Minister, her standard diplomatic instrument for first contact negotiations with military commanders who were not yet formal members of her administrative structure. The minister was who arrived to meet him at the Wei Station's formal reception hall, a man named Tong Weijun, with the specific presentation of a career diplomat who had been doing this work for long enough that his personal manner had become entirely professional and his professional manner had become entirely efficient. Minister Tong delivered the formal offer over the course of a 2-hour briefing. The terms were clear. Wei Changkong's campaigns could continue within a new framework, operating under Jade Throne law rather than as an independent military force. Full logistical support. Imperial authorization for the Northern Corridor's permanent administration. Political backing sufficient to resolve the remaining pressure from the former prince's faction. And, Tong Weijun added, with the specific care of someone noting a term that had been included in the offer at a higher authority's instruction, a term whose weight he had been told not to understate. Access to the court records of Wei Shiyun's execution. The complete records, including the portions that had been sealed. Wei Changkong's face did not move. He assessed the offer's structure. The logistical support and imperial authorization were genuinely valuable. They would allow a consolidation of his operational infrastructure that his current independent status could not achieve. The political backing against the prince's faction was less significant than it might have been 3 months ago. He had been building alternative coalition structures since the court crisis, and those structures were now strong enough that the prince's remaining opposition was primarily a nuisance rather than an operational threat. The execution records were a different kind of value. He had the Tier 4 picture. He knew more now than he had known a week ago about the political structure that had produced his father's execution. The records would fill in the specific details, the deliberations, the intermediate actors, the precise mechanism of the betrayal. They would give him names he did not have yet. They would give him the complete picture of what had been done and why. He said, "I will consider it." He meant it. The offer was better than he had expected. The execution record's inclusion suggested the Empress Regent understood what motivated him at a level beyond his professional reputation. Someone had briefed her well. The question was whether the framework's constraints were constraining enough to limit what he needed to do in the next phase. And that question required review of the framework's specific terms. "I'll need the complete framework documentation," he said to Tong Weijun. "The full constraint terms, not the summary." Naturally, Tong Weijun produced a document from his materials case. "We anticipated this request." Wei Changkong looked at the document. He was about to take it when something in the room shifted, a quality of attention from a doorway behind the minister's position, a presence he had not identified during his initial spatial survey of the Wei Station Hall, which meant it had not been there at the beginning of the meeting. Hook. He read the complete framework document that evening in his quarters, alone, reviewing the constraints and the provisions with the calculus running at full Tier 4 capacity. And in the morning, he asked Minister Tong a question about the offer's timeline provisions that Tong answered in a way that was technically accurate and also slightly too smooth. The kind of smoothness that came from a diplomat who had been briefed on exactly what questions to expect and had rehearsed his answers, which meant someone had modeled Wei Changkong well enough to know what he would ask. And when he looked at the drafting dates on the framework document, the specific provisions that matched his most likely objections had been added 4 days ago, after his "name the location" message had been sent. Chapter 61. The Empress Regent Xie Tongmei had been in the Wei Station for 3 days. Wei Changkong learned this through the specific quality of Minister Tong's answers to his questions about the framework document's drafting timeline, not from a direct admission, which Tong was too careful to make, but from the combination of the document's internal revision dates, the specific provisions that had been modified in response to questions Wei Changkong had not yet asked, and the 3-second pause before Tong's answer to his final question about the inspection tour's itinerary. 3 seconds was too long for a prepared answer, and too short for genuine uncertainty. He requested a direct meeting. Tong received this request with the absolute lack of surprise of a man who had been expecting it and had been waiting to see how long it would take. The Empress Regent agreed to the meeting within the hour. The response time was not the response time of someone consulting a schedule or seeking authorization. It was the response time of someone who had been ready. She was in the Wei Station's upper courtyard when he arrived. standing at the railing that overlooked the southern corridor's valley approach. She was, as the calculus had prepared him for based on the intelligence profile Shinjiu had assembled, young, the late 20s, 10 years older than Wei Changkong, which was young for the authority she held. She was dressed for travel rather than court reception, in clothes that were high quality but not ceremonial, which was either an indication that she had genuinely been conducting an inspection tour and had simply added this meeting to it, or a calculated presentation choice designed to establish informality. The calculus assessed her in the first 30 seconds of the meeting's duration. It returned an unexpected result. The profile it had built from second-hand sources, the strategy documents, the military deployment patterns, the administrative decision record, had prepared him for a ruler who was genuinely effective at her position and whose effectiveness came from careful political maneuvering. The person in front of him was all of those things, but the manner was different from what he had constructed. She was direct in a way that capable political operators were rarely direct. She was not performing directness as a political instrument. She was simply direct, and the directness carried a quality of genuine interest in the person she was looking at. The calculus noted the difference and flagged it. "I've read everything about your campaigns," she said, before the formal greeting exchange was complete. "Your written reports, the campaign records, the tribunal inquest transcript." She looked at him with frank assessment. "You're better than Horan Shan," he said. "I know." She laughed. The laugh was not a political instrument, and whose effectiveness came from careful political maneuvering. The person in front of him was all of those things, but the manner was different from what he had constructed. She was direct in a way that capable political operators were rarely direct. She was not performing directness as a political instrument. She was simply direct, and the directness carried a quality of genuine interest in the person she was looking at. The calculus noted the difference and flagged it. "I've read everything about your campaigns," she said, before the formal greeting exchange was complete. "Your written reports, the campaign records, the tribunal inquest transcript." She looked at him with frank assessment. "You're better than Horan Shan," he said. "I know." She laughed. The laugh was not a political instrument. It was not a performance of warmth designed to produce a specific response. It was the genuine laugh of someone who had expected an answer and had heard exactly the answer they had expected and found it, in context, actually funny. The calculus, which had been running its normal pattern assessment, produced something he had not seen it produce before, a warning flag on his own decision-making, a notation that his assessment of the current interaction was potentially affected by a variable he had not modeled. He filed this. 3 days, he said. "In the way station." "Yes." She leaned against the railing. "I wanted to see if you would figure it out from the framework document alone or whether you would need to ask Tong directly." "From the document." "I know." She looked at him without the specific performance that most people who were evaluating him deployed, the visible assessment, the slight narrowing of attention that indicated they were forming an opinion. She assessed without performing the assessment. "How long before you would have asked Tong if the document hadn't been sufficient?" When the conversation about the inspection tour itinerary produced the 3-second pause, Wei Changkong said, "That morning." "That's what I estimated," she said. 2 days at the outside." She pushed off the railing. "Let's talk about the framework." "Hook." He walked beside her along the upper courtyard's perimeter and noted that the calculus's warning flag, the one about his own decision-making, had not cleared, which meant the variable it was flagging had not been identified yet, which was a state the calculus had produced 3 times in his operational history, always at the moment before a significant recalibration of his operational picture. Chapter 62, they spent 3 days on the framework. Not continuously. Each day's sessions ran several hours in the morning and several hours in the late afternoon, with the middle of the day left for independent review. Wei Changkong used the middle periods to process the morning session against the calculus's full operational picture and identify where the framework's constraint terms intersected with the operational requirements of the next phase. She, based on the quality of her afternoon session preparations, used the middle periods for something similar. She was a good strategic negotiator. Not good in the way that diplomatic operators were good, technically skilled, patient, capable of maintaining multiple simultaneous framing strategies, but good in the way that operational commanders were good. She processed information quickly and connected it to consequences accurately. She wargamed 3 moves ahead in diplomatic context the same way Wei Changkong wargamed 3 moves ahead in tactical ones. She was working from the same underlying analytical approach, applied to a different domain. He noticed himself respecting this more than was tactically convenient. The calculus noted his own response pattern with the warning flag still active. "The Northern Administration provisions," he said on the second afternoon, reviewing the framework's constraint terms. "The Oversight Board. I'll accept the board's existence and its audit function. I won't accept the board having veto authority over operational decisions. The board was designed to address the court's concern about a sanctioned military force operating without accountability, she said. The concern is not unfounded. The concern is legitimate. The mechanism overreaches. He indicated the provision's specific language. An operational veto introduces a delay structure into command decisions that is incompatible with the tempo of active campaigns. You've been running your own campaigns long enough to know what a delayed command decision does to a field operation. I have, she said, which is why the veto provision has an emergency override clause. She indicated the clause, which was in the footnotes. Your command decisions are time-sensitive. The override is designed for time-sensitive situations. The override requires documentation filed within 72 hours. In active operations, 72 hours is post-outcome. The documentation becomes a retrospective record rather than an oversight mechanism. He paused. I'll accept the board's audit authority with documentation filed within 7 days of the operation's conclusion, which preserves both the oversight function and the operational tempo requirement. She looked at the provision. She was running the implications, not performing the assessment, actually running it, visible in the specific quality of her stillness while she thought. 7 days, she said. With a trigger provision, if the board's audit identifies a pattern of repeated decision categories that weren't flagged for oversight, the review timeline tightens to 48 hours for the following 30-day period. He assessed the trigger provision. It was actually better designed than his proposal. It provided a calibrated tightening mechanism rather than a fixed timeline, which meant the oversight structure could adapt to his operational pattern rather than requiring him to adapt to the structure's fixed requirements. Accepted, he said. She wrote it into the draft. She wrote it without calling in a scribe, in her own hand, which was a choice about what level of formality this working session warranted. The warning flag in the calculus had not cleared. He was aware of it. He was also aware that identifying the variable it was flagging was something he was, at the present moment, actively not doing. This was itself a calculus recordable event, a deliberate avoidance of an assessment, and he noted it. Hook. On the third afternoon, she closed the draft framework and said, "There's one term I didn't put in the document." And he looked at her, and she said, "I need to know if you'll be working with me or working through me." And the question was direct in a way that most people with her institutional authority would have found a more indirect way to ask, and the directness was, again, not a performance. Chapter 63, with you, he said. Not through you. It was the accurate answer. It was also, he recognized, the answer the calculus had computed before he was fully conscious of computing it. Not because the calculus had decided on his behalf, but because the analysis of the framework's terms across 3 days had produced a clear picture of the arrangement's operational logic. The Jade Throne's institutional infrastructure could enable the next phase in ways that his independent operational structure could not, but only if the relationship was genuinely collaborative, rather than a managed subordination. Working through her, managing the Empress Regent as institutional infrastructure the same way he had managed Prince Yanbeihua, would produce the same result the Prince arrangement had produced, a principal who was useful until the gap between their model of Wei Changkong and Wei Changkong's actual objectives became visible, at which point the infrastructure turned hostile. Working with her required something different. It required treating the Empress Regent as a genuine strategic partner rather than a resource with a loyalty coefficient. It required the framework's oversight provisions to be real rather than performed, which meant accepting the audit authority he had negotiated and actually using it as a genuine check, not as a paper-compliant structure. He accepted the deal. He became the Grand Strategist of the Jade Throne, officially sanctioned, operating under imperial authority with defined constraints and genuine administrative backing. The title came with a seal, which he did not carry, and a warrant of authority, which he filed with Liang Suin's documentation system, and a court position, which he attended when required and left as soon as the required attendance was complete. The prince was notified within 3 hours of the warrant's filing. The calculus had projected the notification's arrival and the prince's response window. The prince's response arrived 4 days later, not within the response window Wei Changkong had projected, and when it arrived it was a formal acknowledgement of the change in authority structure with no editorial content. The silence in the acknowledgement was more informative than any content would have been. "The prince is recalibrating," Liang Suin said, when the acknowledgement arrived. "Yes," Wei Changkong said. "He will remain in recalibration for 3 to 6 weeks. When he acts, it will be through channels he has not previously used. The old patron relationship is finished, and he will need a new strategy." He looked at the acknowledgement text. "The new strategy will be indirect. He does not have the direct action capability to challenge the imperial warrant. Kong Wulin, who had been tracking Wei Changkong's political trajectory with the specific concern of a man who genuinely did not know whether the trajectory was going to end well or catastrophically, sent a letter 3 days after the warrant's filing. It arrived at Wei Changkong's field post with the wax seal of his personal correspondence rather than his official capacity, which meant it was not for the official record. The letter said, "You have either saved yourself or ruined yourself. I cannot tell which yet." Wei Changkong read it twice. He wrote back, "Neither can I. That is new." Hook. The 3-week consolidation period that followed the warrant's filing was, in Liang Suin's subsequent assessment, the most operationally productive 3 weeks of Wei Changkong's command tenure. The full institutional backing of the Jade Throne's administrative infrastructure applied to the Northern Corridor's remaining consolidation requirements produced supply line completion rates and garrison restructuring outcomes that would have taken 6 additional months under the independent command structure, and Wei Changkong watched the acceleration with the specific quality of attention of a man who was noting the cost of what he had been doing without the institutional backing and had not previously had a comparative data point. Chapter 64. The court records of Wei Shiyun's execution arrived on a Tuesday morning, in a sealed case that had been carried from the capital by a courier who had been traveling for 4 days and who handed the case to Wei Changkong's receiving officer with the specific care of someone who understood the case's contents were significant without knowing their specific nature. Wei Changkong took the case to his personal quarters. He dismissed his command staff for the evening. Shen Jiu, who had been present when the case arrived and who had identified the courier's origin seal as the Imperial Archives Administrative Division, asked if Wei Changkong needed assistance with the review. Wei Changkong said no. Shen Jiu understood no and departed. He opened the case alone. The records were extensive. Not a single execution warrant, but a full administrative archive. The military tribunal's proceedings that had preceded the execution, the charge documentation, the evidence record, the deliberation notes, the final decision. The full deliberative record that the public execution warrant had not included. He read for 2 hours. The Tier 4 overlay ran in parallel with the reading, cross-referencing the names and dates against the political topology it had mapped, building the complete causal picture from the new evidence's specifics. Most of what the records contained was consistent with his Tier 4 assessment. The motivation structure matched what he had already derived. The political context confirmed the institutional fear that had driven Lord Shun Pao and Minister Cui Daojing's intervention. The records gave him details he had not had. The specific intelligence that had convinced the tribunal that Wei Shiyun's influence accumulation represented an immediate threat, the deliberations participants, the vote tally. He reached the final signature page. Lord Shin Pao's signature. Minister Cui Daojing's signature. A third signature. He looked at it for a long moment. Not because he could not read it. The handwriting was clear, the seal unmistakable. He looked at it because the name it carried was the name of the late Emperor Jade, the Empress Regent, Xie Tongmei's predecessor, the ruler from whose dynasty she had inherited the throne. The execution order had been signed by the Empress Regent's dynasty. He closed the records case. He sat in the quiet of his personal quarters for a long time. The calculus ran the implications without being asked. It ran because that was what it did when significant new variables entered the operational picture. The probability assessment on whether Xie Tongmei had known about the third signature. 67% she had not known. 33% she had known or had access to records that would have allowed her to know. The 33% was not sufficient for operational action. It was not sufficient for certainty. It was, however, sufficient to produce a specific quality of awareness that he was operating with incomplete information about a person he had just entered a formal partnership with. He did not call for his staff. He did not compose a communication to the Empress Regent. He sat with the new variable and gave it the processing time it required. Hook. The following morning he met with her at the field post for a routine framework implementation review. And he looked at her across the briefing table, and she looked back with the direct assessment that was characteristic of her, and he saw in her expression no indication that she knew, no indication that she was performing not knowing. And the calculus assessed her behavioral data against the 6733 probability and held it there. Not an answer, a fraction that he could not resolve without. More data. Chapter 65, he did not mention the third signature. Not that morning, not in the following week. He ran the calculus on the disclosure decision multiple times across different operational framings. Each run produced the same output. He did not have sufficient data to determine whether Xie Tongmei had known, and acting on insufficient data in a political domain was the kind of error that the Tier 4 overlay was specifically designed to prevent. He had spent 3 years working against the court that had killed his father. He had built a structure, a military command, an intelligence network, institutional backing, that was now powerful enough to demand accountability from that court if the accountability was legitimate. The third signature changed the legitimacy calculation. If Xie Tongmei had known and had concealed it in the framework negotiation, the partnership was compromised in a way that required a different response. If she had not known, she had offered him the execution records with genuine transparency, and the third signature was a historical fact that was not hers to answer for. He needed more data. He studied her. Not the Tier 4 political analysis that produced probabilities, not answers. He studied her directly. In the interactions the framework required, the regular briefings, the review sessions, the operational coordination meetings that the Jade Throne Commission produced. He watched the specific way she engaged with information about the Northern Corridor's history, whether there was any perceptible pattern of avoidance around the specific period of Wei Shiyun's campaign, any of the behavioral markers that people displayed when they were managing information they possessed but were not disclosing. He found none. This was consistent with the 67% probability. It was not confirmation of it. A skilled political operator could maintain a consistent behavioral pattern around withheld information. Xie Tongmei was a skilled political operator. He added more data to the model. He found an archival request she had made 2 years before the framework negotiation, a request for the late Emperor Jade's administrative records from the period of Wei Shiyun's campaign, which had been granted and fulfilled. She had read those records. Whether those records had included the execution file was a question he could not answer without access to the archive's delivery manifest, which he did not have. The calculus updated. 61% she had not known at the time of the execution, with a significant probability that she now knew from the administrative archive review, which had preceded her decision to include the execution records in the framework offer. She had offered him the records knowing, with significant probability, what was in them. He looked at this assessment for a long time. She had offered him the records. She had included the third signature in what she gave him. If she had access to those records and had read them, she would have known about the third signature when she put the records in the framework offer. Including them was a disclosure. It was indirect. She had not said, "My dynasty ordered your father's execution. Here is the evidence." But it was, in the most relevant operational sense, a disclosure. She had given him the information and let him find it. He asked her, at the following morning's meeting, why she was quieter than usual. He said, "Updating variables." Hook. She looked at him with the specific assessment quality that he had been studying for 10 days, and she said, "About the framework, or about something else?" He said, "About the framework," and she nodded, and the conversation moved to the framework's operational provisions, and the calculus flagged that the exchange had produced no deceptive behavior markers from either participant, which was itself a data point. Chapter 66, Huo Rinshan was not honoring the corridor. The non-aggression corridor agreement had been in place for 4 months since Crescent Plain. The agreement's terms required both parties to maintain their forces at defined standoff distances from the corridor's boundary markers and to notify the other party before any troop movement within 50 kilometers of those markers. Huo Rinshan had honored the agreement until 6 weeks into the Imperial Framework's operational period, at which point Wei Changkong's Tier 3 logistics analysis began showing movement patterns that were technically within the agreement's letter while violating its operational spirit. Probing movements. Individual units at the boundary's far edge, at precisely the distance that was not covered by the notification requirement, moving in patterns that were consistent with terrain assessment rather than patrol function. Not an invasion. The early stages of what a careful, methodical commander did when he was preparing to act and wanted to know the terrain before he acted. Wei Changkong presented this analysis to Xie Tongmei. He recognizes that my Imperial Commission changes the strategic balance, Wei Changkong said. The framework gives me the institutional backing that my independent command lacked. From Huo Rinshan's perspective, the window during which he can engage me on favorable terms is narrowing, because the longer the commission holds, the more deeply the institutional infrastructure integrates with my operational capacity. He spread the movement pattern intelligence across the briefing table. He is not ready to launch a full offensive. His logistics are not positioned for it. He is doing what a methodical commander does when he is not ready and the window is narrowing. He is trying to accelerate his readiness by gathering terrain intelligence and by testing whether the probing movements produce any response from my side that gives him information about my force disposition. "And what response are you giving him?" she asked. "None. The absence of response is informative to him. It confirms that my forces are not positioned for immediate counter-operation in the boundary zone, which I am deliberately maintaining because the boundary zone's current position is not optimal for a defensive engagement, and I want him to commit to the terrain he has been assessing rather than adjust to a response pattern." She looked at the movement intelligence. She was running it against her own strategic assessment. You want him to attack. I want him to attack when I am ready to use the attack as a campaign opportunity rather than a crisis response. There is a difference. He indicated the logistics map. Authorize full defensive mobilization. I will position for defense in the north while Liang Suin's supply network completes the Eastern Corps' integration with the Imperial logistics chain. That integration completes in 8 weeks. When it completes, the force has 3 times the operational depth it currently has. And if he moves before 8 weeks? I hold defensively and accept higher costs. The calculus gives that scenario a 40% probability. The defensive hold buys time. The 8-week integration is the better outcome, not the only outcome. He met her eyes. I am telling you I want the offensive authorization prepared, not that I plan to use it immediately. I want to know it is available. You have it, she said. Then she added, don't use it without telling me first. He said, of course. She said, I know you said of course. I'm telling you because the prince told me things were of course 3 times before he acted without me. He looked at her. I will tell you before I act. Hook. She held his gaze for a moment, and then said, I believe you. And the specific quality with which she said it, not performing belief, meaning it, produced a response in the calculus's middle registers that he still did not have a category for. Chapter 67. The phenomenon began as a report. Shun Jiu brought it to Wei Changkong's attention on the same day as the defensive mobilization authorization was filed. A flagged intelligence notice from one of the northern garrison patrol commanders, a man named Captain Zhao Wenji, who had been operating a secondary patrol route through the territory north of the Crescent Plain for 3 months. Zhao Wenji's report was specific in its description and careful in its hedging. His patrol had discovered an abandoned military standard near the ruins of an engagement site from the previous cultivation age, and the patrol soldiers who had been assigned to move the standard had exhibited behavioral anomalies that Zhao Wenji did not have better language for then. Their formations broke apart, and they gave orders they didn't remember giving. Shen Jiu had flagged the report because the engagement site was in proximity to Wei Shiyun's final campaign territory, the same territory that had been sealed and unmarked on official maps for the past 30 years. Wei Changkong read the report twice. He ran the calculus on the behavioral anomalies. The calculus returned a result he had encountered once before, when Shen Jiu had described the Jade Mirror Order's early movements. Not a clear probability assessment, but a diffuse fog, a zone where the input variables were sufficiently outside the system's training data that the probability distributions had no reliable shape. The probability fog. For the first time, the calculus could not model what had happened to Zhao Wenji's patrol. He told no one about the fog. He told Shen Jiu that the report was interesting and that he wanted all subsequent intelligence from that territory to be routed directly to him rather than processed through the standard analytical hierarchy. What's in that territory? Shen Jiu asked. A question I need to understand before I answer it, Wei Changkong said. The probability fog was not alarming in the immediate operational sense. The anomaly had affected one patrol's behavior for a short period. There had been no casualties. The soldiers were reporting normally within hours of leaving the site's vicinity. It was alarming in the structural sense. A system that worked at every other point in Wei Changkong's operational history had encountered a variable category it could not process. He sent Shen Jiu north to investigate while maintaining public operational activity in the standard pattern. He did not announce that the calculus had returned fog on anything. The formless general was not yet a name he had. It was a question mark in his operational picture, sitting in the northeast with the specific weight of an unknown variable that the best analytical system he had access to could not quantify. Hook. He pulled out his father's campaign records, the ones he had read in the sealed archive at Fort Crescent, the ones he had memorized in the first year after his father's execution, and read through the entries from the final campaign again, looking for any description of behavioral anomalies in the northeastern territory, and found on the campaign's 23rd day a notation his father had made. The men are not themselves near the valley. Ordered the patrol doubled and the reporting tempo halved. Something in the ground. Chapter 68. Shen Jiu returned from the northeastern territory after 11 days with a finding that reconstructed events Wei Changkong had not been looking for. He requested a private briefing, just the two of them, not the full command staff, and Wei Changkong granted it. Shen Jiu had learned to make the private briefing request when the information was the kind that required processing time before it reached a wider audience, which Wei Changkong had told him directly, on his 4th week with the command, was a protocol he valued. The sponsored disorder you neutralized in Arc 2, Shen Jiu said. He laid his intelligence documentation on the briefing table in the specific, organized way that he arranged documents when the finding was significant. The bandit coalitions that General Kai Douyin was funding. The original funding source. Wei Changkong looked at the documentation. Kai Douyin was not the origin point, Shinjiyu said. He was an intermediary. The initial funding came from the Bureau, the Jade Throne Intelligence Bureau, on standing orders from the Empress Regent's office, issued 18 months before Kai Douyin was recruited as the local operational channel. Wei Changkong sat with this. The calculus ran the causal chain. The standing orders from the Empress Regent's office, the border destabilization operation, which Wei Changkong had attributed to Kai Douyin and filed as a political threat from the prince's faction, had originated with Xie Tongmei. She had been running a border destabilization operation against Wei Changkong's northern expansion before she offered him the imperial framework. She had been trying to neutralize him from the inside, through recruited local channels, while simultaneously preparing to offer him institutional incorporation. She had transitioned from sabotage to incorporation. The standing orders had been cancelled. Shun Jiu confirmed this, providing the cancellation date, 3 months before the framework negotiation began. She had stopped the operation when she decided to bring him in instead. He processed this for 30 seconds before he spoke. The cancellation date, 3 months before the framework negotiation. Shinjiu waited. She stopped the operation when she made the decision to negotiate. Yes. He looked at the documentation. The calculus ran the full assessment, not a betrayal, a strategic evolution. She had tried to stop him from the outside, failed, and shifted to incorporation. The operational logic was identical to what he would have done in her position. She had concluded that the border destabilization approach was not working and had pivoted to a strategy that could work. She had done it before meeting him. The pivot to incorporation was not a response to him personally. It was a strategic decision based on operational assessment. He had become useful to incorporate rather than effective to destabilize. The calculus had a category for this. It was not a betrayal. It was a strategy. She had been operating within her legitimate authority, pursuing her legitimate interests, and had updated her approach when the data changed. The fact that he had been the target of the earlier approach was operationally relevant, but not a basis for treating the current partnership as compromised. He held this assessment. He held it against the third signature in his father's execution order. He held it against the Tier 4 picture he had built of her. He told Mei Xiaoyan that evening. She was the first person he had told anything personal in 2 years. Hook. Mei Xiaoyan looked at him across the small fire she kept at her field station when the evenings were cold, and she said, "You're telling me because you can't run it through the calculus." And he was quiet, and she said, "You could. You just don't want to." Chapter 69. He did not confront Xie Tongmei immediately. 3 weeks passed. Normal command operations. Intelligence reviews. The defensive mobilizations preparation phase in the north, running on schedule. The Eastern Corps' Imperial Logistics integration, at 70% by the 3rd week. 2 operational engagements. Minor, resolved with the updated consent protocol, both outcomes within the calculus's projected range. He observed. He built a full causal model of the border destabilization operation, the decision sequence that had led her to initiate it, the criteria she would have been using to assess its effectiveness, the decision sequence that had led her to cancel it. The model required the Tier 4 overlay and 3 days of deliberate analysis. Not urgent, not crisis-driven, the slow construction of a complete picture from the available data. When the model was complete, he reviewed it. Conclusion. She had initiated the border destabilization operation as a legitimate strategic measure, neutralizing a military expansion that her intelligence assessment had identified as a long-term threat to the Jade Throne's northern stability. The operation had been proportionate to the threat as she understood it. When her assessment of the threat updated, when it became clear that incorporating Wei Changkong was more effective than neutralizing him, she had canceled the operation and offered the framework. She had not deceived him during the framework negotiation. She had not disclosed the operation either, but she had not been asked, and the framework's terms did not retroactively require disclosure of pre-negotiation strategic actions. The precedent for not disclosing strategic actions taken before a negotiation was universal. No commander disclosed all their pre-negotiation intelligence activities. That was not the negotiation convention. Conclusion, not a betrayal. A strategic evolution, as the calculus had initially assessed. He decided to treat it as such. He decided this deliberately, with full awareness that the decision was a decision rather than a calculation's output. The calculus had given him the answer 3 weeks ago. He had been sitting with the question rather than accepting the answer, which was behavior he had not previously engaged in on a 3-week timeline. The knowledge sat in him like a stone. He told Mei Xiaoyan this on the evening after the model was complete. She was reading, at her field station, one of the medical texts she had been working through since the early days of the campaign. She looked up when he came in and set the text down. "You've decided," she said. It was not a question. "Yes." He sat across from her. I've decided to treat it as a strategic evolution rather than a betrayal. The calculus gives me the same answer. 3 weeks of processing produced the same conclusion as 3 hours of calculation. Then what were the 3 weeks for? She asked. He was quiet for a moment. Confirming that the calculation was correct, he said finally, not trusting the first answer. She looked at him steadily. You've never needed 3 weeks to confirm a calculation before. No, he said. He looked at the medical text she had put down. The calculation involves a person I have been working with directly rather than at operational distance. That changes the variable's texture. Hook, she said, that's the most honest thing you've said to me about the calculus in 2 years. And he said, I know. And she said, I think that's why it took 3 weeks. And he did not say anything. And the fire sound was louder than either of them for a long moment. Chapter 70, she asked him why he had told her. Not immediately. She asked it the following morning, when he returned to collect something he had left at her field station the previous evening and found her already at work with the medical records. She did not look up from the records when she asked. He had come to understand, a person who asked difficult questions without making eye contact, because she found that direct confrontation when asking difficult questions produced defensive answers rather than honest ones. You've never told me something that you didn't have a strategic reason to tell, she said. The other times you've spoken to me about operational matters, the conversation had a function. The supply reports when you needed me to know the field hospital's resupply timeline. The Fort Crescent question when you needed to process the tribunal case. She made a notation in her records. Last night didn't have a strategic function. He looked at her. Maybe I had a different kind of reason, he said. She looked up from the records. She looked at him directly, which was not her usual question-asking mode, which meant she was doing it deliberately, choosing the confrontational angle rather than the indirect one. That is the most dangerous thing you've said to me. The calculus was running. He was aware of it running. He was aware that he could look at the output, the probability assessment on the interaction's significance, the variable flagging, the warning notation that had been active for 4 weeks, and he was aware that he was not looking at it. Not because he had decided not to, because looking at it would require treating the interaction as a calculation, and he was not certain that it was a calculation. He had not been uncertain about whether something was a calculation in 3 years. The calculus is running, he said. I'm choosing not to look at the output right now. She absorbed this. She turned back to her records. That's new. Yes, he said. Is it a problem? He picked up what he had come for. I don't know yet, he said. That's also new. Hook. He walked back to the command tent through the morning's beginning activity, and the calculus ran its standard threat assessment on the day's operational picture, and he looked at it, and the warning flag on his own decision-making was still active, and he noted it with the specific quality of attention he gave to variables he did not intend to resolve until they resolved themselves, which was not his usual practice, because his usual practice was to resolve variables as soon as the data was sufficient, and the data had been sufficient for 4 weeks. Chapter 71 Prince Yin Beihua called in the debt 2 months into the Imperial Framework's operational period. The summons came through official channels, not a private letter, an official commission communication, routed through the Jade Throne Court's formal relay structure in a way that required an official response rather than allowing Wei Changkong to process it as private correspondence. The prince was operating within the political architecture that the Imperial Commission had created. If Wei Changkong was now an imperial officer, he could be required to respond to commission-level communications from a prince of the blood. The communications' content was specific. The prince wanted Wei Changkong to redirect 2 corps from their current defensive positions to a strategic engagement in the eastern border region that would produce, as the prince's communication described it, a decisive demonstration of imperial military capacity that would address ongoing uncertainty among court ministers about the Northern Theater's strategic direction. Wei Changkong read the communication twice. He ran the calculus on the proposed engagement. 40 minutes of analysis produced a probability distribution that was, across every time horizon from 30 days to 3 years, net negative. The Eastern engagement would produce significant casualties without a strategic objective that justified them. The uncertainty among court ministers that the prince was citing was a political problem, not a military problem, and military casualties did not solve political problems. They created political problems of their own kind. The defensive repositioning required would leave a genuine vulnerability in the northern flank at a moment when Huarinshan's probing movements were intensifying. He responded through the same official channel. The proposed Eastern engagement is not operationally supportable at the current moment given the Northern Theater's defensive requirements. I am not in a position to redirect the requested corps. If the court minister's concerns about strategic direction require a briefing, I am available for a commission-level presentation at a time that does not conflict with active operational requirements. He sent the response and immediately began calculating what the prince's next move would be. The prince had 4 remaining tools. He could escalate through the court's political architecture, attempting to force Xie Tongmei to intercede. He could use his remaining network of garrison commanders to create operational pressure. He could appeal to the compact's provisions about princes of the blood having authority over commissioned officers, or he could begin building external alliances to restore his factional position. Wei Changkong assessed the probability of each tool. The first 3 were low probability, given the imperial framework structure. The 4th was higher probability. 3 days later, the calculus confirmed it. 3 of Wei Changkong's border garrison commanders had received private letters from the prince's court. Not orders. The prince no longer had the authority to order Wei Changkong's garrison commanders. The letters were, as their content suggested when 2 of the 3 commanders forwarded them to Wei Changkong, invitations to private consultations about the Northern Theater's future political structure, which was the language of political recruitment rather than official communication. 2 of the 3 commanders forwarded the letters. The 3rd, Commander Bai Longxin, from Fort Crescent, the man who had held the garrison while Wei Changkong ran his first frontier campaign, did not. Wei Changkong noted this and filed it. Bai Longxin had been at 74% loyalty for 8 months and had been holding there without movement. The non-forwarding was itself a data point. It did not confirm a shift to the prince's side, but it removed a confirmation of continued alignment. Hook. He sent a curt message to the prince through the same official channel. My commands are now imperial sanctioned. Your patronage is ended. Thank you for your support during the early phase. He sent it, then calculated the prince's response timeline. Less than 2 hours if the prince responded from anger. More than a day if the prince responded from strategy. The response arrived at 57 minutes. Chapter 72. The prince's declaration of opposition was formal, specific, and invoked a compact provision that Wei Changkong had reviewed but had not expected the prince to find. The provision was obscure. It dated from 2 centuries prior, designed for a different political context, and its current applicability was arguable. It required the Empress Regent to choose between a prince of the blood and an appointed officer when the 2 parties had a declared conflict of interest in the same operational theater. The provision did not specify what choose between meant operationally, which was its primary weakness as a legal instrument, but as a political instrument it was effective. It forced the court to publicly consider whether the imperial commission was valid in the face of the prince's formal opposition. Xie Tongmei called Wei Changkong to the capital. He attended. He had been expecting this. The calculus had placed it at 82% probability when the prince's declaration arrived. The capital's court chamber was arranged for a formal hearing. 19 ministers, the full Jade Throne Commission's active membership, and 2 neutral observers from the compact arbitration body. The prince was present in the gallery, not at the table, in the gallery, which was a strategic positioning choice that meant he was observing rather than participating, which preserved his ability to respond to whatever happened without having committed to a position before the hearing's outcome. Wei Changkong stood at the presentation point and spoke for approximately 4 minutes. He did not argue the political case. He did not appeal to the court's sense of military necessity or the campaign's ongoing requirements. He presented a statistical analysis of the Northern Theater's current strategic position, force disposition, logistics integration completion, projected outcomes under 3 scenarios of current policy continuation, and then presented the projected outcomes under the Eastern engagement the prince had requested. The comparison was not a speech. It was a table. It was visible to every minister in the chamber. The Eastern engagement's projected casualty cost versus strategic benefit, compared against the defensive posture's cost and benefit, laid out in the same probability format that Wei Changkong used for internal command review. He stopped speaking when he had presented the comparison. 3 ministers who had been in the neutral bloc shifted. He could read it in their posture. Not a dramatic reaction. The specific quality of attention that indicated a person had received information that had changed their assessment. They had come to the hearing uncertain. They were leaving it with a position. General Kai Douyin, watching from the gallery beside the prince, filed a private petition within the hour. Wei Changkong learned of this through Shun Jiu's capital network at the same speed. Kai Douyin was joining the prince's faction formally. He had expected this too. Hook. The hearing produced a compromise that was, operationally, exactly what Wei Changkong had calculated as the most probable outcome. He retained his command but accepted a 6-week suspension from active campaign operations, which the prince's faction accepted as a visible limitation on Wei Changkong's authority, and which Wei Changkong accepted because the suspension period had uses he had already identified before the hearing began. Chapter 73. The court compromise created 6 weeks. 6 weeks without active campaign operations was not 6 weeks of inactivity. It was 6 weeks during which the specific operational tasks that could not be done during active campaign tempo could be done without the competing priorities that active operations produced. Wei Changkong used the first 2 weeks on the Eastern Corps' logistics integration, which completed on the 12th day. He used the 3rd week on intelligence network maintenance, verifying source quality, cross-checking the reporting chains, the verification practice he had promised himself after the Duan Jiaoling incident. He assigned Liang Suyin to audit his own casualty mathematics across all 3 years of campaigning. He had been meaning to do this since the tribunal inquest. The inquest had produced the specific quality of awareness that something he had been presenting as a complete accounting might have gaps, not in the individual operation analyses, but in the aggregate picture. Liang Suyin's audit would find the gaps if they existed. She worked on the audit in parallel with the logistics integration completion. Old Iron Wrist Deng arrived on the suspension's 4th day. He arrived unannounced, not at the capital, not through official channels, but at Wei Changkong's northern field post, where Wei Changkong had returned after the capital hearing's conclusion because the field post was where the work was. Deng had traveled from Fort Crescent, a 4-day journey that he had made without informing Wei Changkong of his departure, and arrived at the field post's receiving point and told the sentry officer, "Tell him it's Deng. Tell him I'm sitting here until he lets me in." Wei Changkong let him in. "I don't trust princes," Deng said, when Wei Changkong received him in the command tent. "And I trust you less alone." He was thinner than he had been when Wei Changkong had last seen him. The reassignment to Fort Crescent had been medically correct. The deterioration in his shoulder and meridians had stabilized, which meant the removal of campaign tempo had allowed the treatment to work. But stable at 62 still looked different from the man Wei Changkong had first met at the border garrison when the man was 56, and the world had not yet produced the specific weight that 6 years of watching the Northern Theater's events had placed on him. He sat in the command tent's camp chair and looked at Wei Changkong with the expression Wei Changkong had seen on his face intermittently for 4 years. Not disapproval, not approval, the specific quality of regard that a person had for someone whose trajectory they had been observing since before the trajectory began and who they were not sure they recognized any longer. "The court hearing?" Deng said. "Yes." "For minutes." He looked at the command tent's map table. "Your father could do that too. Walk into a room and say less than anyone expected and produce the result he wanted. Is that a compliment?" "It is an observation," Deng said. He looked at Wei Changkong directly. "I have been watching you become something." "What?" "Your father." Before the court got to him, he was quiet for a moment. He sat with his campaign maps the same way you do. He couldn't put them down even when the campaign was over. He used to carry them to dinner. I told him once that his map was in the soup, and he thanked me for the information and moved the map, but didn't stop reviewing it. "Hook?" Wei Changkong asked. "What would he have done differently?" Deng said. "He would have taken the safe road." Wei Changkong said. "And?" Deng said. "And he would have been wrong." Chapter 70 for the suspension's 5th week was when Liang Suyin's audit produced its findings. She had worked methodically, the same approach she brought to every analytical task, the thoroughness that had been present when she was Lord Fun's logistics officer and had not diminished in 3 years of increasingly complex campaign management. She presented the audit's summary in the same flat tone she used for supply reports. 17 campaigns. The casualty mathematics across all 17, reconstructed from the operational records, cross-referenced against the calculus's projection history, where the records preserved Wei Changkong's pre-operation assessments. In 14 of the 17 campaigns, the projected casualty range had been accurate within the margin she defined as operational precision. In 3 campaigns, the projections had been optimistic. The actual casualties had exceeded the projected floor by amounts that ranged from marginally to significantly. In 2 of the 3 exception campaigns, the post-operation analysis Wei Changkong had filed at the time had identified input quality issues as the causal factor, the same category of failure he had found in Duan Jiaoling's records. In the 3rd campaign, the post-operation analysis had not flagged an input quality issue. The 3rd campaign, Wei Changkong said. He already knew which one. He had run the same analysis in his head during the 4 days since he had assigned the audit, and he had arrived at the same 3 exceptions. The secondary Eastern garrison operation in month 4 of the Northern Consolidation, Liang Suyin confirmed. The casualty excess was 12% above the projected floor. The post-operation analysis attributed it to unexpected tactical flexibility from the opposition, which is operationally accurate, but is also the kind of attribution that closes an inquiry rather than extending it. The opposition's tactical flexibility should have been projected, he said. I had the intelligence. I downweighted it. Yes. She put the summary down. The calculus's weighting of opposition tactical flexibility as a variable was calibrated from your previous engagements. The opposition in that campaign was a different organizational type than your previous engagements had involved. The calibration was not appropriate. She paused. You knew this at the time. The post-operation analysis's language about unexpected flexibility is a description of a variable that surprised you. Variables that surprise you are variables the calculus didn't model correctly. You closed the inquiry rather than examining why. The suspension would end in 1 week. Update the calibration parameters for opposition tactical flexibility, he said. Use the complete engagement record, not the standard weighting. Cross-reference against organizational type classifications for each opposition force. Apply retroactively to all campaign records and flag any other projections that would have been affected by the corrected calibration. Already running, she said. Hook, Deng, who had stayed at the field post for the week and who had been, on the surface, spending his time in the mess hall and talking with Wei Changkong's junior staff about matters unrelated to the command, looked up from the campaign records he had borrowed to read and said, Your father ran the same review once, 7 years into his campaigns. He was 2 weeks from the final campaign when he found it. He put the records down. He said it was the most important thing he ever did. Chapter 75. The suspension's last 2 days were the only 2 days of the 6 weeks that had no scheduled analytical work. Wei Changkong recognized, after the audit was complete and the calibration update was running and the intelligence source review was current and the logistics integration was finished, that he had filled every available hour of the suspension with the work that the suspension's ostensible purpose, removing him from active command operations, had been intended to interrupt. He had treated the suspension as an operational planning period with a different set of priorities rather than as what its political context had intended it to be. He was not sure whether this was a problem. He and Deng ate in the mess hall on the second-to-last evening, with the field post's regular staff, which Deng had apparently been doing every evening for a week, and which had produced the specific quality of relationship between Deng and the junior staff that Wei Changkong had seen Deng produce everywhere he stayed. The relationship of a man who ate the same food, asked the same kind of questions about people's lives, and remembered the answers the next time. I have been watching you become something, Deng said, when the mess hall had quieted and the evening's ambient activity was the background sound of a running garrison at rest. They had spoken the same sentence before. Wei Changkong waited for the continuation to be different. You are becoming your father before the court got to him, Deng said. I said this before. I mean it differently now. He looked at the mess hall's current occupants, junior officers, and support staff, the working population of the command structure that Wei Changkong managed from the top down. Your father was the best operational commander I ever served under. Not because he was right more often than the other commanders. Because when he was wrong, he ran the review. He found the error. He changed the calibration and ran the review again. I know, Wei Changkong said. The court killed him before the calibration changes produced what they would have produced, Deng said. Whatever he would have become, I watched enough of it to know it was going to be something worth watching. He looked at Wei Changkong. You're further along the same arc than he was when they stopped it. He paused. The arc doesn't stop the same way this time. You've built too much around you. But the thing I'm watching for is whether you do with the further distance what he would have done, or something different. What would he have done? He loved it, Deng said. He said it with the specific quality of a man giving the most important information he had. That was the problem. He loved the campaigns too much to see what they were doing to him. He could see what they were doing to his men. He couldn't see what they were doing to him. He looked at Wei Changkong. He loved it too. That was the problem. The mess hall was quiet around them. And what am I doing? Wei Changkong asked. Deng said, ask me in another year. I'm not sure yet. Hook, Wei Changkong asked, do you think you know what I love? And Deng looked at him for a long time and said, I think the honest answer to that question is that you're still finding out, and that you're finding out faster now than you were at the beginning, which is either very good or very dangerous, and I'm old enough to know I can't tell which one it is from here. Chapter 76. The suspension ended on a day when 3 crises arrived within the same morning. He returned to his command table, the standing map table, the one he used for active operations, not the briefing table he had been working at for 6 weeks, and placed his first marker at 9 in the morning. Horinshan's probing movements had crossed a threshold overnight. 3 simultaneous unit deployments at boundary positions that were technically outside the notification requirement, but were now within the corridor's operational perimeter. Not an invasion, but a declaration of intent. The methodical commander announcing that he was done waiting and was beginning to move. The second crisis arrived while Wei Changkong was reviewing the first, a communication from Commander Bai Longxin at Fort Crescent, the first direct communication from Bai Longxin in 6 weeks. The communication reported that the prince's faction had delivered a supply diversion proposal. Fort Crescent's eastern supply line could be rerouted through the prince's secondary administrative holdings, which would reduce the line's efficiency but would shift control of the supply source to the prince's network. Bai Longxin had not refused the proposal. He had reported it. The third crisis came from Shunjiyu's northeastern monitoring. 3 regiments in the northeast were reporting behavioral anomalies consistent with the probability fog pattern he had been tracking since Zhao Wenji's original report. Not single patrols now. Full regiment command structures were producing the coordination failures, the disorientation, the orders that soldiers did not remember giving. The formless general phenomenon was spreading. Wei Changkong stood at the map table. His staff was assembled. Liang Suyin at the logistics board, Shunjiyu with the intelligence summary, Zhu Guang with the northern force disposition reports. They had been running at reduced operational tempo for 6 weeks. They were, he could see in the quality of their attention, ready. He put down 3 markers simultaneously. First the south, he said. The room's attention shifted to the southern theater's map section. Everyone present understood the sequence of priority assignments implicit in the 3-marker placement. North and northeast could hold. The prince's supply diversion was an immediate operational threat to Fort Crescent's defensive integrity, and disrupting the supply line was more immediately harmful than Huarinshan's probing movements, which were still in the preliminary stage. By Longxin's report, he said to Shunjiyu, the supply diversion proposal, how long before it's operationally committed if Bai Longxin doesn't refuse it? 48 hours at minimum, Shunjiyu said. The proposal requires a formal logistics agreement. The prince's network doesn't move faster than institutional paperwork. 48 hours is enough. He indicated the logistics board to Liang Suyin. Reroute Fort Crescent's eastern supply line through the Imperial Logistics Network, not the prince's channel, not the existing secondary channel, the new Imperial integration we completed in week 3. It goes live today. He turned to the north. Huarinshan. His deployment pattern, what is his target? Hook. Zhu Guang had been quiet through the opening exchange, watching Wei Changkong move from the suspended command posture of 6 weeks to the active command posture of 3 years in the space of 30 seconds, with the specific attention of someone who had been watching the transition and was noting what changed and what did not. What changed was the speed. What did not change was the specific flatness of Wei Changkong's voice when the problems were large and the options were real. Chapter 77. The prince's political destruction took 9 days. Wei Changkong moved the supply line first, which removed the prince's leverage over Fort Crescent within the 48-hour window. Bai Longxin received the imperial rerouting order, confirmed its implementation, and sent a communication to the prince's network that the proposal was no longer relevant. The prince received this as what it was, a demonstration that Wei Changkong had anticipated the supply diversion attempt before it was executed. He then moved the political instrument he had been carrying for 3 years. The evidence package, Kai Dowen's border disruption records, the procurement chain analysis, the funding source confirmation that Shunjiyu had traced back through the bureau to the initial authorization documentation, had been sitting in Liang Suin's filing system since Wei Changkong had decided, at the end of Arc 2, that the evidence was more valuable as a held contingency than as an immediately disclosed threat. The 3 years had changed the evidence's value. When he had first compiled it, the evidence destroyed Kai Dowen and created a court crisis that Wei Changkong could not afford. Now, with the Imperial Commission active and the court's political topology significantly changed, the evidence destroyed Kai Dowen and the prince's remaining factional coherence in a single action. He presented the complete package to Xie Tongmei. Her response time, 14 minutes. Her response, immediate court authorization for a formal investigation into the border disruption funding chain, coupled with a communication to the prince's household that his administrative authority was suspended pending the investigation's outcome. Kai Dowen was removed from commission by the end of the day. The prince's factional structure, the remaining ministers who had been operating in his orbit, dispersed within 48 hours. The investigation's announcement was sufficient. They did not need to be named, because being associated with a named investigation was worse for their individual positions than performing visible distance. Zhu Guang reviewed this sequence from his field command position. In a communication he sent to Wei Changkong the following morning. You've been carrying that for 3 years. Wei Changkong replied. Variables require patience. Zhu Guang wrote back. I thought you were going to say that is a feeling, not a variable. Wei Changkong looked at this message for a moment. He did not reply immediately. He put the communication with the other operational messages that required response and continued with the Northern Theater's active problem, which was Huarinshan. The Northeastern Theater's problem, the formless general, was the one that was expanding. Hook. Shunjiyu's report on the Northeastern situation updated that afternoon. 3 regiments had now been affected by the behavioral anomalies, and a 4th regiment that had been sent to investigate the 3rd situation had begun reporting anomalies of its own within 6 hours of entering the affected zone, which meant the phenomenon was not localized, but was spreading, and the probability fog that the calculus returned on the northeastern theater was no longer an edge case. Chapter 78. The formless general was no longer a question mark. Shen Jiu provided the historical context over the course of a briefing that ran 2 hours, drawing on the combination of his bureau intelligence training and the specific historical research he had been conducting since Zhao Wenji's initial patrol report. The source material was scattered: military historical archives from the previous cultivation age, fragments of the compact's enforcement records from 2 centuries prior, the specific wound pattern records that Mei Xiaoyan had been gathering from her medical texts. Mei Xiaoyan attended the briefing. She had been building her own historical picture from the medical record angle. The finding: the battle standard of the Broken Heaven Army was a war spirit anchor. War spirits from the previous cultivation age were the accumulated martial energy of significant battles, concentrated through the cultivation arrays embedded in specific objects, standards, weapons, formations markers, and held in a dormant state that was not destruction but a pause. The war spirit remained present and potentially active, waiting for the conditions that would trigger its reemergence. The conditions that triggered reemergence were combat resonant. A battle of sufficient scale, fought in proximity to the anchor, would activate the dormant spirit and produce a presence that affected the battlefield's dynamics in ways that were not governed by the tactical logic of the current age. Wei Changkong's northern campaign had been the largest military operation in the affected territory in 2 centuries. He had provided the activation threshold. The formless general is not attacking anyone, Shen Jiu said. It is reemerging. The behavioral anomalies are the margin effects of its reemergence, the spillover from a war spirit's activation affecting the cultivation of anyone in its immediate vicinity. And the calculus cannot model it, Wei Changkong said. The calculus is built on tactical logic that is fundamentally rational: probability distributions, resource allocation, predictable responses to incentive structures. The formless general operates on emotional resonance rather than tactical logic. It affects formations by creating emotional disruption, grief, confusion, unresolved intent, rather than by applying tactical pressure. The calculus does not have a probability distribution for grief. Wei Changkong looked at the northeastern map section. The affected territory's eastern boundary was visible from the northern theater's command range. He spent 3 days doing nothing, which terrified his staff. Not because he was visibly distressed, he was not, but because his command posture during those 3 days had the quality of a system whose primary processing tool had returned an error and which had not yet found the alternative tool. Mei Xiaoyan brought him meals during those 3 days. On the 3rd day's evening, she sat across from him with the campfire between them and waited. "You're not thinking," she said. "You're waiting for the tool to work." He looked up. "Yes," he said. "Then stop using the tool." He looked at her. The specific quality of the instruction, simple, direct, addressed to the actual problem rather than a diplomatic version of it, produced the same cognitive clarity that the tribunal conversation had produced. Not a solution, but a clear perception of what the problem was, which was different from what he had been trying to solve. "The formless general is not a tactical problem," he said. "No," she said. "What do you know about its previous campaigns?" Hook. She had been reading the medical text fragments, the wound pattern records from the previous age that described the effects of war spirit engagements on soldiers' cultivated meridians, and had found, in 3 of the records, specific details about the behavioral patterns the formless general had exhibited in its previous active period 2 centuries ago, which was not random or chaotic but followed a grammar that she had, over the past 2 weeks, been quietly learning to read. Chapter 79. She spread the medical records across the campfire's working surface. Not organized by case or date, organized by pattern. She had been building this organization for 2 weeks, during the evenings when Wei Changkong's command operations did not require her field station's function, sorting the wound records and behavioral incident reports by the specific type of disruption they described rather than the chronological or geographic markers the archive had used. The pattern was not tactical. Tactical patterns had vectors, objectives, logical endpoints. This pattern had, she struggled with the right word, and settled on shape. The formless general's active period 2 centuries ago had a shape. It concentrated in areas of unresolved grief and avoided areas of what the records described as a settled purpose, sites where military actions had been completed and the dead had been acknowledged. "It attacks where grief concentrates," she said. "The northeastern territory has concentrated grief, the site of Wei Shiyan's campaign, where where thousands of men died without purpose because Wei Shiryun was ordered to lose, and where the dead were never formally acknowledged because the court that ordered the betrayal didn't want a memorial that would raise questions about the betrayal. Wei Changkong was very still. And it avoids settled purpose, she continued. Every site in its previous active period that had been resolved, where commanders had acknowledged their dead and released the accumulated grief of the battle, shows no anomaly in the records. The war spirit's emotional grammar does not engage with completed grief. It's not attacking me, he said. He was processing the implication, and she could see it. The specific quality of his processing was visible to her after 2 years of proximity, the slight stillness of a mind reorganizing around a new frame. It's completing something. What? Wei Shiryun's final battle was never resolved. It was interrupted by betrayal, a battle that was ordered to produce a loss that could be used as grounds for execution, that produced deaths that served no military purpose, that was never given the acknowledgement that resolves a battle in the cultivation tradition. He looked at the medical records. The war spirit cannot rest because the battle was never resolved. Yes, she said. And the way the previous records resolved the sites was not combat. Commanders went to the sites and acknowledged the dead. Named them. She held his gaze. That's the grammar. He thought about this for a long time. I know the names, he said. I read the campaign records from Wei Shiryun's final battle in the 2nd year. I memorized them because they were evidence of the betrayal. I know, she said. I've watched you remember things you try not to show you remember. Hook. He looked at the medical records pattern for a long time, and then said, I need to go north, and she said, I know, and he said, I'm going to do something there that has no strategic calculation behind it, and she said, I know that too. And the fire sound was the loudest thing between them. Chapter 80, he did not tell Zhu Guang or Shun Jiu his specific purpose for traveling north. He told them he was conducting a personal reconnaissance of the affected northeastern territory and that the travel served the operational purpose of direct assessment rather than relying on second-hand reporting. This was true. It was also incomplete. He had been managing incomplete disclosures his entire command tenure, and the practice was sufficiently embedded in his operational culture that it did not produce friction. His staff trusted his assessments, which meant they trusted that his reasons for doing something were sound, even when those reasons were not fully disclosed. What he did not tell them was that Mei Xiaoyan's medical records had given him something he could not quantify and could not present to the command staff as a probability assessment, and that he was going to Stillmouth Valley, the sealed valley that marked the site of Wei Shiryun's final campaign, with the intention of doing something that the calculus had no category for. Mei Xiaoyan traveled with him. She had not asked to come. She had arrived at the departure point in the morning with her medical case and the 2 research records she needed for reference, and Wei Changkong had looked at her and said nothing, because nothing needed to be said. They reached Stillmouth Valley on the 3rd day of travel. It was exactly what the calculus could not process. The valley was a cultivation dead zone, not hostile, not active, but saturated with the specific quality of qi that accumulated at sites of large-scale unresolved death. Dense, still, resistant to the kind of movement and direction that cultivation normally permitted. The probability fog covered the entire valley floor and extended 50 meters up the valley's walls. The calculus ran on it and returned noise. The formless general was already there. Not visible, not a body, not a form. A weight. A presence in the valley's cultivation density that was identifiable as a distinct consciousness rather than background emotional residue. It did not move when Wei Changkong entered the valley. It did not react the way an enemy would react. It had the quality of something that was already engaged in something and was not interrupted by his arrival. He walked to the valley center. He did not use the calculus. He did not run any assessment. He stood in the center of the valley and, for the first time in his adult life, did something with no strategic calculation behind it. He spoke the names of the soldiers who had died here, one by one, from memory. The names his father's campaign records had contained. He had memorized them as evidence. He spoke them as acknowledgement. The valley's chi shifted with each name. The denseness began to clear. Not dramatically. A slow dissolution. The specific quality of grief being released from a system that had been holding it in suspension for 30 years. He did not stop until the last name was spoken. Hook. The formless general went still. Not the stillness of an enemy regrouping. The stillness of a presence that had received what it had been waiting for. And Mei Xiaoyan, standing at the valley's edge with the medical records in her hands and her eyes on Wei Changkong's face, wrote something in her journal that was not a name from a casualty list. Chapter 81 Stillmouth Valley was sealed on official maps as an administrative artifact, an unmarked zone in the military cartography that had been maintained for 30 years by the specific institutional inertia of bureaucracies that do not review their inherited classifications. Wei Changkong had known this since his first campaign research. The ceiling was itself evidence of the betrayal. If the campaign had been legitimate, the valley would have been in the military record as a named engagement site. Unnamed territory meant unnamed dead, which meant the people who had ordered the betrayal had reasons to keep the dead unnamed. He traveled north for 3 days with Mei Xiaoyan and a small escort of 4 soldiers who had been selected for the quality of their ability to maintain observation without commentary. The traveling was not, on its surface, different from the reconnaissance travel he had conducted twice in the previous year. It became different when the probability fog appeared on the second day. Not the thin edge of it, the full weight. The calculus dropped its output resolution to noise within 40 minutes of entering the affected zone's outer boundary. Wei Changkong ran the system twice and confirmed the noise pattern, then set the calculus's active processing aside and traveled by direct observation. The valley was 4 kilometers long and 2 wide, running east-west along the fault line of an ancient geological boundary that had been used as a natural defensive position in the previous cultivation age. The valley's western entrance was where Wei Shiyan's force had made their final stand. The ground still showed the specific marks of large-scale cultivation discharge, the fused soil and altered rock formations that prolonged high-intensity combat produced. The formless general was present from the moment Wei Changkong entered the valley. Not visible, not attacking, not demonstrating. Present in the specific way that a very large, very old thing was present. The valley's cultivation density increased near its center, the qi moving in patterns that were not natural but were also not hostile. They were patterns of accumulated attention. Something that had been waiting here had been attending to the valley's grief for 30 years, and the attention had shaped the qi the way long-continued practices shaped their sights. Wei Changkong walked to the valley's center. He did not check the calculus. He did not perform a threat assessment. He did not plan his route based on defensible positions or withdrawal corridors. He walked to the center because it was the center, and because the names he was carrying were for the dead who had died here, and because the center was where the dying had been most concentrated. He stood there. Hook. Then he began speaking the names, starting with the ones from the earliest date of his father's final campaign's records. The first 7 men who had died in the campaign's opening engagement, whose names Wei Changkong had memorized not as names, but as evidence that the betrayal had begun at the beginning, and whose faces he had never known, and whose functions he had known because his father's records were thorough, and who were, as he spoke them, becoming different in his awareness. Not evidence, dead men with names. Chapter 82, he spoke for 2 hours. Not continuously. He spoke each name and held it for a moment before the next, not as a performance of grief, but as the specific kind of attention that the valley's cultivation grammar required, which Mei Xiaoyan's medical records had described as the acknowledgement that resolved a battle in the cultivation tradition. Acknowledgement meant receiving the fact of each death as a fact, not as a tactical data point. This was the hardest part. Wei Changkong had been converting facts into tactical data points for 3 years. The conversion was a trained response, not a deliberate choice each time, a cognitive reflex that the calculus had built into his operating pattern because the calculus was most effective when every input was in the format the system could process. A name was not a format the calculus could process. A name was a name. He spoke 143 names. The valley's cultivation density shifted as he spoke. He could feel it in the quality of the qi around him, not dramatic, not theatrical, the slow change of something that had been holding tension for a long time and was receiving, for the first time, the kind of input that the tension had been waiting for. The accumulated grief in the valley's cultivation matrix was being given its acknowledgement, and acknowledgement was what resolved it. The formless general's presence, which he had felt as a weight when he entered the valley, a concentration of attending war spirit consciousness, changed as the names were spoken. Not deactivating, not retreating, changing quality, the weight becoming less like active attention and more like something settling. When he spoke the last name, the valley was quiet. He stood in the silence for a moment. The probability fog was still present, the war spirit had not dissolved, and the calculus returned noise on the valley's cultivation density. But the specific quality of the presence had changed. The formless general was no longer attending to the unresolved grief. It was attending to something else. Wei Changkong looked at the center of the valley's qi concentration. He could not see the war spirit's form. It did not have a form, not in the visual sense. It had an orientation. The orientation had shifted. The battle is acknowledged, he said. Not to the war spirit in the way one spoke to a person. He was not certain the war spirit processed language. He said it the way he might note a completed operational status. Accurately, factually, in the format that closed a pending item. Hook. The formless general's presence. The weight. The attending orientation. the 30-year accumulation of war spirit consciousness waiting for a resolution that the betrayal had denied, moved. Not away from Wei Changkong. Away from the Eastern Valley, away from the Northeastern Territory, withdrawing from the operational zone that had been generating the behavioral anomalies in Wei Changkong's units. And Mei Xiaoyan, watching from the valley's edge, recorded in her journal a description of the cultivation density change in terms that were both medically precise and personally honest. Chapter 83. The ride back from Stillmouth Valley took 3 days. Wei Changkong spent the first day in operational review. The calculus had returned to normal function once they cleared the valley's outer boundary, and he ran a full assessment of what had changed in the northern theater during his absence. Horanshan's probing movements had continued on schedule. The northeastern theater was reporting normal function as of 12 hours after Wei Changkong left the valley. The behavioral anomalies had stopped. The formation coordination had returned to standard parameters, and the units that had been affected were reporting clear cultivation states. He spent the second day thinking about something that was not operational. Not about the names. He had spoken the names, and the speaking was complete. He was thinking about what the speaking had done to the calculus. Not structurally. The calculus was functioning at normal capacity. The probability fog had cleared. The operational output was clean. He was thinking about the way the speaking had felt different from everything else he had done for 3 years, and about the fact that the feeling was not a variable, and about the fact that he had stopped being able to dismiss non-variables with that phrase. On the third day, approaching the northern field post's outer perimeter, the calculus showed him something new. He had not asked it to run anything specific. It was running in its standard background mode, the passive threat assessment, the loyalty coefficient monitoring, the logistics network status. In the background mode, a new category appeared, a notation that the calculus had created without his direct instruction, labeled, in the system's internal format, as ode. Not a calculation. A category for a type of variable that the calculus had not previously had a home for. Variables that were not probability weighted, but were weighted by the specific quality of what had been given and not returned. He labeled it formally. What is ode? He did not know how to use this category yet. He knew it was significant enough that the calculus's background processing had created it on its own, which had not happened before in 3 years of operation. Mei Xiaoyan had been traveling beside him and slightly behind for 3 days, giving him the distance she gave him when he was processing something that required space. She came abreast on the field post's approach road. You have a new look, she said. The calculus made a new category, he said. She absorbed this. What kind? Debts, he said. Things owed that aren't in the probability distribution. She was quiet for a moment. That's going to change what the system shows you. Yes, he said. I don't know yet how. Hook. He filed the new category and set its review for a quieter period than the one they were returning to, because the northern theater was 3 days from the moment when the operational window Wei Changkong had been preparing would close, and quiet periods were not the current season's resource. Chapter 80. For the northeastern theater stabilized. The 3 regiments that had been affected by the formless general's behavioral anomalies returned to operational function within a week of Wei Changkong's valley visit. Their commanders filed incident reports that described the anomalies in military language: temporary impairment of cultivation-based coordination functions, anomalous command communication failures, resolved without identifiable cause, because military language was the language available to them, and because the war spirit withdrew after Wei Changkong named the dead in the sealed valley, was not a category their reporting forms had been designed to accommodate. Wei Changkong read the incident reports and filed them without amendment. The facts they contained were accurate. The facts they omitted were not relevant to the operational record. Horanshan's situation had changed while Wei Changkong was in the northeast. His probing movements in the west and northwest had deepened. The methodical commander, having committed to the preparation phase, had moved beyond terrain assessment into early supply positioning, pre-placing supply caches at forward locations that were not yet operational staging areas, but would become staging areas if the full offensive proceeded. It was the specific activity that preceded a committed campaign, reversible, deniable, but significant because it represented investment of resources that created its own momentum. He had also extended his operational tempo beyond what his supply chain could sustain for more than 8 weeks at the current depth. This was the calculation Wei Changkong had been waiting for. Horanshan was committed enough that withdrawal would be operationally expensive, but not yet so committed that the commitment had produced an irreversible campaign posture. He presented the offensive option to Xie Tongmei. She reviewed it with the specific quality of attention she brought to military options. Not rapidly, not superficially, reading the full probability analysis before responding. She authorized the offensive. She added, "Bring him in alive if you can. I have use for him." Wei Changkong read this addendum twice. It was strategically sound. Horinshan as a managed prisoner of war was more useful than Horinshan as a martyr or a fugitive. And Xia Tongmei's specific phrase, "I have use for him," suggested she had already modeled the deployment. He filed the addendum as an operational constraint. The campaign's success metric included capture rather than only defeat. The calculus ran the modified objective. Capture was more complex than defeat. It required the engagement to produce a situation where Horinshan's rational assessment of his options made surrender preferable to continued resistance, which required not just winning the campaign, but winning it in a specific way that left him a functional choice. 7 Corps. He told Zhu Guang at the campaign planning session. Cross theater. Eastern column under your command. I want Hua Beijiao in the west. He placed the markers. 3 weeks of preparation. Then we move. Hook. Zhu Guang reviewed the disposition plan and said, the Eastern column's objective. That's not a secondary operation. You've given me the campaign's decisive axis. Wei Changkong said. Yes. Zhu Guang looked at the map for a moment. You trust me with it. Wei Changkong said. I trust your field judgment more than any other variable in the Eastern theater. Zhu Guang looked at him. That's the nicest thing you've said to me in 3 years. Wei Changkong said. It's a tactical assessment. Zhu Guang said. That doesn't make it less nice. Chapter 85, 3 weeks of preparation at 7-core scale was a different kind of preparation from anything Wei Changkong had run before. The calculus ran at sustained maximum capacity for the entire 3 weeks. Theater-level logistics, cross-command coordination, supply chain integration across 7 independent corps' existing administrative structures. The specific complexity that arose when multiple forces with different histories, different command cultures, and different operational rhythms were being unified under a single campaign framework while the campaign was actively developing. Liang Suyin managed the logistics integration. She had been managing increasingly complex supply operations since Fort Crescent's first campaign, and the 3 years of escalating complexity had produced a person whose operational expertise was, by Wei Changkong's calculus assessment, genuinely rare. Not the expertise of a person who was good at the job, but the expertise of a person who had been doing the right job at the right scale for long enough that she thought in its language. She also managed something that Wei Changkong had not asked her to manage, the consent protocol's implementation at 7-core scale. She had taken the protocol's design, the pre-operation disclosure requirement, the individual consent procedure, the documentation standards, and built an implementation architecture for it that could operate across multiple command layers. Officer training modules, consent documentation templates, a quality control review process that identified disclosures that had been performed rather than genuine. She presented this to Wei Changkong on the campaign's 10th preparation day. He reviewed it. It was better designed than his original protocol framework. It had the kind of operational maturity that came from a person who had been managing the protocol's earlier applications and had learned from each one. You built this independently, he said. You gave me the design. I gave it scale. She turned to the next page of the implementation summary. The consent documentation is running at 94% genuine by the quality control assessment. 6% is performed rather than genuine. I've flagged those 6% for command follow-up. What produces the performed consent? Officers who haven't fully adopted the protocol's purpose, she said. They're doing the forms without doing the conversation. The soldiers in those cases are being asked to sign documentation without receiving the information the documentation is supposed to confirm they've received. She paused. It's the Duan Jialing problem at the officer level, borrowing the form without the substance. He looked at the flagged cases. 47 officers across 7 corps. Hook. He sent personal follow-up communications to each of the 47 flagged officers. Not disciplinary, not threatening. The same kind of direct engagement he had used at Redstone Garrison when he had identified the falsifying supply officers in his first week of command, which had been the first visible indication to Zhu Guang that Wei Changkong's command culture was something different from what the North had seen before. Chapter 86. The campaign against Horinshan's extended forces launched on the 22nd day of the preparation phase. 7 Corps in coordinated movement, the largest military operation Wei Changkong had commanded. The calculus ran at capacity that he had not previously required it to sustain. Not just the current battlefield's parameters, but the full theater's moving pieces, the supply chain's real-time status across 7 corps' logistics networks, the 23 independent probability distributions that each corps commander's operational situation required simultaneous monitoring. He stood at the campaign map, a physical map now, full wall size, updated by runners every 4 hours, and ran the calculus in parallel. The physical map was for his staff. The calculus was for him. Zhu Guang's eastern column was moving well. Hua Beijiao's Western Corps was holding its designated position, slower than Wei Changkong had wanted, but within the acceptable range of the campaign's timing structure. The four Central Corps were advancing along the corridor that Hua Rinshan's probing movements had revealed as his expected approach axis, which meant they were moving where Hua Rinshan expected them to move, which was part of the plan. Hua Rinshan recognized the trap closing around him. Wei Changkong knew this because Hua Rinshan began adjusting. Small adjustments. The methodical commander's characteristic response to changing tactical situations, not the dramatic reaction of a commander in crisis, but the measured recalibration of a person who was seeing a situation develop differently from his model and was updating without panic. The adjustments were good. They were not good enough. Wei Changkong had modeled Hua Rinshan's adjustment range from 4 years of watching him operate, and every adjustment Hua Rinshan made was within the adjustment range the calculus had projected. He was responding to the trap correctly, and the trap was designed to be correctly responded to in exactly the ways he was responding to it. On the campaign's 14th day, Hua Rinshan sent a private message to Wei Changkong, not through official channels, through a courier system that had no official existence. The specific communication path that senior commanders used when they wanted to communicate with an adversary in a way that both parties could deny. The message: "You're going to have to sacrifice someone you're not ready to lose." Wei Changkong read the message twice. He looked at the campaign map. He looked at the calculus overlay. He looked at Zhu Guang's position. Hook. He filed the message and made no response, because Hua Rinshan was correct, and the only useful response to correct information was to make the decision the information was pointing at, and he had been making the decision since the campaign's design phase, which was when he had placed Zhu Guang at the Eastern Column's command. Chapter 87. The critical inflection arrived on the campaign's 18th day. The Western Corridor was holding. Hua Beijiao's corps had been maintaining position against Hua Rinshan's heaviest remaining mobile force for 72 hours, absorbing pressure with the specific function of a force designed to absorb pressure rather than to advance, not the role Hua Beijiao was best suited for, but the role the campaign structure required at this moment. The cost was what Wei Changkong had projected, between 400 and 600 casualties over the 3-day hold. The eastern option remained viable, but had a window. Zhu Guang's eastern thrust could end the campaign. The eastern approach to Hua Rinshan's command position was, based on the intelligence Shun Jiyu's network had provided, genuinely exposed. The exposure was the result of Hua Rinshan's force having committed to the western pressure push, while the eastern flank was covered by a secondary force that was adequate for screening but not adequate for sustained engagement against a determined assault. The window existed because Hua Rinshan's logistical situation was 3 days from correction. His eastern supply column would close the approach gap in 72 hours. After that, the eastern option was closed. Zhu Guang's support column was 5 days away. The calculus ran 22 iterations of the engagement structure. Each iteration returned the same output. The eastern thrust was viable without support, at elevated cost. The casualty assessment for Zhu Guang's corps in an unsupported assault. Survival probability for the lead elements, 68%. For Zhu Guang himself, who would be commanding from the front as was his practice, 68%. Wei Changkong ran the alternatives. Every alternative either closed the eastern window before it could be used or extended the western hold beyond Hua Beijiao's ability to maintain it, which collapsed the western corridor and removed the campaign's structural integrity. 22 iterations. The result was identical each time. He stood at the campaign map for 11 minutes after the 22nd iteration. His staff was present and quiet. They knew, from his posture, that this was the specific kind of stillness that preceded a significant decision rather than the stillness of someone who had not yet found the calculation. He had found the calculation. He wrote the order to Zhu Guang. The instructions were specific. The eastern thrust's objectives, the timing, the extraction route after the assault's objective was secured. He wrote the consent provision in explicit terms. He was not ordering Zhu Guang into the position. He was requesting Zhu Guang's voluntary engagement with full disclosure of the probability assessment. He read the order twice. He sent it. Hook. Zhu Guang's response came 30 minutes later. 30 minutes, which was long enough that Wei Changkong's calculus had been monitoring the response time, and noting that the 30 minutes was Zhu Guang doing what Wei Changkong would have done, sitting with the information, calculating his own alternatives, confirming that the calculation was as the order described it before agreeing to be inside it. Then, yes, Commander. Chapter 88. The Eastern Thrust lasted 4 days. Wei Changkong managed the broader campaign during those 4 days from the command position he had established at the campaign center, where he could maintain real-time awareness of all 7 core situations while the calculus ran the continuous reassessment that a live engagement required. He monitored Zhu Guang's progress through the intelligence relay that Shun Jiu had established, hourly position updates, casualty reports, objective status. The updates showed the assault proceeding within the projected range. Day 1. Zhu Guang's forward elements breached the eastern approach's screening force. Casualties in the assault's initial phase were at the lower end of the probability range. The screening force's response was adequate rather than effective, which was consistent with Wei Changkong's assessment of their capability. Day 2. The objective's forward positions were secured. Zhu Guang's corps had maintained its assault tempo despite the casualty accumulation. The consent protocol had produced something Wei Changkong had not anticipated explicitly. The soldiers who had agreed to the assault with full knowledge of its risk assessment were fighting with a specific quality of commitment that Zhu Guang's reports described as the kind of fighting that happens when men know exactly what they're doing and have decided to do it. Day 3. Horinshan's command position was approached. His mobile forces began emergency redeployment from the Western Theater, pulling resources from the pressure on Hua Beijiao's corps to address the Eastern threat. The Western pressure dropped. Hua Beijiao's position stabilized. Day 4. Zhu Guang's lead elements reached Horinshan's command perimeter. The Eastern assault objective was secured. Horinshan's encirclement was complete. At the Eastern operations conclusion, Zhu Guang filed a casualty report and then a personal message. The personal message: I told you not to lie to me about the cost. Wei Changkong responded, 68% is not a lie. Zhu Guang, 68% felt like 20% from inside it. Wei Changkong, I know. There was a silence in the message exchange. Wei Changkong waited. Zhu Guang, I'm alive. I've got 3 wounds and I'll be in recovery for 2 months, and I'm alive. I want you to know I am aware of the difference between those two things. Wei Changkong read this. He returned to the campaign map. He placed the final markers. He held the message for a moment before returning it to the communication file. There had been a specific quality to the 4 days of managing the campaign from the center that he had not anticipated when he designed the 7-Corps operation. He had run many campaigns from command position, managing subordinate commanders through the communication relay. But this was the first campaign in which every major command decision had been made by someone other than him after the initial campaign design. He had provided the design, the domain picture, the calculus assessment. Zhu Guang and Hua Beijiao and the Eastern Corps structure had executed within that framework, but the execution decisions, the specific choices about tempo and positioning and resource allocation that a live engagement required, had been theirs. The result was within the projected outcome range. In 2 areas, the result was better than the central projection. In one area, the Western Corridor's casualty count during Hua Beijiao's hold, the result was worse than the central projection but within the acceptable range. He had designed the operation correctly. He had handed it to capable people. The capable people had executed it with the specific quality of people who were fighting for the right reasons, informed by the right picture, making their own judgments within the design's framework. He was not certain whether this was what command was supposed to feel like or whether it was something new. He ran the calculus on the question. The calculus returned an assessment that was not a probability distribution. It was a recognition flag on the category of the question itself, which the system was noting as a type of question it had not been asked before. Not the operational question of how to win the campaign. The question of what winning the campaign correctly looked like from the inside of the process. Hook. Later, reviewing the campaign's logistics at the end of the day, he reached into his breast pocket for the iron compass that he had been carrying since his father's execution. The compass that was the one object he kept for reasons he had never fully examined, and felt it there, and then remembered that he had not put it there this morning, and he did not remember putting it there at all. That he had been carrying since his father's execution. The compass that was the one object he kept for reasons he had never fully examined, and felt it there, and then remembered that he had not put it there this morning, and he did not remember putting it there at all. Chapter 89. Horinshan's encirclement held for 2 days before he requested terms. The request came through the same unofficial communication channel his message had used on the campaign's 14th day, which indicated he was treating the situation as the same kind of direct commander-to-commander matter rather than an official military capitulation. Wei Changkong forwarded the request to Xie Tongmei with a recommendation that the formal terms be crafted to allow Horinshan the specific kind of exit that a commander of his operational dignity would accept without resistance. She drafted the terms. She asked Wei Changkong to be present at the formal meeting. He was present. Horinshan entered the meeting chamber with the bearing of a man who had made a complete assessment of his situation and had arrived at the assessment that the situation required dignified acceptance. He was not broken. He was not performing acceptance. He had calculated his position and found that the calculation supported the specific choice of terms rather than continued resistance, which meant he was doing what he always did, acting on the calculation. He looked at Wei Changkong with the same evaluative calm that had characterized every interaction they had had. You found a way to fight the formless general, he said. Yes. How? Wei Changkong said. I stopped calculating. Horinshan looked at him for a long moment. The evaluative calm did not change. His assessment was running. Wei Changkong could read it in the quality of his attention, a man who was accustomed to being the most accurate assessor in the room and who was encountering, in this answer, something that did not fit the analytical framework he had been using to model Wei Changkong. You stopped calculating, Horinshan said. It was not a question. It was a man testing whether repeating the answer changed its content. For one valley, on one afternoon, Wei Changkong said. Not a practice. A decision. Was it effective? The Northeastern Theater is operational. I would not have been able to do that, Horinshan said. He said it without self-criticism or regret, the flat acknowledgement of a man who had an accurate self-assessment and had just compared it against a data point that was outside his operational range. Hook, Xie Tongmei offered Horinshan terms. Field command position in Wei Changkong's structure as an equal partner or retirement to a secured estate, and Horinshan chose retirement without hesitation, which surprised her and did not surprise Wei Changkong. Because the calculus had placed retirement at 71% based on Horinshan's profile, as a person whose command authority was not separable from his independent operational identity, which the equal partner structure would have constrained. Chapter 90, he went to visit Zhuguang. The hospital tent at the Eastern Corps' rear position was large. A 7-corps campaign's medical infrastructure required scale that Wei Changkong's earlier operations hadn't needed, and Mei Xiaoyan had spent 3 days before the campaign's launch working with the medical corps' coordination structure to ensure that the post-campaign casualty management would have the resources it needed. The result was functional and well-organized in the specific way of things that had been thought through before the urgent situation made thinking difficult. Zhu Guang was in the recovery section. He was sitting up, which the medical report had noted was against the physician's instruction and which Zhu Guang had apparently regarded as informational rather than directive. He looked at Wei Changkong when Wei Changkong entered with the specific quality of a man who had been expecting this visit and had decided in advance how he felt about it. 68% felt like 20% from inside it, Zhu Guang said. He was not angry. He was making an observation, the specific kind of observation a man made when he had survived something and needed to say its weight aloud to someone who would understand what the weight was. I know, Wei Changkong said. He sat in the camp chair beside the cot. You sent me into it knowing that. Yes. You sent me into it because no one else's command judgment was sufficient for the Eastern Axis, and you needed the Eastern Axis to close. Yes. Zhu Guang looked at him. Do you know what I thought about in the assault's 3rd day when it was at its worst? Wei Changkong waited. I thought about the fact that I had agreed to it, Zhu Guang said. Not that you sent me, that I agreed to it. Knowing the probability, knowing the cost. He paused. The consent protocol changed something. I don't know how to describe what it changed except to say that going in with the full information felt different from going in without it. Not less dangerous. Different. He looked at his hands. The right one was bandaged from a cultivation discharge burn. I was afraid. I was informed, and I was afraid, and I went. Those things were all true at the same time. Wei Changkong said, both can be true. Zhu Guang looked at him. You say that a lot. When it's true. I know. Zhu Guang was quiet for a moment. I kept thinking about what I would tell you if I died. What I'd want you to know. He paused. I decided I wanted you to know that the 68% was real. That I felt it. That I'm the one who said yes. Wei Changkong reached into his breast pocket. The iron compass was there. He had not put it there this morning. He was certain. He took it out and looked at it. Hook. Horinshan. Visiting the recovered commander as part of his transition to the secured estate and showing the specific courtesy of a man who had recognized the quality of the opponent who had beaten him. Paused at the tent's entrance and looked at Wei Changkong holding the compass and said, Your father had one of those. And Wei Changkong looked up sharply and Horinshan said, I served under him for 2 years before his final campaign. He kept it in his left breast pocket and never took it out. Chapter 91 Horinshan's 2 months at the secured estate were not idle. Wei Changkong did not visit the estate during those 2 months. He received intelligence reports on the estate's activities through Shun Jiu's monitoring. Not because he suspected Horinshan of bad faith, but because monitoring was standard operational practice for a secured adversary, and Horinshan understood this and had not objected to it, which was itself an indicator of the specific quality of adversarial respect that the campaign had produced. The estate's reports were consistent. Horinshan was receiving visitors from the territories he had previously controlled, conducting what appeared to be a deliberate and methodical handover of his operational network to successors of his own choosing. He was not attempting to maintain his command structures for potential reactivation. He was genuinely dismantling them. This was not what Wei Changkong had expected. The calculus had projected a 46% probability of genuine dismantlement, balanced against alternative scenarios involving nominal dismantlement with concealed network maintenance. Huarinshan was in the genuine dismantlement scenario, and the specific quality of his dismantlement, the successor selection, the handover thoroughness, was the kind of dismantlement that a man produced when he had decided that his operational career was finished and his remaining work was ensuring the structures he had built would function without him. When Huarinshan arrived for the formal meeting with Xie Tongmei that concluded the transition period, he looked at Wei Changkong across the meeting chamber with the same evaluative calm as before, and Wei Changkong looked back, and for a moment the room contained the specific quality of two men who understood each other's method and were acknowledging it. "You let your men consent," Huarinshan said, when the formal terms of the meeting had been concluded and the official record was closed. "Yes, that is what I would have done," Huarinshan said, "if I had thought of it." He paused. "I did not think of it." Xie Tongmei, watching this exchange from the meeting table's head, made a notation in her session record that Wei Changkong was not able to read from his position. "We have been fighting the wrong enemy," Wei Changkong said to Huarinshan at the meeting's end. Huarinshan looked at him. "What is the right enemy?" Wei Changkong said, "That is what I intend to find out." He looked at Huarinshan across the meeting chamber's empty space. The man had spent the past 4 months as a managed prisoner and had used that time to systematically dismantle the operational network he had spent 20 years building. He was retiring not because he lacked the cultivation capability to continue. His world-piercer stage remained, his strategic mind was intact, but because he had arrived at the specific conclusion that only some commanders arrived at, that the capacity for war did not require its exercise. "Your retirement," Wei Changkong said. "Is it genuine?" "Yes." "Why?" Huarinshan considered this. He had the quality of a man who was not accustomed to being asked about his motivations rather than his methods, and who was finding the question worth engaging with. "Because I was building towards something," he said, "and I reached it, and it was you." Not in the sense of defeat, in the sense that the thing I had been working to produce, the most complete version of the Northern Campaign, required an adversary who could produce it. You were that adversary. He paused. "When you stopped calculating to resolve the formless general, that was not in my operational framework. I could not have done it. Which means the campaign's complete form required someone outside my capability range." He looked at Wei Changkong without resentment. "I was doing my best work trying to stop you. The best work is done. Hook." He returned to the Northern Theater with the campaign concluded, with Huarinshan retired, with the Northern Corridor and the Imperial Commission both intact, and the calculus showed him, in the first review session after the campaign's conclusion, that the right enemy had not been waiting for him to identify it. It had been moving for 3 months, and its name was the Jade Mirror Order, and its target had been the Northern Vault all along. Chapter 92 Prince Yin Beihua had been rebuilt. Not completely. The political destruction Wei Changkong had executed through the Kai Douyin evidence had eliminated the prince's factional court position and his immediate funding network. But political destruction was not permanent destruction, and the prince was a man with a specific combination of grievance and resources that produced a particular kind of dangerous, not the danger of someone who was strong, but the danger of someone who was motivated. He appeared at Wei Changkong's post-campaign field headquarters, not through official channels, not through an intermediary. He arrived personally, with 2 staff members, and requested a private meeting. Wei Changkong granted it. The prince looked different. Not dramatically. He was still the physically careful, cultivatedly presented man he had always been. The difference was in the quality of his expression, which had lost the performed equilibrium of a political operator and had acquired something more direct. He had been carrying a grievance for 8 months and had arrived at the specific clarity that came from having decided to state it rather than manage it. "I was right to turn on you," the prince said, when they were alone. Wei Changkong waited. "I was right because you let 3,000 of my personal guard die for a strategic pivot." The prince's voice was level, not emotional. He was controlling the emotion, but the controlling was visible, which meant the emotion was genuine rather than performed. "The Eastern engagement you declined to run. I wanted it because it was a demonstration operation. You told me it was net negative. You were correct about that." He paused. "I wanted the demonstration because my court position was weakening and I needed a visible military success. You told me you couldn't redirect the corps. You were correct about that too." Another pause. 4 months later, you sacrificed 3,000 men from my guard for your own strategic pivot. You did not ask me. You did not disclose the cost in advance. You moved my men into a casualty position and filed the outcome in your campaign record. Wei Changkong said, yes. The difference between your Eastern engagement refusal and your core redeployment was not strategic ethics, the prince said. It was whose campaign it served. Wei Changkong said, yes. The prince looked at him. You're not going to dispute this. Your analysis is correct, Wei Changkong said. The core deployment served the campaign's strategic objective. The men's deaths were necessary within that objective. Your grievance is legitimate. He met the prince's eyes. What I can tell you is that the Eastern engagement refusal was also correct and the core deployment was also correct, and both things being correct does not resolve the cost you paid without consent. Hook, the prince said. The Eastern Reaches has offered me a path back to power. I came here to tell you directly before I decided whether to take it, because the Jade Mirror Order is the sponsor and I want to know what you know about them. Because if they're going to be my allies and your enemies, you should know I'm not stupid enough to arm myself against you without knowing what I'm arming against. Chapter 93, he told the prince what he knew about the Jade Mirror Order. The decision to tell him at all was not obvious. The calculus had modeled 3 paths: full disclosure, partial disclosure, and refusal to engage, and had assigned the highest strategic yield to partial disclosure on the basis that the prince's political intelligence was genuine and that a man with genuine political intelligence who had been given accurate partial information was more predictable than a man who had been given nothing and would build his own model from whatever he could find. Predictability was not the only consideration, and Wei Changkong noted that it was not. The prince had come to him directly, having decided to face the situation rather than manage it from a distance. That specific decision, to arrive in person and state the grievance, cost something. The calculus did not have a coefficient for that cost, but it had a notation for decisions that required distinguishing between people who were operating from calculation and people who were operating from something older than calculation. The prince had arrived at the honest version of his own position. That had a weight. He gave the prince the structural picture rather than the tactical intelligence. Not everything. There were intelligence components in Shun Jiu's accumulated research that were operationally sensitive in ways that made sharing them with the prince inadvisable. But the structural picture, the Order's Eastern Reaches origin, their cultivator profile, world piercers, and above, significantly above Wei Changkong's current operational capability, their documented interest in accessing sealed formation sites, and the specific intelligence about the Northern Vault that Shun Jiu had been developing. They are not offering you a path back to power, Wei Changkong said. They are offering you a proxy position that allows them access to the Northern Corridor. Your value to them is not your political capability. They have their own political capability. Your value is your historical claim to the Northern Theater's factional allegiance, which gives them cover for moving through the corridor without triggering the Jade Throne's defensive response. He spread the intelligence map on the table between them. Once they have the access they want, your value to them becomes 0. The prince looked at the intelligence map. He was assessing. Wei Changkong could see it. The political intelligence that had always been the prince's genuine competency was running, cross-referencing what Wei Changkong was saying against the prince's own model of the Order's offer. You're telling me I'm wrong about the Eastern option, the prince said. I'm telling you the Eastern option's actual contents. Wei Changkong indicated the specific provisions Shun Jiu had traced from the Order's communication record. Your judgment about whether to take it is yours to make with accurate information. And if I take it anyway, then I deal with the operational consequences of your choice. He looked at the prince steadily. I told you 3 years ago that I would not perform toward an objective. I am not performing now. You have a legitimate grievance. You have made a correct analysis of the asymmetry in how I treated your resources versus my campaign objectives. I cannot resolve that retroactively. He paused. What I can tell you is that the Jade Mirror Order's interest in the Northern Corridor is about something I am not going to let any single faction access without oversight, and that your involvement with them places you in the operational path of a conflict that is larger than the question of your court position. The prince was quiet. He was processing at the full political intelligence capacity that Wei Changkong had always recognized as genuine. What is in the Northern Corridor that everyone wants? The prince asked. That, Wei Changkong said, is what I need to find out before you make your decision. Hook. The prince left without making a commitment either way, which the calculus assessed as 63% probability of an eventual decision against the Order alliance if Wei Changkong's intelligence about the vault's contents proved accurate and was communicated to the prince before the Order's offered deadline, a deadline that Shun Jiu's network estimated at 3 weeks. Chapter 94. The vault's existence was not new information. Shun Jiu had been building toward the complete picture for 3 months, and the complete picture arrived in pieces. a bureau archive reference in a document he had retained from his bureau tenure that used indirect language about strategic infrastructure in the Northeastern Corridor's sealed zone. A confirmation from the Pale Tribunal's compact historical records that a formation archive from the previous cultivation age had been sealed in the Northern Territories during the compact's founding period, and a cross-reference with the Jade Mirror Order's founding charter that included, in the appendix, a list of formation resources of interest to the Order's scholarly mission that included a coordinate reference consistent with the Northeastern Territories. Every major faction had known about the vault for decades. Wei Changkong read Shinjiu's consolidated finding with the specific quality of attention he gave to information that required complete revision of an existing operational model. He had been running his campaigns in the Northern Theater with the understanding that the Northern Corridor's strategic value was military and administrative, a territorial buffer, a supply line network, a political statement about the Jade Throne's northern authority. He had built the entire operational architecture on that understanding. The vault changed the understanding. The Northern Corridor is not a military frontier, he said to Shinjiu when the findings consolidation briefing was complete. It is the access path to a formation archive. Everyone who has been interested in the Northern Theater's outcome has been interested in the archive's access, and I have been providing the strategic security for that access without knowing what I was securing. Shinjiu said, yes. Huo Shan was trying to reach the vault. His campaign history analysis is consistent with that objective. The northeastern push that was overextended. It was overextended because the vault's location requires northeastern access. He was trying to reach a position from which he could claim access rights under the compact's provisions. Xie Tongmei was trying to destabilize my expansion before incorporating it because she wanted the vault's access secured under Jade Throne authority rather than under my independent command. Also consistent. Wei Changkong looked at the calculus overlay. He could see it. The full picture, the structural truth that had been behind every major actor's decisions for 3 years, and that the calculus had been building toward without having the complete variable set. He reviewed the calculus's outputs from the past 3 years against the vault hypothesis. Every anomaly that had not fit the original model fit the vault hypothesis. He had been working with incomplete data. He had told the inquest that his method was reliable because his calculations were accurate. His calculations had been accurate given the information he had. The information had been incomplete. The calculus's warning flag from the audit. My confidence may be outrunning my verification. Updated to a different category. Hook. He reviewed the calculus's outputs and found the specific moment, 14 months ago, in his analysis of the Eastern Territory's strategic value, where he had weighted the vault-adjacent variables and had dismissed them as insufficient to affect the primary analysis because he did not have the vault hypothesis to connect them to, and noted that the variables had been present and had been dismissed, which meant the information gap had not been invisible. It had been present and unrecognized. Chapter 95, he presented the finding to Xie Tongmei, not cautiously, directly, in the same tone and format he used for operational intelligence presentations. He laid the vault hypothesis, the factional analysis, and the calculus's revised operational picture on her briefing table and asked her a direct question. Did you know about the vault? She did not answer immediately. The pause was not long, 3 or 4 seconds. But it was qualitatively different from her normal response tempo, which was fast, and the difference was informative. I knew there was something there, she said. Her voice was careful in a way that it was rarely careful with him. She had the specific caution of a person choosing their words because the words mattered. I did not know it was a vault. My intelligence characterization was strategic resource of unspecified nature. Did you need to know it was a vault for your decision about the Northern Corridor to make strategic sense? She looked at him. No. The Northern Corridor's strategic value was sufficient regardless of the specific nature of the Northeastern resource. The resource's existence was a multiplier on the territorial and administrative value, not the basis of the value. Then you made a correct strategic decision on incomplete information, he said. As did I. She held his gaze. You're noting that we both had incomplete information and both made sound decisions anyway. I'm noting that incomplete information is the operational condition, he said. The question is whether we update correctly when the complete picture arrives. He looked at the vault hypothesis documentation. The vault changes the factional map. The Jade Mirror Order is not an academic organization seeking scholarly access. They are a formation-focused sect whose primary mission is control of exactly the kind of archive that the vault contains. The compact provision they hold gives them legal access that I cannot block through normal military means. Then how do you block it? Through the compact's contested seal provision, he said. I can invoke it twice. Once per incursion event. I have been holding both invocations in reserve. He paused. I will need to use them carefully, because after the second invocation, there is no third. Hook, she said, you are telling me about the compact provision because you want my authorization to use it without triggering the full court's review process each time. And he said, yes. And she said, you have it. And then she said, what happens after the second invocation? And he said, I find a way to change the terms before the provision expires. And she said, do you have one? And he said, not yet. Chapter 96. The Jade Mirror Order arrived at the Northern Vault's administrative boundary on a Thursday morning, in a procession that looked nothing like an invasion. 23 cultivators, scholars, they introduced themselves as, from the Order's academic division. They carried documentation cases rather than weapons. They traveled on the road rather than through the terrain. They presented their compact access provision to Wei Changkong's Northern Administrative Post with the specific formality of people who knew they were in the right and wanted their arrival documented as the orderly exercise of a legitimate right rather than a challenge to the existing authority. Wei Changkong had been expecting them for 3 weeks. Shen Jiu's network had tracked the delegation's preparation from its origin point in the eastern reaches, monitored its route, and provided 3 days of advance notice of its arrival date. Wei Changkong had used those 3 days to complete his reading of the compact provision in full, to identify the contested seal clause that was his available counter-instrument, and to prepare the specific legal argument that the clause required. The Order's cultivator profile was confirmed by direct assessment. Their front representatives were domain lords, which matched Wei Changkong's force capability. Their academic division's senior members, visible at the delegation center, were at World Piercer stage, a cultivation level significantly above anyone Wei Changkong could field. They were not afraid of him militarily. They were not being impolite about it. Grand Scholar Pei Ruyang was at the delegation's head. He was 60, approximately, with the specific quality of an extremely capable person who had been in an extremely capable institution for long enough that his individual capabilities and the institution's collective capability had become difficult to distinguish. He was polite with the specific precision of someone who found politeness useful rather than obligatory. He reviewed the Northern Administrative Post's credentials check with courtesy and mild impatience. The compact provision is clear, Pei Ruyang said, when Wei Changkong met him at the post's formal reception point. Our order holds access rights to any sealed site from the previous cultivation age. The Northeastern Vault meets the classification. We are here to exercise our access. The paperwork was, as Shen Jiu had warned, perfect. Every provision cross-referenced. Every compact citation accurate. The legal argument for the order's access was complete, correct, and had been prepared by people who had been thinking about this specific access claim for significantly longer than Wei Changkong had been aware of the vault's existence. Wei Changkong read through the documentation in the presence of the order's legal advocate, who waited with the patience of someone accustomed to waiting through this process and had no expectation of finding an error because there were no errors to find. He noted what the documentation represented, not the work of a single campaign season, not the product of the 3 weeks since Wei Changkong's Northern Territory intelligence picture had become complete. The Jade Mirror Order had been building this access claim for decades. The compact citations were not retrieved from an archive on short notice. They had the specific precision of arguments that had been refined over multiple drafts by multiple scholars across multiple years. The Order had been holding this legal instrument in reserve, waiting for the correct combination of political conditions to make the claim viable. The calculus assessed this. A faction that had held an access claim in reserve for decades was a faction that understood patience as a strategic tool. They had not moved on the vault when the compact was first established because the political conditions had not favored it. They had not moved when the Northern Theater's instability made access theoretically easier because the instability also made access legally contestable. They had waited until Wei Changkong's campaign had, ironically, produced enough Northern stability to make the compact's access provisions cleanly applicable. He had secured the territory that made their legal claim viable. The observation was not a discovery. The calculus had flagged this interaction 3 weeks ago, when the Order's delegation had first been tracked. But reading it in the documentation, in the care and precision of their legal preparation, gave it a weight that the abstract flagging had not carried. He thought about whether he would have waited this long for a claim he held. He thought the answer was probably not because he was impatient, but because he would have found the waiting without resolution more difficult than finding an alternative path. The Order had done neither. They had held the position and refined the instrument until it was perfect. Wei Changkong said, I invoke the contested seal provision. Hook. Pei Ruyang's expression, for a fraction of a second, registered something that was not surprise. He had known the contested seal provision existed, but was a specific recalibration of his timeline, which told Wei Changkong that the order had modeled the possibility but had not assigned it high probability, which in turn told Wei Changkong that their intelligence on Wei Changkong's knowledge of compact law had been incomplete. Chapter 97 The contested seal provision required Wei Changkong to argue that the vault represented an active military threat. He was aware that this argument was, in the technical sense, pretextual. The vault was not an active military threat in the way that a fortress or an armed force was an active military threat. It was a potential threat, a collection of heaven-tier formation knowledge that, if accessed and deployed by a single faction with sufficient cultivation capability, could destabilize the continental military balance in ways that affected the current operational situation. He made this argument at the provision's formal hearing. Pei Ruyang's lead legal advocate argued that the pretextual nature of the claim was grounds for dismissing the contested seal invocation entirely. The compact's contested seal provision had been designed for situations where a genuine military threat was present, active armed conflict, imminent engagement, immediate danger to persons, not for situations where a commander wanted to delay a legally authorized access. Wei Changkong agreed with this argument. He said so, directly, in the formal hearing before the compact arbitration observer that the provision required. The arbitration observer, a neutral compact official who had been stationed at the Northern Administrative Post as part of the framework's oversight structure, looked at Wei Changkong with the expression of an official who had not expected the person invoking a provision to immediately concede its pretextual nature. "You are acknowledging that the invocation is pretextual?" the observer asked. "I am acknowledging that the provision, as I am using it, is doing different work than it was designed to do," Wei Changkong said. "I am invoking it to delay access rather than to address an immediate military threat." He looked at the observer. "I am arguing that I am entitled to take the time. Not that I am using the provision correctly. That I am entitled, as the sitting military commander of the affected territory, to invoke an available delay mechanism for the purpose of completing an intelligence assessment whose findings will be relevant to whether the compact's larger provisions are being appropriately served." He paused. The question of whether the vault's contents constitute a current military threat cannot be answered without an assessment of what the vault contains. "I am invoking the provision to conduct that assessment," Pei Ruyang said, directly and without the legal advocate's formality. "The provision's purpose is being inverted. You are using a threat response provision to create the investigation that would have to precede a genuine threat assessment. You are bootstrapping your way into a delay." "Yes," Wei Changkong said. "It is pretextual. I am delaying your access because I am not yet certain of the vault's contents or its alignment with current Jade Throne interests. I am not arguing I'm right. I'm arguing I'm entitled to take the time." Hook. The arbitration observer ruled in Wei Changkong's favor. The provision's language was broad enough to support the invocation, and the observer's authority did not extend to evaluating whether the strategic assessment Wei Changkong cited was genuine, only whether the provision's formal requirements had been met, which they had. And Pei Ruyang accepted the ruling with the specific equanimity of someone who had expected this outcome and had planned for the 72-hour delay period. Chapter 98 72 Hours. Wei Changkong had 72 hours from the contested seal invocation's acceptance before the provision's delay period expired and the order's access became unblockable through compact mechanisms. He used the first 12 hours to complete the formal invocation documentation and establish the evidentiary record that the provision required, the specific argument about potential military threat that the delay was premised on, documented in sufficient detail to survive a compact review. He used the next 6 hours to dispatch Shun Jiyu and Mei Xiaoyan to the vault, not through the main entrance. The contested seal provision placed the main entrance under observation for the duration of the delay. Through the vault's secondary access route, which Shun Jiyu had identified during his extended northeastern territory research, a collapsed tunnel entrance on the valley's northern face that had been filled during the vault's original sealing but had not been completely blocked because the sealing team had, 200 years ago, misjudged the infill depth. The infill was penetrable by a stone general realm cultivation application. Shun Jiyu and Mei Xiaoyan entered the vault through the northern face, while Wei Changkong managed the formal hearing process at the main entrance. They returned 36 hours into the delay period. Shun Jiyu's catalog of the vault's contents was methodical and complete. The formation records, organized by the previous age's classification system, representing 6 major heaven-tier formation types with full implementation documentation. The catalog's scope explained the order's interest. These were not obscure research materials. They were functional military architecture from a cultivation level above the current age's standard, preserved in a state that made them theoretically deployable by any faction with the cultivation capability to operate them, and one item that was not in the formation record classification. Mei Xiaoyan had found it in the vault's administrative section, a personal archive filed under the original sealing commander's name that contained one object, a campaign journal from Wei Shiyun's final campaign. His father's journal, not the official campaign record that Wei Changkong had reviewed. The personal journal, the handwritten observations, the private assessments, the entries that were not for the operational record but for the commander's own processing. Hook. Mei Xiaoyan did not hand it to Wei Changkong when she returned. She carried it to him in both hands and set it down in front of him without saying anything. And he looked at it and looked at her, and she said, "It was sealed with the vault contents by someone who knew it existed and wanted it found eventually, or by someone who wanted it never found. I couldn't tell which." And he said, "It doesn't matter which," and he sat down. Chapter 99, he dismissed his staff for the evening. Shen Jiu understood why from the journal's description Mei Xiaoyan had given him and departed with the specific quietness of a man who knew when another person needed space that had no operational function. Liang Suyin had been at the field logistics headquarters and was not present to dismiss. Wei Changkong read his father's journal. It took 2 hours. The journal covered the final campaign's full 6 weeks, from the command appointment through the betrayal's beginning and to the last entry, dated 3 days before Wei Shiyun's execution. The writing was different from his father's official records. The official records were Wei Changkong's father in command posture, precise, economical, structured. The journal was his father thinking. The analytical observations followed by the personal responses to those observations, the calculations followed by what the calculations felt like from inside. The tactical content was, as the order had suspected, significant. Wei Shiyun had been running a version of the calculus that was less precise than the system the Grand Strategist lineage had produced in Wei Changkong. But the underlying analytical architecture was the same. Probability-weighted decision support, minimum necessary cost optimization, system-level thinking applied to campaign problems. He had been building toward the method that Wei Changkong had arrived at. But the entries that stopped Wei Changkong were not the tactical ones. He read through the campaign's final 3 weeks and found his father processing the same questions he had been processing. The cost of decisions. The faces that started blurring. Wei Shiyun had the same system, and the system had the same effect on memory. The specific gap between being right and being at peace with being right. And the final week's entries, written as the betrayal became visible, when Wei Shiyun had recognized what the court was doing and had chosen to remain in position rather than extract, because extracting would have left his force unsupported. He read the entry from the journal's last day. 1 sentence. He sat with it for a long time. Hook. Then he read it to Mei Xiaoyan, who had come back without asking after an hour's absence. And when she heard it, she was very still for a long moment, and Wei Changkong looked at the calculus overlay, the probability map, the loyalty coefficients, the survival indices that had been his operational vision for 3 years, and it looked different to him. Not wrong, not less useful, but like a tool he had been using as a window and had just recognized was also a filter. Chapter 100, the entry said, "Every variable I refused to calculate was a person I loved. Not accusatory, not regretful in the way of someone who wished they had made different choices. The specific quality of a man who had reached the end of his operational career and was looking at the full picture of what it contained and naming the thing that had been in it that the system had not had a category for." Wei Changkong sat in his command tent with his father's journal and ran the calculus on the sentence. It was not the kind of statement the calculus could assess. It was not a probability. It was not an operational parameter. It was a fact of a different kind. The kind that the what is owed category he had created after Stillmouth Valley was gesturing toward, but had not yet been able to name precisely. The calculus overlay was visible in his peripheral awareness. The probability distributions on the current situation, the loyalty coefficient array, Shunjiu survival index at 82%, a number that had increased over the past year as Wei Changkong had learned more about how to protect him. Mei Xiaoyan's at the anomalous 63%, still anomalous. Still not fully explained by the operational risks she was facing. He looked at Mei Xiaoyan's entry. He looked at the journal in his hands. He looked at the calculus overlay. The warning flag that had been active since the first meeting at Wei Station Liuha. The flag on his own decision-making. The notation that a variable he had not identified was affecting his processing was still there. Had been there for 6 months. He had been treating it as active monitoring rather than an unresolved problem, which was not how he treated other unresolved problems. He put the journal down. He looked at the system. The system was accurate. The system had been accurate for 3 years. The system had a category that his father had not been able to name, and that Wei Changkong had been unable to name until this evening. The variable that was outside the probability distribution, that had a weight the loyalty coefficient did not capture, that the survival index was tracking as an anomaly because it was not fully amenable to the index's methodology. The variable was not a variable. Hook. He looked at Mei Xiaoyan, sitting across the command tent from him with her medical journal open and her attention on the entry she was writing, and the calculus looked at her with him, and the calculus showed him, in the overlay's probability space, what the what is owed category now contained. And it looked different from every other probability distribution in the system. It looked like something the system had not been designed to model because the system had been designed by a person who had not yet found it. Chapter 101. 3 weeks passed after he read his father's journal. This was not unusual, externally. Wei Changkong had made no large decisions in those 3 weeks. The contested seal provision's second invocation was being managed through the formal documentation process. The Northern Theater's consolidation continued at its established pace. The Imperial Commission's Oversight Board conducted its first quarterly review and found nothing to challenge. From the outside, the operation was running normally. From the inside, he was processing. He had recognized this quality in himself twice before. After the tribunal inquest, when Shu Wan's trajectory concern had produced a 3-week review period, and after Stillmouth Valley, when the Formless General's resolution had produced a 2-day review of what the speaking of names had done to his operational framework. Both previous processing periods had ended with specific decisions. The inquest with the consent protocol modification, the valley with the new, what is owed category. This period was longer and its shape was less clear, which meant the change it was processing was larger. He managed his command operations with the specific quality of a person who is doing the work correctly while their primary processing capacity is occupied with something else. His staff was beginning to notice. Not in his outputs. The outputs were sound, but in the texture of the interactions. He was present, but present differently. Arbiter Shu Wan arrived, uninvited. She had been. Wei Changkong had learned from Shun Jiyu's ongoing tribunal monitoring, tracking the vault situation through the tribunal's intelligence network. The contested seal invocations were compact events, and compact events were tribunal visible. She had come, she told him when he received her at the field post's entrance, because she had identified a pattern in the events of the past 3 months that the tribunal's institutional concern about trajectory required her to observe directly. I heard you found something in the vault, she said, when the formalities were complete and they were in Wei Changkong's command tent. He had been expecting this, at some point. Not the specific visit. He had not run a probability assessment on Shu Wan's arrival timing, but the conversation subject. She had told him at the inquest that the tribunal would be watching. The vault finding was the kind of development that changed what watching required. The vault's formation records, he said, and my father's personal journal from his final campaign. She was quiet for a moment. The journal? Yes. What did it contain? A full account of the campaign's events and his personal processing of the decisions he made during it. He looked at her. It contained the same concerns you raised at the inquest, in a different voice. Shu Wan absorbed this with the specific stillness that was her characteristic response to significant information, not a pause, a reception, the quality of someone taking in something they had not fully expected and were processing accurately. And what has that produced? She said. A 3-week review, he said, which I am still in. She nodded. That is why I waited 3 weeks before coming. She looked at him with the direct assessment that had characterized her conduct at the inquest. You are not the same person you were at Stillwater Plateau. No, he said. That is not an insult, she said. I have met many commanders at inquests. I have encountered very few at further intervals who had changed in ways that were consistent with the inquest's purpose. She paused. I came because the vault situation is about to produce a second contested seal invocation, which will leave you without compact delay mechanisms. And because the Jade Mirror Order is a more capable adversary than anything you have faced. And because I have been watching you for 3 years, and I have an opinion about what you are doing that I want to give you before the next phase of this becomes irreversible. Hook. Wei Changkong looked at her. The arbiter who had designated him a quarry, who had argued the trajectory concern with the specific intellectual honesty that had produced the consent protocol modification, who had been monitoring him for 3 years as part of the tribunal's watch function, and said, Tell me. Chapter 102. The conversation ran most of the day. It was not a formal proceeding, no documentation, no compact record. Shu Wan sat across Wei Changkong's briefing table and spoke with the directness she had demonstrated at the inquest, and that he had concluded was not a performance, but a constitutive quality. She was direct because she had decided, at some earlier point in her career, that the cost of indirectness in her work was higher than the social friction that directness produced. You have been right about nearly everything, she said, and it is beginning to cost you. In what way? The faces. She looked at him steadily. The men you have sacrificed. Have you stopped being able to see their faces? He said nothing. He had recognized when she asked it, the answer. The answer was in the not speaking, and they both knew it. He had been losing faces since the early campaigns. Not names. The names he still held, some of them. The functions, the tactical roles, the casualty classifications. But faces had been blurring since the first year, in the specific way the calculus's cost manifested. The faces of the men he had deliberately positioned in casualty roles became inexact within months, and exact within a year, and gone within 2 years, leaving behind the operational metadata that the calculus had been trained to retain. He had not spoken about this. You're the first person who has asked directly, he said. I asked directly because indirect questions produce performed answers, she said. You are very good at performed answers. I have watched you use them for 3 years with your command staff and with political adversaries. I am not interested in your performed answers. I know, he said. The face forgetting is the system's price. She had the specific quality of a person who had studied this phenomenon before reaching this conversation. It is not unique to you. It is the characteristic cost that calculus-type systems extract from their operators. The previous age's grand strategist lost them too. I found the documentation in a supplementary archive during my research after the inquest. She paused. He lost them earlier than you have. By your operational timeline. You have retained faces longer than the historical record suggests is typical. Wei Changkong absorbed this. Why longer? That is what I am uncertain about, she said. The tribunal's historical analysis suggests the retention period correlates with something in the operator's relationship to the people they are losing. Operators who maintain some form of, the documentation uses the word acknowledgement, which is a broad term, retain longer. She paused. My hypothesis is that the consent protocol extension produced a retention benefit you were not anticipating. He looked at the middle distance. The faces he still had were the ones from more recent operations, the Zhuguang campaign's Eastern assault soldiers, some of whom had consented personally, whose faces he had seen during the consent conversations. The faces he had lost were from Fort Crescent and the early corridor campaigns, before the consent protocol existed. He had not thought to connect those facts. Hook, she said, the question I have been asking since the inquest, about the version of yourself that understands people versus the version that calculates them. You have been answering it every day for 3 years through your decisions. I came to tell you that I have been watching the answer, and it is not the answer the trajectory concern was projecting, but it is in the process of producing a different kind of crisis than I expected, and I want to know if you are aware of it before it happens. Chapter 103, The Face-Forgetting Phenomenon. He reviewed it that evening, alone, methodically, the way he reviewed every significant operational variable, from the data outward, not from the emotional response inward. The calculus had a record of every soldier whose death he had managed through calculated positioning. 78 individuals across 4 years of campaigns, not including the mass casualty events where individual tracking had not been operationally feasible, just the specific deliberate positioning decisions that had produced individual deaths that were in his campaign record as named casualties rather than unit aggregate figures. Of the 78, he could recall the faces of 19. The other 59 were metadata, names if he looked them up, functions he could reconstruct from the campaign records, casualty classifications that told him how they died, but not faces. Not the specific visual quality that made a person rather than a data entry. He sat with this for 2 hours. He told Xu Wan about it the following morning, during the briefing's second hour, because she had asked directly, and he had told her directly, and the conversation had established that directness was the appropriate mode for what they were discussing. 59, she said. She processed this. That is lower than the historical record for your operational timeline. The previous grand strategist lost 92 in 4 years. The consent protocol, he said. The men I spoke with individually retained their faces longer. The conversations were. He paused, reaching for the right word. The conversations were the kind of interaction the calculus does not process efficiently. They were not data exchanges. They were the kind of conversation where I was required to see the person I was speaking with as a person rather than a variable. And that retained them. Yes. He looked at the calculus overlay. The system produces a different output when the input was a person I spoke with honestly about their risk. He paused. The system is not built for this. The retention is happening in a processing layer that the calculus does not govern. Xu Wan was quiet for a moment. That is what the tribunal's concern about the trajectory was addressing, she said. Not that your arithmetic is wrong. That the arithmetic, expanded without constraint, would eliminate the layer where the retention happens. She paused. You have been maintaining that layer. Without entirely knowing I was doing it, he said. Most people who maintain something important do not know why they are maintaining it until they examine it from the outside. She looked at him. The question I asked you at the inquest, which deaths you should have prevented, and which plan you recommend instead, it was not answerable then. I knew that when I asked it. I asked it because I wanted to know whether you would acknowledge the limits of your system or whether you would argue past them. She paused. You acknowledged them. That was when I decided the trajectory concern was real, but not terminal. Hook, he asked, was it worth it? She said, ask me again in 20 years. He said, you said that before. She said, I said ask me again in 20 years. You asked me after 4. A pause. 4 years is not enough data. Chapter 104 Liang Suyin disappeared on a Tuesday. Not dramatically. No signs of struggle, no distress signals, nothing in her communication record that indicated she had known in advance what was going to happen to her or had attempted to prevent it. Her quarters had been emptied with the specific care of someone who had organized their departure methodically. Personal items gone, professional documentation left in order, the logistics ledger closed to the current date with all outstanding items flagged for her designated successor. A note in the ledger, written in the cipher Wei Changkong had taught her during their first year of work together. A cipher she had adapted and improved over 3 years of use until it was a distinctly personal code that only the two of them could read, said, My family is in the eastern reaches. The order found them. I am sorry. Wei Changkong read the note at 8 in the morning, when the ledger's anomalous closure flagged in the administrative system's daily review. He did not move for 2 minutes. This was not unusual for Wei Changkong. People who had worked with him for years were accustomed to the complete stillness that accompanied his deepest processing. But the stillness that accompanied information about a battlefield development or a political reversal looked different from the outside than this stillness, and the adjutant who had placed the ledger on the desk and was still standing in the doorway understood, without being told, that whatever had happened was not a tactical problem. He dismissed the adjutant with a gesture. The room was quiet. He sat with the note, Liang Suyin's specific cipher, adapted over 3 years into something that was theirs in particular, used to write the most inadequate sentence he had read in a long time. I am sorry. She was apologizing for the thing that had been done to her, because she was the kind of person who apologized for inconveniences she had not caused, and because she had been working with Wei Changkong long enough that she knew the operational disruption her departure would produce and had done everything she could to minimize it before she left. The cipher. She had used the cipher so that the message was unreadable to anyone who might intercept it, which meant she had been thinking about him reading it, specifically, had been thinking about what he would need to know and what could not be said plainly. The note was, in the most accurate sense, a final act of loyalty from a person being extracted by force. The calculus ran the full situation assessment while he was still. The Jade Mirror Order's leverage point on Liang Suyin had been identified in the Tier 3 expansion. Her family correspondence in the Eastern Reaches territory filed as not a threat, but a future leverage point. He had rated it as a contingency rather than an active risk. The contingency had become active. The leverage point had been applied. He had known the leverage point existed. He had told her, not yet, when she had asked if she should be worried. He had treated the information as a tactical asset, a filed contingency that he was holding for future use, rather than as a warning he owed to the person it concerned. He opened the campaign journal. He did not review the tactical situation. He wrote Liang Suyin's entry, her function, her loyalty coefficient history, her tactical value, the leverage point he had identified and filed, the specific decision to treat the information as a contingency rather than a warning, and the outcome that decision had produced. He wrote it the way he wrote every operational entry. Factually, completely, without the softening language that made correct records feel better than they were. Then he put the pen down. He picked it up again and wrote one more line. I should have told her I knew. I did not tell her because the information was more valuable as a filed contingency than as a warning. That reasoning was correct by the calculus's parameters and wrong by the parameters I have been learning exist. He read what he wrote. He did not scratch it out. He read it again. The entry was accurate. The entry named what had happened and named what he had done and named the framework he had used to justify it, which was not wrong and was not sufficient. Both things were in the entry. He did not scratch either of them out. Hook, Shenjiu, informed of Liang Suyin's departure through the logistics system's flagging protocol, came to the command tent 20 minutes after Wei Changkong had finished writing and said, the order moved the leverage point faster than the intelligence timeline suggested. They accelerated when they saw the contested seal invocations. They identified her family before we finished the second invocations documentation. He looked at Wei Changkong. You knew about the leverage point. Wei Changkong said, yes. Shinjiyu said, how long? Wei Changkong said, since the Tier 3 expansion. Chapter 105 The operational response to Liang Suin's departure was handled before noon. 40% of the logistics network, the percentage Liang Suin had been directly managing rather than overseeing, was redistributed across 3 officers who had been operating at the level below her function. The redistribution was possible because Wei Changkong had been noting, for 6 months, that each of those 3 officers was ready for more responsibility and had been providing it incrementally in preparation for exactly the kind of capacity expansion the redistribution required. The network operated at 94% of previous efficiency within a week. This was the operational fact. The operational fact was clean. The other fact, the fact Wei Changkong had written in the campaign journal and not scratched out, was not clean. It was accurate, and it was not clean, and the two things were simultaneously true in a way that the old version of his journal entry phrase would have managed by filing and moving on. He did not file and move on. He told Mei Xiaoyan. He told her because she had been asking him to tell her things for 4 years, and because the journal entry made it clear that his pattern of treating information as contingency rather than disclosure had produced an outcome that he did not want to produce again, and because Mei Xiaoyan was the person he had been treating most systematically as a contingency. Her survival index, her loyalty coefficient, the what is owed categories weighed on her entry, rather than as a person he had told honest things to. He told her what the journal entry said. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. "You're telling me because you don't want to make the same decision you made about Liang Suin," she said. "Yes," he said. "I'm also telling you because the journal entry's correct analysis produces a correct disclosure, and you are the person I have been treating most incorrectly as a contingency." He met her eyes. "I've been tracking your survival index for 4 years. The current figure is 63%. It has been anomalous since I first modeled it. I have been running the index and not telling you because the information was, I believed, more useful to me as a monitoring variable than as a disclosure to you." She looked at him steadily. 63%, she said. "Yes. Is that low?" "For the operational context," he said, "it is lower than the general staff average, which runs 78 to 86%. Your role places you in proximity to tactical operations without the cultivation capability that reduces casualty risk in proximity to tactical operations." He paused. "I have been managing the operational factors I can manage and tracking the index. I have not told you the number because I told myself you were safer not knowing." She held his gaze. "Were you sure of that?" "No," he said. "I was comfortable with it." He looked at the briefing table. "That is a different thing." "Hook." She was quiet for a long moment, and then she said, 63%. Again, and Wei Changkong said, "I believe it is higher than the index suggests. The index is not fully calibrated for the specific way you manage your operational context." And she said, "But you don't know." And he said, "No." And she said, "Then that is what I needed to hear." Chapter 106 The logistics network's restructuring produced an unexpected dividend. Wei Changkong had been aware, in the abstract, that Liang Suin's position in the command structure had become more centralized than was operationally sound. The audit of his own command practices, the one he had assigned to her after the Duan Jiaoling incident, had not included an audit of her own centrality, because she was the person conducting the audit. The omission was structural. He had been treating her logistical function as a fixed variable rather than a design choice that could be evaluated for its systemic vulnerabilities. Her departure made the vulnerability visible. The restructuring across 3 officers was faster than it should have been, which meant the distribution was possible and should have been implemented earlier, should have been a design choice rather than an emergency response. He wrote this in the campaign journal not as self-criticism, but as a design principle for the next phase. Centrality in critical functions represents single-point failure risk. Managed distribution with redundancy is not distrust of capable individuals. It is system design. He also recognized a second structural observation, one that he recorded with more difficulty than the design principle. The difficulty was, he had over-concentrated logistics in Liang Suin not because it was the optimal design choice, but because he was comfortable with her. She thought in his language. The interactions required no translation. Managing the command structure's logistics through her was operationally seamless in a way that managing it through 3 officers who required more developmental investment was not. He had chosen comfort over optimal design. This was not a strategic error. The calculus did not have a category that flagged it as a failure. But it was, in the category that his father's journal had named, and that Xu Wan's trajectory concern had identified, the specific kind of decision that the system could not correct for because the system did not model the personal comfort variables that drove it. He added a parameter to the calculus's background monitoring, comfort-driven concentration. He set it to flag when resource allocation decisions could be explained by personal comfort factors rather than purely operational ones. He ran it against the past 6 months of decisions and found 3 that the flag would have caught. Mei Xiaoyan was one of them. He had been keeping her close to the command structure, not in a function that required her presence at the command level, but close enough that the proximity was a design choice that served his personal comfort rather than operational necessity. He had been doing this since the Fort Crescent campaign. He had not previously recognized it as the same category of decision as the Liang Suyin over centralization. He looked at the flag on Mei Xiaoyan's entry. He looked at the what is owed category. He did not change her deployment. He noted the flag and held it as information rather than as a decision prompt, because the decision the flag might have driven, to remove her to a less proximate position, was the kind of decision that the old version of his operational logic would have generated, and that he was becoming uncertain was the right kind of logic to apply to this specific variable. Hook. He called a meeting with the 3 officers who had absorbed Liang Suin's redistributed responsibilities and spent 4 hours reviewing their work in detail, not to audit their performance, but to learn how they thought, because they were now part of the command's operational architecture, and understanding how they thought was the kind of foundational knowledge that the calculus could not derive without direct engagement. Chapter 107 Xinjiu identified Liang Suin's location on the 12th day after her departure. The identification came through an indirect path, not a direct intelligence contact, but a supply chain anomaly in the Jade Mirror Order's Eastern Support Network that was consistent with the presence of a specific kind of logistics capability that Xinjiu recognized as Liang Suin's signature, the specific efficiency pattern of her supply optimization methodology, visible in the Order's Eastern Operations Timeline Acceleration. She's working, Xinjiu said, when he brought Wei Changkong the finding. Not as a hostage. She's managing their Eastern logistics. Wei Changkong processed this. Voluntarily. I cannot determine that from the supply chain analysis alone. The work quality is what she produces when she is engaged rather than coerced. Coerced work from a skilled person typically shows a specific quality of technical correctness without optimization, because optimization requires investment that coercion does not produce. He paused. Her work is optimized. She may be optimizing because she needs to maintain her value to them, Wei Changkong said. Maintaining value while looking for an exit is consistent with the pattern. Also consistent, Xinjiu agreed. The 2 scenarios, engaged and voluntary, coerced and strategic, are not distinguishable from supply chain analysis alone. Wei Changkong ran the calculus on a minimal extraction operation. He had been running it since the 3rd day after her departure, when the initial shock of the operational disruption had cleared enough to allow operational planning. The current extraction scenario, 2 operatives, quiet insertion, contact establishment, extraction if contact established and she was willing. The success probability was 58%. He had run alternatives. Nothing scored higher. The Order's surveillance of their eastern territory was comprehensive, and Xinjiu's intelligence on the specific location was derived from supply chain analysis rather than direct source reporting, which meant there was a location uncertainty margin that the 58% probability already discounted. He did not tell himself the math supported the operation. It didn't, by the strict calculus standard. He told himself something different instead. Run the extraction, he told Xinjiu. Xinjiu looked at him. Not skeptically, observationally. The number doesn't support it. I know. You're running it anyway. Yes. Wei Changkong looked at the intelligence map. I'm running it because I want to, not because the numbers support it. I'm being honest about that because I wrote a journal entry last week about not being honest about that, and I do not intend to immediately violate my own record. Xinjiu processed this. That is the most personal thing you have said in a briefing in 3 years, he said. The category I am working with does not reduce to briefing language, Wei Changkong said. Run the extraction. Hook. 2 operatives departed on the extraction mission that evening, carrying a contact communication that Wei Changkong had written himself rather than dictating to the communication staff, because it needed to say something that dictation to the communication staff would not have produced accurately. Chapter 108 The extraction failed. Not completely. The operatives reached the location Xinjiu had identified, made contact with an Order logistics worker who had interacted with Liang Suin, and confirmed she had been at that location within the past week. But she had been moved. The Order's internal security had been running a surveillance sweep of the Eastern operation in the days following the contested seal invocations, and someone in their intelligence apparatus had recognized Xinjiu's supply chain analysis methodology from bureau training. He had trained 3 bureau operatives in that methodology before his defection, and one of them had subsequently joined the Jade Mirror Order's intelligence division. Liang Suin had been moved before the operatives arrived. Wei Changkong received the return report and sat with it for 30 minutes before resuming the day's operational work. He opened the campaign journal. He wrote, "I ran the operation because I wanted to, not because the numbers supported it. The operation failed for a reason that was predictable. The location certainty was insufficient given the order's surveillance capability. I ran it anyway." Note: wanting something is not disqualifying. Note: being honest about wanting something is new. Note: the outcome of an operation I ran for personal reasons is a failure, and the failure is not punishment for the personal motivation. It is the calculus's probability prediction at 58% producing the 42% outcome, which the system accounts for as a normal event. He read what he had written. He was not trying to absolve himself of the failure. The operation had been the wrong probability for the information quality, and running it for personal reasons rather than strategic ones had not improved those odds. But he was also not willing to conclude that wanting something was disqualifying, because the conclusion he was drawing from his father's journal was the opposite, that the people he was refusing to calculate were the ones he was allowing himself to want things for, and that wanting things for them was not a strategic liability, but a human fact. Both things were true. The failure was a failure. Wanting Liang Suin's safety was not wrong. He filed the entry and turned to the second message that had arrived in the same communication relay as the operative's return report. The second message was in a different cipher, not the one he had taught Liang Suin, a new one that he did not recognize, which meant she had developed it independently in the eastern reaches. The cipher required him to sit with it for 20 minutes before he could read it. That was deliberate. She had made it hard enough to decode that only someone who was committed to decoding it would bother, which was the specific design of a communication that was intended only for the person it was sent to. The message said, "I am here by choice. They have not found the angle I found. Do not send more people. I will send when I have something worth sending." Hook. Wei Changkong read the message 3 times, looked at Liang Suin's calculus entry. Loyalty coefficient 77%, unchanged since the Tier 3 expansion, and then made a decision he had not made for any person since the calculus activated. He removed the loyalty coefficient from her entry and replaced it with the same notation he had given Zhu Guang, field judgment, primary, because 77% was the wrong measure for what she was doing. Chapter 109. The intelligence stream began arriving 10 days after her message. Irregular, 3 transmissions in the first week, 1 in the second, then 7 in the third, with no predictable pattern because a predictable pattern would have been detectable. Each transmission used a different cipher variation derived from the base system she had developed. The content was what she had said she would send when she had something worth sending. Operational intelligence about the Jade Mirror Order's internal structure. Not tactical information. She was not in a position to provide Wei Changkong with tactical advantages in the Order's operations. She was in a position to provide something more useful. The Order's administrative architecture, their decision-making hierarchy, the specific pressure points in their internal politics that could be exploited to produce factional division. Shen Jiu processed each transmission in parallel with Wei Changkong's review. His assessment on the 3rd week's batch. The quality is what you'd expect from someone who has been watching how institutional politics work from the inside. She's not giving us intelligence. She's giving us the framework to produce intelligence. He paused. This is what she does. Yes, Wei Changkong said. He looked at her entry in the calculus. The notation read, field judgment, primary. No coefficient. Just her name and the notation and the dates of her transmissions. He had spent 4 years putting numbers next to people's names. The number was a summary of the probability distribution on their behavior, a compression of everything he had observed about them into a single value that the calculus could use for operational planning. The compression was useful. It was also, he was recognizing, a substitution. The number stood in for the person, which meant the calculus's model of the person was the number, which meant every projection that included the person was actually projecting the number's behavior rather than the person's. Liang Suin's number had been 77%. The person had been inside an enemy organization, voluntarily, sending him structural intelligence at personal risk. 77% had not been wrong. It had been insufficient. Not the right measure for this, he said. He had said it when he changed the entry. He was saying it again because the saying of it was the processing of it, and the processing required repetition. What is the right measure? Shen Jiu asked. I don't have one yet, Wei Changkong said. I'm working on it. Hook. He opened the calculus's parameter structure for the first time since he had designed it, and spent the next 2 evenings not running the system, but reviewing its foundational assumptions, specifically, the ones that governed how the system represented people, and whether the representation model was doing what he had originally needed it to do, or whether it was now doing something different. Chapter 110. He went to Mei Xiaoyan's field station. It was late. past the hour when the field station's active operations finished and the evening's quieter work began. She was at the station's small desk with a candle and the journal she had been keeping since Fort Crescent. The journal that held the names. He had been here enough times that his arrival no longer required explanation. She looked up and went back to the entry she was writing, which meant he was welcome to sit or not, as he chose. He sat. "I've been reviewing the calculus's foundational assumptions," he said, after a while. "And the system's representation of people is a probability distribution on their behavior. The distribution is derived from observed patterns. The patterns are accurate. The people's behavior over time has been consistent with the distributions I built." He paused. "The problem is not that the distributions are inaccurate. The problem is that the distributions are the complete model. There is nothing in the system's representation of a person that is not a behavioral prediction." She was still writing. He had learned this was not inattention. She could write and listen simultaneously, and the writing was part of her processing rather than a distraction from it. "What's missing from a behavioral prediction?" she asked. "What the person is when they are not doing anything I am projecting," he said. "What they were before I met them. What they would be without the operational context." He looked at the journal in her hands. "What Liang Suin was in the eastern reaches for 10 years before I met her." She put the pen down. She looked at him. "You can see that now." "I can see that I haven't been seeing it," he said. "Which is different from being able to see it." "It's the beginning of seeing it," she said. She looked at the journal. "Can I show you something?" She turned the journal to a page near the center. Not recent, a middle section. The page had names, organized by campaign, with dates and functions, and the specific identifying details she had been recording since she first started collecting them at the Jade Gate City Memorial Wall. He could see, even from this angle, the density of the record, pages and pages of names, each one with its associated entry. "You've been tracking what I've been losing," he said. "I've been tracking what happened," she said. "To the people it happened to." She held his gaze. "You've asked to see this before. You said you weren't done using it." "I'm still not done." She turned the journal back to her entry. "But you can look at a page." She showed him one page. He read the names, 11 of them from a single engagement, each with a brief entry beside the name. Not function, not tactical role, not casualty classification. A person's fact. The kind of information that could only be gathered by someone who had talked to the soldiers before and after, who had asked questions that were not operationally required. He could not recognize all 11 faces. He could recognize 3. Hook. He looked at the page for a long time and then said, "I want to see it. When you're done with it. I want to read all of it." She looked at him. "Why?" He said, "Because it contains something that I have been losing and I would like to stop losing it. And I think reading it is closer to not losing it than not reading it." She said, "That might be right. Then, I'll let you know when I'm done." Chapter 111. The domain manifested in a meeting. Wei Changkong had been expecting the heaven-marked cultivation's natural progression toward domain lord for several months. The system's development had been showing the preparatory signs that his cultivation manual described as the pre-breakthrough phase, and he had been running the domain's formation sequence in meditation sessions to ensure the activation would be under controlled conditions rather than spontaneous. It was not under controlled conditions. He was in a planning session with Xunjiu, reviewing the Jade Mirror Order's current operational posture in preparation for the second contested seal invocation's expiration, 36 hours remaining in the delay period, when the domain manifested without warning. Not explosively. Not with the dramatic spiritual signature that cultivation breakthroughs sometimes produced. The domain came in quietly and filled the room. He was aware of it before he understood what it was. The room's spatial quality changed, not the room's physical dimensions, the room's informational density. He could see his command post, his field headquarters, his entire operational history, simultaneously, as if all of it were present in the same space at the same time. Not the logistics map, the actual events. The actual moments, held in the domain's spatial architecture like positions on a three-dimensional formation. Xunjiu stopped speaking. "Your domain," Xunjiu said. He was looking at the air around him, which was populated with formation architecture that Wei Changkong had not been aware he was projecting. "It's a map room," Wei Changkong said. The domain showed Wei Changkong's entire command history as a living tactical map. Every major engagement, every core, every movement. Three-dimensional, detailed, showing the positions at the moments that had been most critical. Every face was visible. The men on the western wall at Fort Crescent, rendered at the moment they had held position on the day the Thornback raid arrived. Zhu Guang's eastern assault column in the final push. The Crescent Plain formation in its critical hour. He could see them. In the domain, he could see all of them. He turned the domain toward his staff. Not deliberately. The domain's natural extension was outward, toward the people present. and the people present were the intended recipients of what the domain produced. Shen Jiu was looking at the formation with the specific expression of someone who was seeing something for the first time that they had heard described but had not been able to fully imagine. He could see, from within the domain, that Shen Jiu was seeing the full operational picture, the same picture Wei Changkong saw, at the resolution Wei Changkong's calculus produced. I can see your assessment of the order's current position, Shen Jiu said. He was reading the domain the way Wei Changkong read a map. And I can see, he paused. I can see the assessment's uncertainty margins. The places where the probability distribution is wide. Yes, Wei Changkong said. Hook. Mei Xiaoyan came to the command tense entrance at that moment, drawn by the domain's spiritual signature, which was visible across the field post's range, and looked at the domain's spatial architecture with the expression of someone who had been waiting for something without knowing exactly what they were waiting for, and saw, in the domain's formation, the faces that Wei Changkong had been losing, held in the domain's present tense rendering of past moments. Chapter 112. He tested the domain over the following 6 hours. The testing was methodical. Not methodical the way operational testing was methodical, but the way learning a new tool was methodical, finding its limits from the inside, discovering what it would and would not do by running it against the range of situations it was designed to address. The domain could sustain 6 hours of continuous operation before it required a rest period. Within those 6 hours, it operated at full resolution, not degrading at the edges the way some domain types did, but maintaining the complete informational quality throughout. Anyone inside it could see what Wei Changkong saw and could share operational awareness with each other through the domain's spatial medium in a way that conventional communication did not produce. The implications for command coordination were significant. A domain-enabled command session allowed every person inside it to operate with Wei Changkong's full calculus assessment rather than the summaries and briefings that currently translated his assessments for the command staff. The translation losses were large. He had been aware of them, but had not had a good estimate of their magnitude. The domain made the magnitude visible. What the command staff was making decisions with was consistently less complete than the picture Wei Changkong was working from. The domain's vulnerability was what he had expected. It was completely visible to anyone in range who had the cultivation capability to read its formation signature, which meant that using it in contested operational territory was not possible without compromising his operational security. The order had a domain breaker. Shen Jiu's research had confirmed this, which meant the order could collapse the domain on demand if they had range and timing. He could use the domain at his field post. He could not use it in the field. He spent the domain's second testing hour reviewing the faces the domain retained. Every person who had been in a major command decision, the ones who were still alive and the ones who were not, was present in the domain's spatial memory. He could see the faces he had lost in the calculus's degradation process. The domain held them in the moment they were most operational, not the moment of their death, the moment they were most fully present in Wei Changkong's command environment. The Fort Crescent garrison soldiers at the briefing table. Bai Longxin at the Western Wall's final assessment. The Eastern assault soldiers at Zhu Guang's command session. He could see them. He held this for a long time. Hook. Xu Wan, who had stayed at the field post during the domain's first manifestation and who was present for the first testing session, looked at Wei Changkong looking at the faces in the domain and said, "The retention you were missing is inside the domain." And Wei Changkong said, "Yes." And she said, "That is the system finding the thing it was not designed to hold." And he said, "I know." And she said, "That is not a malfunction." And he said, "I know that too." Chapter 113. The Jade Mirror Order made their diagnostic move on the 8th day after the domain's manifestation. Shen Jiu identified it before it arrived. The operational signature of a stage crisis was visible in the order's movement patterns 3 hours before the staging became active. He brought the warning to Wei Changkong at the field post's morning briefing. "They are staging a crisis at the vault site," Shen Jiu said. "The purpose of the staging is to require Wei Changkong to respond. They want to observe what a real-time crisis response looks like, specifically whether you will activate the domain in the response protocol." He paused. The diagnostics value to them is determining whether your domain is a primary coordination tool that you rely on in crisis conditions. Wei Changkong understood the diagnostic immediately. If the order knew he relied on the domain for crisis coordination, they knew when deploying the domain breaker would be most disruptive, at the moment of maximum domain reliance. If he responded to the stage crisis without the domain, they would not know whether he had the domain, not used it by choice, or not used it because the crisis was not serious enough to require it. He chose conventional command. He managed the vault crisis through the standard relay system, runner communication, written orders, the baseline coordination architecture that he had been using since the Fort Crescent campaign before the domain existed. The crisis was not difficult. The Order had staged it at a level they believed would require domain assistance, but that was, in fact, manageable through conventional means. He resolved it in 2 hours. The Order's observation post, he had identified its approximate position through Xianxia's tracking of the diagnostics perimeter surveillance, observed a response that gave them no information about his domain use pattern. He had either seen the trap and avoided it, or he had not used the domain because the situation didn't require it. He did not know which conclusion they would draw. What did they see? He asked Xianxia, after the diagnostics observation period had concluded. They saw a commander who managed a crisis efficiently without observable domain use, Xianxia said. The interpretation ambiguity is exactly what you intended. Yes. He looked at the vault site's position on the operational map. The second contested seal invocation expires tomorrow morning. After that, their access to the vault is unblockable through compact mechanisms. He paused. I need the second invocation's 72-hour delay to be used differently from the first. Hook, Xianxia said. You already know how you're using it, and Wei Changkong said. Yes, and Xianxia said. You've been planning it since you saw the vault's contents catalog, and Wei Changkong said. Since before that, since I first read the compact provision and found the 7-faction distribution mechanism in the appendix that the Order's legal team didn't cite in their access claim. Chapter 114. Pei Ruyang arrived at the vault site personally for the second contested seal hearing. He had not been present for the first. He had sent his lead legal advocate, which was the standard Order protocol for legal proceedings where the presence of senior leadership was not required. His personal arrival indicated that the Order's internal assessment of the second invocation was different from the first. Either they expected it to be the final exchange before they secured access, or they expected something they needed to be present for. Wei Changkong met him at the vault's formal access point. The Grand Scholar was, at close range, exactly what his institutional profile had suggested. A person whose individual capability and institutional role had merged over 60 years of alignment into something that was genuinely difficult to separate. He was polite with precision rather than warmth. He assessed Wei Changkong with the specific quality of someone who had been building a model of Wei Changkong for 3 years from second-hand sources and was now updating the model from direct data. You have been protecting this vault for a dead man, Pei Ruyang said. Not a provocation, an observation that he was offering as a starting point for the conversation's honest ground. I've been understanding it for a living one, Wei Changkong said. Pei Ruyang absorbed this. The living one being yourself. Yes. The vault's contents, the formation records, and the personal journal. He looked at Wei Changkong with the assessment that had been running since the first line of their exchange. You have read both. Yes. The formation records are what we came for, Pei Ruyang said. The journal is a personal matter. I am not interested in using it. I want you to know that. He paused. The formation records represent 6 centuries of formation science that has not been available to the current age. The Order's scholarly mission requires that knowledge to be preserved, cataloged, and made available to the cultivation world's academic community. Through the Order's exclusive access, Wei Changkong said. Pei Ruyang looked at him. Exclusively initially. Disseminated in time. In time on what schedule? A reasonable scholarly schedule. Pei Ruyang's precise politeness did not change. Decades. Hook. Wei Changkong said, I understand your position, and then said, you know about Wei Shiyun's journal, and Pei Ruyang said, we know it exists. Our historical records documented it as sealed with the vault at the time of the original sealing, and Wei Changkong said, then you know why I have a personal interest in ensuring the vault's contents are not exclusively held by any single faction. And Pei Ruyang's expression, the precise, controlled, Grand Scholar's expression, changed, just slightly, in a way that Wei Changkong had not seen it change before. Chapter 115. The journal's significance to the Order was different from what Wei Changkong had expected. They did not want it for the personal content. He had known this from Xianxia's intelligence analysis, which had been clear. The Order's interest in the vault was the formation records, not the personal archive. The journal's existence in the vault was, from their perspective, a secondary finding, historically interesting, not operationally valuable. What they wanted to confirm was whether Wei Changkong had read beyond the personal entries. Pei Ruyang raised this directly in the meeting's second hour. The journal contains embedded formation references, he said. Your father was a formation practitioner at a level that the current classification system does not adequately describe. The personal journal contains references to 3 formation architectures that do not appear in the official campaign records, architectures that the vault's formal record files contain full documentation for. The references are in the personal entries, not the tactical entries. Wei Changkong processed this. He ran the journal's content against the formation records catalog that Shun Jiyu had assembled. He had not been reading for formation references when he read the journal. He had been reading for the personal content, the operational processing entries, the final sentence. He had stopped reading the journal when he found the personal notes. He had not reached the formation references. He told Pei Riyang this. Pei Riyang looked at him with an expression that was difficult to read, a combination of belief and something adjacent to surprise that a person who had been protecting the vault for 3 years had stopped reading the vault's most operationally significant document partway through. "You stopped reading," he said. "Yes." "Why?" Wei Changkong thought about how to answer this accurately. The personal entries contained something that required more processing than the formation references did, he said. "I stopped because the personal content was more important." Pei Riyang was quiet for a moment. "Most people," he said, "would have read the formation references first." "I know," Wei Changkong said. "That is not what I was reading for." Hook. Pei Riyang looked at Wei Changkong for a long moment. The precise, grand scholar's assessment running at full capacity, recalibrating the model it had built on 3 years of second-hand intelligence, and then said, "The formation references in the personal entries are significant enough that I need you to access them before this delay period concludes. If what you find changes your assessment of the vault's distribution requirements, I want to know what you find." Wei Changkong said, "Why?" Pei Riyang said, "Because I have been doing this work for 30 years, and I have never encountered a commander who stopped reading a strategic document because the personal entries required more processing, and I want to know what he finds when he reads both." Chapter 116, he read the formation references. Not the vault's full formation record. That was too large for the 36 hours remaining in the contested seal delay. The 3 references his father had embedded in the personal journal's final week of entries, which Pei Riyang had identified as pointing to the vault's most significant documents. He cross-referenced those references against Shun Jiyu's catalog and found the corresponding full documentation entries. He read those. The formation architecture was not what the order had described it as. It was not 6 centuries of formation science that had been unavailable to the current age. It was the previous age's comprehensive strategic doctrine, of which formation science was a subset and not the primary content. The document was titled, in the pre-sealing notation, "The Ledger of What is Owed." Not a weapon, not a military formation toolkit. A strategic doctrine, the previous age's version of what Wei Changkong had been building, written by a grand strategist who had operated for 40 years and had produced a comprehensive theory of minimum necessary sacrifice, calibrated across multiple dimensions that the current age's standard frameworks did not include. The doctrine's key contribution was a framework for distinguishing between 3 categories of sacrifice that the current age's strategic thinking collapsed into a single category. Sacrifice that was genuinely necessary, sacrifice that was technically necessary given the current approach, but would be avoidable with a better approach, and sacrifice that was produced by a commander's failure to model the full range of alternatives. The current age's frameworks counted all 3 as equivalent. The previous age's doctrine separated them and required commanders to account for the difference. Wei Changkong read the doctrine's full scope in 12 hours. When he finished, he sat with it for another hour. Then he read his father's personal notes, the ones in the journal's final week that had referenced the doctrine. Wei Shiyun had been reading this same document in the final weeks of his campaign, integrating its framework into his operational thinking, arriving at the same realization that Wei Changkong was arriving at now, that the system he had built was an accurate representation of the first category of sacrifice and an incomplete model of the second and third. The doctrine was not a weapon. It was a correction. "I need to seal it," he told Shin Jiyu, when the reading was complete and the implications had been processed sufficiently to produce a concrete recommendation. Not destroy, seal. Preserve access for the compact's oversight function, but not for exclusive use by any single faction, including the Jade Throne. Especially not a single faction. "The order will invoke their compact right," Shin Jiyu said. "I am going to invoke the second contested seal provision," Wei Changkong said. "The 72 hours are the distribution window." Hook. He made a list of 7 factions. The Pale Tribunal, the Empress Regent, retired Huorinshan, 3 regional formation academies, and 1 military historian whose scholarship Wei Changkong had been reading for 2 years and who was, in the calculus's assessment, the person most likely to preserve the doctrine's complete content rather than extracting the operationally convenient portions, and set Liang Suin's intelligence stream and Shun Jiyu's distribution network into motion. Chapter 117, the second contested seal invocation, was filed on the morning of the delay period's final day. Wei Changkong stood before the compact arbitration observer with the same flat competence he had brought to the first invocation. He was not attempting to argue the provision's legitimacy this time. He had been honest about pretextuality in the first invocation and had won on the provision's language. He was being direct again. I am invoking the contested seal provision for the second and final time, he said. I am using the delay period to complete a distribution operation under the compact's multi-faction access provisions. The distribution will ensure that no single faction holds exclusive access to the vault's contents. When the delay period concludes, the order's access right under their compact provision will be honored. They will be admitted with full legal access to a vault whose contents have been distributed to 7 additional parties. The arbitration observer looked at the provision's text. She found the multi-faction distribution clause, a provision in the compact's appendix that Wei Changkong had identified 3 months ago and had been holding in reserve. The clause was old enough that few people had reason to look at it. It had been invoked once in the compact's 300-year history, in a different context, for a different kind of strategic resource. The provision permits this, she confirmed. Pei Ruyang's lead legal advocate, present for the invocation, was recording this exchange with the expression of a professional who had encountered a legal argument they had not anticipated and was assessing it in real time. Grand Scholar Pei Ruyang will want to invoke the order's primary compact right, the advocate said. The distribution does not extinguish the original access claim. Correct, Wei Changkong said. The order will have access to the vault when the delay period concludes. They will have access to a vault whose contents are also held by 6 other parties and 1 individual. The access is not exclusive. He paused. The compact's access provision does not require exclusivity. I am not denying the access. I am ensuring the access does not produce the outcome the access was designed to produce. Hook. Pei Ruyang, when he received the invocation's notification through his delegation's communication relay, sent a 1-sentence response to Wei Changkong that contained no legal challenge and no objection. It contained 1 word, effective, and then below it, in a smaller script, a second word that Wei Changkong read with careful attention, concerning. Chapter 118 The Iron Compass. He had been carrying it since his father's execution. He had never looked at it, had never taken it from the left breast pocket where he had placed it on the day of the execution when he was 12 years old, had never held it up to light, had never examined the mechanism or the face or the point. He carried it because his father had carried one. He had never asked why his father had carried it. Shan had told him his father never took it out to look at it. He reached into his breast pocket before the final meeting with Pei Ruyang, the meeting where he would confirm the distribution's completion and process the vault's formal access handover, and found it empty. He did not panic. He had found the compass gone before, the morning after his breast pocket check following Zhu Guang's eastern assault, when it had been present and he had not remembered placing it. The pattern was that the compass appeared when he was not looking for it and disappeared when his attention moved elsewhere. He had a theory about the mechanism, a cultivation formation artifact that responded to something he had not fully identified, but had not pursued the theory because the compass was always there when he needed it to be there. He reviewed his movements over the past 2 weeks. He found it, tracing the sequence. He had been in Zhu Guang's recovery tent. He had taken out the compass when Shan mentioned his father. He had not placed it back. He had left it on the cot's bedside surface when the conversation ended and he departed. He was almost certain he had left it there knowing it was there. He was almost certain he had given the order to leave for the vault site without going back for it. He went to see Zhu Guang. Zhu Guang was fully recovered. He was back on field duties, lighter field duties than his previous role, while the recovery completed its final phase, but active and present. He received Wei Changkong in his command post with the easy directness of a man who had survived something large and had arrived at the specific equanimity of a person who had faced the 68% probability and come out on the other side. The compass, Wei Changkong said. Zhu Guang looked at the bedside surface. The compass was there. I kept it, Zhu Guang said, because I thought you might not come back for it. He looked at Wei Changkong. You knew it was here when you gave that order. Yes. Why did you leave it? He thought about how to answer this accurately. Not the calculus's answer. The calculus did not have an answer for this particular question. The other kind of answer, the kind that required the layer of processing that the calculus did not govern. I think, Wei Changkong said, I left it as insurance. Zhu Guang waited. Not insurance against dying, Wei Changkong said. Insurance against not being certain I would come back for it. I needed something here that I had to return for. He looked at the compass on the surface. I was not certain, when I gave the order, that I had calibrated correctly. The system gives me 68%. I gave the order. I needed to know, after the order, that I was still someone who would come back for the things I had left. Hook, Zhu Guang said. You left it because you weren't sure you'd survive what you were doing to us, and Wei Changkong said. Both can be true at the same time, and Zhu Guang said. Yes, and Wei Changkong picked up the compass and held it for the first time in 4 years and felt, under his fingers, the engraved face and the needle mechanism and the weight of a small iron object that was exactly what it appeared to be and exactly what it was not. Chapter 119. Zhu Guang returned the compass. He handed it to Wei Changkong without ceremony, not placing it in his hand, setting it on the table between them and letting Wei Changkong pick it up, which was the specific form of returning something that allowed the receiver to complete the act themselves rather than receiving it as a gift. Wei Changkong held it. He had been carrying this compass for 4 years without holding it. The distinction was not metaphorical, literally carrying it in a pocket without removing it, without examining it, without bringing it into direct contact with his attention. It had been a weight in the pocket, a fact of his operational existence, a variable he had consistently declined to calculate. The compass face was plain. No decorative inlay, no unit marking, no personal inscription. His father had not been the kind of person who commissioned decorative objects. The mechanism was old-fashioned, not the most precise navigational instrument available at the time of its manufacture, but a good one, with the specific quality of a tool that had been well made and carefully maintained. His father had kept it working. I left it as a variable, Wei Changkong said. Not to Zhu Guang specifically, to the fact of having said it, to the record. You left it because you weren't sure you'd survive what you were doing to us, Zhu Guang said. Wei Changkong looked at him. Both can be true at the same time. Yes, Zhu Guang said. He paused. Which one was it? Wei Changkong sat with the question. The calculus ran it. The calculus's output was both. The calculus was not able to assign relative weights to the two explanations because both explanations drew on variables that the system did not model with high precision. The first explanation drew on the what is owed category, which was still being calibrated. The second drew on a category that had no label yet, one that was related to wanting to return but not being certain he would. I don't know which one was primary, Wei Changkong said. I know they were both true. Zhu Guang nodded. I thought about the compass a lot, he said. In recovery, when I had more thinking time than useful activity, I thought about the fact that you had left it here and had gone ahead with the order anyway. I decided. He paused, looking for the right language. I decided it meant you were still human, that you hadn't lost the part that needed to leave something. He opened the calculus and found Zhu Guang's entry. He removed the final probability notation that had remained, not the field judgment, primary notation, which had replaced the loyalty coefficient months ago, but the operational weight that the system attached to Zhu Guang as an asset. He looked at the entry, name, rank, field judgment, primary, and below that, a blank space where the weight had been. He thought about what to put in the space. He left it blank. Hook, he wrote in the campaign journal that evening. Zhu Guang's entry contains the correct amount of information. I have been filling spaces with numbers because spaces made me uncomfortable. The blank is accurate. Chapter 120 Arc 6 closed on the vault's second contested seal provisions expiration. The distribution had been completed in 68 hours, 2 hours before the expiration, with enough margin to confirm receipt from all 7 parties. Liang Suin's intelligence stream had provided the order's internal communications throughout, which allowed Wei Changkong to time the distribution to ensure the vault's contents were in 7 pairs of hands before the order's access became unblockable. Pei Ruyang was admitted to the vault on the provision's expiration. He walked through the vault's contents with the methodical attention of a scholar who had been working toward this moment for 30 years. He found the formation records in their complete state. Nothing removed, nothing damaged, nothing concealed. The distribution had not removed anything from the vault. It had duplicated the contents. He spent 3 hours in the vault. When he came out, he found Wei Changkong waiting at the access point. The contents are intact, Pei Ruyang said. Yes. Your distribution created a strategic situation where exclusive access to these materials is functionally impossible. He looked at Wei Changkong with the precise assessment that had been running since their first meeting. You have simultaneously honored our compact right and made it strategically worthless. The compact right was for access to the knowledge, Wei Changkong said. You have the knowledge. Every formation academy in the continent's eastern region has the knowledge. The Pale Tribunal has the knowledge. The one thing no one has is exclusive control of it. He paused. I did not deny your access. I denied the access's strategic value to any single faction, including my own. Pei Ruyang was quiet for a long moment. Effective, he said. He had said this before. The second saying carried a different quality, not the note made by a man who had been outmaneuvered, but the acknowledgement of a man who had seen a move he respected. Then he said, Concerning. Wei Changkong waited. Concerning because, Pei Ruyang said, a commander who can execute a distribution operation across 7 parties in 72 hours while managing a live contested seal proceeding, and whose father's personal journal contains the formation references that pointed to the doctrine we have been seeking for 30 years, and who stopped reading that journal at the personal entries because they were more important than the formation references. He stopped. He looked at Wei Changkong with something that was not the grand scholar's precise assessment, but something more direct. Is going to produce a future that I cannot fully project. Hook. He looked at Wei Changkong for a long moment, and then said, my orders faction inside the vault distribution is not neutral. I want to work with the distribution's maintenance structure. Pei Ruyang's personal endorsement, not the order's institutional relationship. He paused. I want to know what you're building, and Wei Changkong said, I am still finding out, and Pei Ruyang said, then I want to watch, and Wei Changkong said, you have been watching for 3 years, and Pei Ruyang said, I want to watch from a position where I can say things to you when I see things I think you should hear. Chapter 1:21 6 months after the vault distribution. The northern corridor was stable in the way that something becomes stable when sufficient structural weight has been placed around it. Not because the underlying forces have been resolved, but because the architecture that holds those forces in balance has been made robust enough to sustain the balance under the loads currently acting on it. The distinction mattered. Stability from resolution was permanent. Stability from architecture was as durable as the architecture. Wei Changkong's architecture was durable. He was not certain it was permanent. The calculus was running at near constant capacity, not crisis capacity, baseline capacity, which was what the Tier 5 activation produced. He had reached Tier 5 at some point during the vault distribution period, during a night of sustained analysis that had crossed the breakthrough threshold without his noticing until the next morning when the calculus showed him, for the first time, the multi-generational projection. Tier 5 saw what the calculus labeled War God's Ledger, multi-generational consequences of current decisions, visible as probability clouds extending 40, 60, 100 years into the projected future. The picture was not precise at that range. It was directional. Patterns of cause and effect that the current decisions were establishing, clusters of future conflict that the current decisions were making more or less probable. He looked at the 40-year projection every morning. Every morning it showed him the same picture. A cluster of high-probability conflicts approximately 40 years out, rooted in the current decisions of 6 major factions, in the political topology he had helped create. He had not created the conflicts. He had, in creating the stability that ended the current period of active warfare, removed the conflicts that were happening now and created the conditions in which the conflicts that would happen in 40 years were allowed to develop. His stability was the soil for the next generation's wars. He had been sitting with this recognition for 3 months. He had not spoken about it to anyone except Xu Wan, who had received the information with the specific equanimity of a person who had spent 30 years studying the long-term consequences of military decisions and was not surprised by the finding. The Pale Tribunal's concern about trajectory, he told her, on the morning he finally addressed it directly. The historical commander who consumed his nation. The trajectory was not from bad intentions. It was from optimized stability. Yes, she said. That is the mechanism. Then the question is whether the mechanism can be interrupted, he said. Not the stability, the trajectory. Can you build something stable that doesn't plant the seeds of its own future destabilization? She was quiet for a moment. I don't know, she said. I've watched a great many commanders build a great many structures. None of them have answered that question definitively. Then I'll find out, he said. He was not certain he would. The calculus showed him the cluster. It did not show him the intervention that eliminated the cluster. He was working on finding it. Hook. One morning, reviewing the 40-year projection, the calculus showed him something it had not shown before. A specific branching point 42 years out where the wars he was seeing became 2 distinct futures, one in which they happened, and one in which the specific decisions made in the next 3 years prevented them. The branch point was narrow. The decisions required were specific. They required him to voluntarily reduce his own power. Chapter 1:22 The Pale Tribunal invited him to a summit. It was framed as a conference rather than a proceeding. No compact authority invoked, no formal designation at stake. A gathering of practitioners and scholars who had been working on the specific question of how military structures transitioned from periods of active conflict to periods of administered peace without producing the specific failure modes that the tribunal's historical research had documented. Wei Changkong attended. He was, as far as he could tell, the only active military commander in attendance. The rest were historians, compact scholars, tribunal arbiters, and one name that surprised him, Huo Rinshan. He and Ho Rinshan did not acknowledge each other for the first hour. Then they ended up at the same map table during the afternoon session, and Ho Rinshan said, "You found the multi-generational projection." "Yes." "Tier 5. "Yes." Ho Rinshan nodded. He had reached Tier 5 at some point during his final campaign. He said, not the specific system architecture that Wei Changkong's calculus produced, but his own version of the multi-generational projection, arrived at through a different analytical path. It was, he said, the reason he had sent the private message during Wei Changkong's 7-core campaign. You're going to have to sacrifice someone you're not ready to lose. He had been projecting forward and had seen that Wei Changkong's campaign would require a choice at that scale. He had wanted to warn him before it arrived. "You warned me," Wei Changkong said. "Yes." "I gave the order anyway." "Yes," Ho Rinshan said. "That was the correct decision. I knew it was the correct decision when I sent the warning. I sent it because I had been in the same position and had not been warned, and I wished I had been." He paused. Did the warning help? Wei Changkong thought about this. "It named the thing," he said. "I had been modeling the operation and avoiding naming what it was. Your warning named it." Xu Wan, opening the summit's second session, addressed the group directly. She said, "You have won every engagement. You're about to lose the war." She looked at Wei Changkong. "The war between the version of yourself that understands people and the version that calculates them." He had been carrying this observation since the tribunal inquest, in various formulations. He heard it differently now, not as a warning about a future failure, but as a description of the present state. The two versions were not a future conflict. They were both present, running simultaneously, and the question was not which one would win, but whether they could be made to work together rather than against each other. "Hook." He asked what war, and she said, "The one between the version of yourself that understands people and the version that calculates them." And he said, "I've been asking myself that question for 3 years." And she said, "I know. The answer you've been building is better than most commanders find. I want to know what you're going to do with it." Chapter 123. Mei Xiaoyan told him she wanted to publish the journal. Not the vault journal, his father's personal record. Her own, the 847 pages of names and associated entries that she had been keeping since the Fort Crescent campaign. She had been adding to it throughout, adding the names from subsequent campaigns, adding the entries she gathered from the soldiers and officers who had known the named individuals. It was, in its current state, the most comprehensive record of the human cost of Wei Changkong's campaigns that existed. She told him over the course of a quiet morning at her field station, not dramatically, not as a confrontation, the way she told him things when she had decided something and was presenting the decision rather than asking for approval. "I want to publish it," she said, in its complete form, with the attribution, not anonymous, not as a general campaign record, as the record of these specific campaigns, kept by a field medic who was present. She looked at him. "I want people to know the names." He ran the calculus. The output was immediate, net negative for his continued effectiveness. The public record of the deliberately positioned deaths, in full detail with the attribution to his campaigns, would produce a political crisis that would consume 3 to 6 months of operational attention, would revive the tribunal's monitoring interest, and would provide every faction that had reason to limit his influence with a narrative instrument. He held the calculus's output and looked at it. He thought about his father's journal. "Every variable I refused to calculate was a person I loved." He thought about the 59 faces he had lost. He thought about the consent protocol and what Zhu Guang had said about going in with the full information, the specific quality of informed courage that the disclosure had produced. He told her to publish it. She looked at him. "You ran the numbers." "Yes." "What did they say?" "Net negative for my continued effectiveness in the short term." He met her eyes. "The people in that record are people, not variables. Publishing makes them visible as people. The political cost of that visibility is a cost I accept." He paused. "The cost I was making them pay, being invisible, being metadata in my campaign record, was a cost I was charging to them without asking. The net negative calculation does not include that cost." She looked at him for a long moment. "You've changed what you put in the calculus," she said. "Yes," he said. "I'm still working out what goes in it now." Hook. She published the journal 3 weeks later, and the reaction was not what anyone had predicted, not destruction of his reputation, not a political crisis, but a specific kind of visibility that was different from anything his campaigns had produced. The record confirmed the deaths were purposeful, the sacrifices were real, and the people who died had names that people could now speak. Chapter 120. For the journal's publication circulated through the empire over 8 weeks. The reaction was not the net negative the calculus had projected. It was something the calculus had not adequately modeled because the calculus had been modeling the publication's effect on Wei Changkong's institutional reputation without modeling its effect on the deaths themselves. on the relationship between the dead and the living who knew them. The journal gave the deaths a public record. The public record gave the grief a channel. The grief, once channeled, was not politically toxic. It was politically clarifying. The campaigns had been necessary. The journal made the necessity visible without hiding its cost. People who had lost family members in Wei Changkong's campaigns read their names in the journal and found the context that transformed private loss into documented history. His reputation did not collapse. It solidified into a different shape, not the shape of a commander who produced optimal outcomes, but the shape of a commander who produced optimal outcomes and kept an honest account of what those outcomes cost. Lord Shen Pao, reading the journal in his estate in the third week after publication, publicly renounced his role in Wei Shiyun's execution. Not because the law required it. There was no applicable statute. The execution had been legally processed through the court's instruments at the time. Because the journal had created a cultural moment in which silence was more damning than admission. The record of Wei Changkong's campaigns, laid out in Mei Xiaoyan's careful and humane accounting, created a standard of honest record that the silence around Wei Shiyun's betrayal could not survive adjacent to. Cui Daojing's renunciation followed 3 days later. Wei Changkong received both renunciations and filed them under the campaign journal's closed category, the same category he had been building since the vault distribution, for variables that had been resolved in the most complete sense available. He told Mei Xiaoyan. She was at her field station when he came, reading a letter from a soldier's family who had recognized their son's name in the journal and written to say they now knew where he had died and why. Shen Pao and Cui Daojing renounced, he said. She looked up. She was quiet for a moment. Is that what you needed? She asked. He thought about this. I needed to understand what happened to my father, he said. The renunciation is not understanding. I had the understanding from the Tier 4 analysis 3 years ago. The renunciation is, he paused. It is the public record catching up to the private understanding. Is that enough? He looked at her. It is the most complete version of this that I am going to get, he said. The men who gave the order are old and afraid, and the public record now contains their admission. The structural problem, the institutional system that made the order possible. I've been working on that for 4 years. He paused. I think enough is the wrong measure. I think the right measure is complete. Hook. She held his gaze for a long moment, and then said, Your father wrote that every variable he refused to calculate was a person he loved, and Wei Changkong said, Yes, and she said, Who are you refusing to calculate now? And he was quiet for a moment, and the calculus was running, and he was aware of it running, and he was aware that he was not looking at the output. Chapter 125 Liang Suyin returned on a Tuesday in the spring. She arrived at the field post's main gate without announcement, not because she had not sent ahead, but because her advanced communication had been routed through the intelligence channel she had been using for 6 months, which delivered to Shun Jiu's network rather than the field post's administrative gate, and the administrative gate had not received any notification that she was coming. She looked different from the person who had departed 18 months ago. Thinner, as his intelligence reports had described, but the thinness was not illness. It was the specific physical change that came from sustained high-alert living, from months inside an enemy organization without the institutional support that field work normally provided. The limp was new. She had not mentioned it in any of her transmissions, which meant she had not considered it operationally relevant, which was the kind of thing she would consider operationally relevant if she were thinking about it correctly. She walked across the field post's main yard, saw Wei Changkong at the map table through the command tent's open side, and came in. She reported directly to him. The Order's Eastern faction collapsed under the Vault distribution's political fallout, she said. Pei Ruyang's main faction absorbed it, which reduced the Order's internal diversity and made their intelligence function less resilient. I had been operating inside the collapsed faction. When the collapse consolidated into the main faction structure, my position was relocated in a way that would have required me to sever the communication channel I was using. She paused. I extracted before the relocation. The limp, Wei Changkong said. Extraction timing, she said. It's functional. He looked at her. He said, I should have told you I had identified the leverage risk on your family. I identified it during the Tier 3 expansion. I did not tell you because I assessed the information as more tactically valuable as a filed contingency than as a warning to you. She looked at him steadily. I know, she said. There was a pause. I knew at the time, she said. Not that you had identified it specifically. I didn't know you had run the full analysis. But I knew you had probably flagged my family connection when you expanded the theater coverage. I knew because you were thorough and the family connection was visible. She paused. I would have made the same call. He received this. It was the most honest thing she had said to him about how she understood his command practice, and it was accurate. and it landed with the specific weight of a recognition from someone who had processed his method from inside its consequences. I would make a different call now, he said. She looked at him. The journal entry I wrote after you left, he said. I did not scratch it out. I wrote that I should have told you. I still believe I should have. He paused. I would tell you now. Not because the tactical calculus has changed. The calculus would still rate the contingency filing as higher value. Because the person the contingency concerned was entitled to the information and I withheld it for my operational convenience. She was quiet for a long moment. You've changed what you put in the calculus, she said. It was the same sentence Wei Changkong had said, in the same tone, which meant the change had become visible to more than one observer. I'm still working out what goes in it now, he said. He had said the same thing to Wei Changkong. It was still true. He stood when she entered. He had not stood for a subordinate arriving at his command post in 4 years of command. He had not noticed he was going to stand until he was standing. Hook, she noticed. She looked at him standing and then looked away in the way of a person who has received something they did not expect and need a moment to process it. And Shen Jiu, who had been in the command tent when she entered and who had been tracking the conversation from a position at the logistics board, made a notation in his intelligence log that read, Wei Changkong stood for Liang Suin's return. File under Behavioral Evidence of Updated Operational Parameters. Chapter 126 The Jade Mirror Order's internal fracture produced a final play 3 weeks after Liang Suin's return. The play was not Pei Ruyang's. He had accepted the vault distribution strategic outcome and had been working within the new structure. The play came from the order's secondary faction. Former members who had not been absorbed into Pei Ruyang's consolidated structure and who had spent the 3 weeks since the vault distribution securing 3 of the 7 distributed copies of the formation doctrine before the distribution's recipients could establish adequate storage security. 3 former order members. 3 copies of the Heaven Tier formation records. The specific combination that Wei Changkong had identified in the 40-year projection as the seed of one of the future conflict clusters. The 3 copies would not remain isolated. Knowledge at that level did not stay isolated. It attracted use. And use attracted conflict, and conflict at the scale those formations enabled would cost a generation. He activated the Void Forger. The advancement had come during the Vault's second contested seal invocation period, during the 72 hours of sustained high-pressure work that had produced the distribution operation. He had not announced it and had not tested it publicly because its most significant application, compressing his domain into portable objects and distributing those objects to his commanders, required him to give away the most operationally significant capability he had developed. He compressed the domain into 7 objects. 7 items from his personal collection, tools he had been carrying or working with throughout the campaigns, objects that held the specific kind of operational history that made them receptive to the domain's compression. The iron compass was not one of them. He was carrying the iron compass in his left breast pocket and intended to continue doing so. He gave the 7 objects to his 7 commanders, Zhu Guang, Liang Suin, Shun Jiu, Wei Changkong, the 3 core commanders who had developed through the 7-core campaign into the command structure's operational backbone. He explained what the objects held and how to activate them. Each one would give its holder access to the same full operational picture that the domain produced, shareable with everyone in the holder's immediate vicinity. He was giving away what had always been his alone. Zhu Guang looked at his object, a map Wei Changkong had been using at the command table since Fort Crescent, and then looked at Wei Changkong. You trust us with your sight, he said. Yes. That's not just tactical, Zhu Guang said. No, Wei Changkong said. It's not. Hook. He watched his commanders leave with the 7 objects and felt, for the first time in 4 years of command, the specific quality of a space that had been occupied by something and was now different because the something had been given away, not empty, different. The way a room was different after a long-held object was moved to where it could be of more use. Chapter 127 Wei Changkong added 847 more pages. She had told him she would let him see the journal when she was done. She showed it to him in the 2nd week after Liang Suin's return, arriving at the command tent in the late afternoon with the journal in both hands. Not a copy. The original, which meant she was not protecting it from him, but presenting it as the object it was. The journal had grown. It had been 847 pages when he had last seen it, 2 years ago. It was now 1,694 pages. She had continued the record throughout every subsequent campaign, every period between campaigns, the Vault situation's operational events. He sat down with it. He read for 2 hours, starting from the beginning. Not the names he did not recognize from the early Fort Crescent period, but the pages. The way she wrote people. The specific quality of her entries was not what he had expected when he had first learned she was keeping a record, They were not eulogies, not mission statements about the importance of memory. They were descriptions. The specific ways people had moved through the world, the particular habits and qualities and contradictions that had made each person a person rather than a function. He reached the current entries and found, among the names, a page he had not expected. A drawing of his face, dated to the Fort Crescent period, the early months before the first campaign. He looked at it. She had drawn him at the map table, in the specific posture she had observed him in across 2 years of proximity, the posture she had described once as the way you look when you're thinking rather than computing. He was not looking at the map. He was looking at something to the right of the frame, at whatever he had been looking at when she had made this drawing. He looked at the drawing for a long time. "You've been keeping a record of me," he said. "I've been keeping a record of what happened," she said. "You're part of what happened." He looked at the drawing again. The face in it was familiar and not. He was looking at himself from outside the perspective the calculus had given him on everything, and the perspective was different from the inside. The person in the drawing was present in a way that the calculus's operational picture was not present, specific, particular, located in a moment. "When did you make this?" he asked. "The morning before the Fort Crescent campaign's second engagement," she said. "You were looking at the approach terrain reports, and I had time." He put the drawing carefully back in the journal. He looked at the 1,694 pages. He thought about the 847 additional pages she had added since she had first told him she wasn't done. 2 years of continued record, growing throughout the vault situation, and the Liang Suin extraction attempt, and the domain's manifestation, and all of it. "You kept making entries," he said. "The record doesn't stop when the campaign does," she said. "Hook," he said, "I want to read all of it." And she looked at him and said, "I know you do." And he said, "Is that all right?" And she said, "That's why I brought it." And he sat with the journal in the late afternoon light and turned to the first page and began. Chapter 128. The Void Forger advancement produced a second capability that he had not used yet. He had given away the domain compression, the distributed objects, the 7 commanders operating with the shared tactical picture. That had been the activation's primary application. The second capability was more personal. He could compress the calculus's full operational picture into a notation format that could be written on paper and read by anyone with sufficient cultivation baseline to receive it. Not the full processing capacity that required the domain. The compressed notation was a snapshot. The current probability distributions, the threat assessments, the what is owed categories contents, rendered into a readable format at one moment in time. He had been thinking about what to do with this capability since the Void Forger advancement had clarified it. He used it for the first time to write a letter to Pei Ruyang. Not a tactical document. A personal communication that included the calculus's compressed snapshot of its assessment of the formation doctrine's distribution and the 40-year conflict projection, presented to Pei Ruyang as the specific information that his request to watch from a position where he could say things when he saw things Wei Changkong should hear required him to have. He was giving Pei Ruyang the picture because Pei Ruyang had earned the access and because the external check that Xu Wan had identified at the inquest. The check that prevented the trajectory failure, the person inside the operation who had the authority, the knowledge, and the relationship to tell Wei Changkong when his calculation was expanding into domains where it should not, was not a role he could fill himself. He was building the architecture for his own oversight. The letter to Pei Ruyang was one piece of it. The 7 distributed domain objects were another. The Pale Tribunal's ongoing monitoring, which he had been working with rather than around since the inquest, was a third. He was constructing the external constraint that the historical commander had lacked. Not because the tribunal had asked him to, because the 40-year projection showed him what the absence of external constraint produced. Liang Suin, reviewing the letter before it was sent, he had given her back full operational access the day after her return, without the process of gradual trust rebuilding that reinstating a position normally required, because the intelligence record she had built inside the order was the most complete external assessment of his operational picture he had seen produced by anyone who was not him, said, "You're giving him the calculus output. Part of it. The 40-year projection part." "Yes." She looked at the letter. "He's going to read that and see exactly how you're thinking about the next phase. That's why I'm sending it," Wei Changkong said. "I need him to see how I'm thinking. I need someone who will tell me when the thinking is wrong." "Hook." She looked at him for a moment and then said, "You didn't have anyone like that before the inquest." And he said, "I had Xu Wan, at a distance." And she said, "And now?" And he said, "Now I have 7 people with the domain picture. Pei Ruyang with the projection analysis, and Xu Wan as a formal tribunal consultant." And she said, "That's more external oversight than most commanders build in a lifetime." And he said, "That's the point." Chapter 129. Pei Ruyang responded to the letter within a week. Not a short response. A 6-page document that worked through the 40-year projection with the specific thoroughness of a scholar who had been reading formation doctrine for 30 years and had been waiting for someone to show him a live application of it. His analysis of the projection agreed with Wei Changkong's in most areas and differed in two. The first difference: Pei Ruyang's analysis placed the most dangerous conflict cluster at 38 years rather than 42. The 2-year difference was significant because the intervention window that Wei Changkong had identified, the branching point where specific decisions could prevent the cluster, was earlier in Pei Ruyang's model, which meant the decisions had less preparation time. The second difference: Pei Ruyang identified a factor Wei Changkong had underweight. The formation doctrine's distribution had not only made the knowledge available to 7 parties, it had created a study community. The 7 parties were sharing interpretations, cross-referencing their copies, building on each other's analysis. The doctrine was becoming, in Pei Ruyang's assessment, the basis for a new generation of formation scholars who were developing in a different direction than the previous age of strategists had developed, not toward exclusive application, toward collaborative development. This is what the doctrine was intended to produce, Pei Ruyang wrote. The previous age's grand strategist designed the vault's contents to be found by someone who would distribute them. The 7-party distribution was not your solution. It was the solution the doctrine was written for. You were the instrument. Wei Changkong read this passage 3 times. He thought about his father's journal. The formation references embedded in the personal entries. The way the vault had been sealed, with the journal included, with the journal's references pointing to the doctrine, with the journal preserved in a way that would have led exactly to the chain of events Wei Changkong had experienced if he had been the right kind of person to follow the chain. He thought about the specific sentence from the doctrine's final entry. The previous age's strategist had written, "I have calculated everything correctly for 40 years. I do not know what I am." He had been the instrument of his own doctrine's distribution. What was Wei Changkong? He put the question to the calculus, and the calculus returned a partial answer. His current capability profile, his operational history, his trajectory. The partial answer was accurate and incomplete. He had been working on the complete answer for 4 years. He was beginning to think it was the kind of answer that was built rather than calculated. Hook. He wrote back to Pei Ruyang. Your distribution analysis is correct. Your timeline correction is noted. I am adjusting the intervention design for the 38-year window. I want to know what the study community's doctrine interpretation is producing. Pei Ruyang's response, which arrived 2 days later, said, "Come and see." And Wei Changkong went. Chapter 130. The multi-generational projection required multi-generational decisions. He had been running the calculus's 40-year view and looking at the conflict cluster for 3 months before he arrived at the specific intervention design that Tier 5 showed was effective. The interventions were not military, they were structural. The conflict cluster's roots were in political topology imbalances that the current peace had created, power concentrations that had no self-correcting mechanism, alliance structures that were stable in the short term and unstable in the medium term, institutional frameworks whose authority was contingent on Wei Changkong's personal operational presence. That last one was the critical variable. His current command structure was resilient because he had built it to be resilient. It would become brittle the moment he was no longer present to sustain it, because the resilience was built around his analytical capacity rather than institutional capacity that would outlast him. The domain objects were a step toward distributing that capacity. They were not sufficient. He presented the full intervention design to Xie Tongmei. She reviewed it over 2 days. When she came back to him, her first question was, "Why would you do this?" He said, "Because those wars will kill people I won't be able to calculate." She looked at the intervention's specific provisions, the voluntary power reduction, the institutional redistribution, the governance structure that would replace his command authority with a multi-body framework that had self-correcting mechanisms he did not. "You are making yourself replaceable," she said. "I am making the structure survivable without me," he said. "Those are different things. I am not replaceable. The structure should be." She was quiet for a long time. She was doing the political calculation, the Jade Throne's interests in the current structure versus the Jade Throne's interests in the long-term projected stability. She was running, he could see, the same kind of multi-generational projection he had been running. "You see the 40-year picture," she said. "Yes. And you're willing to reduce your own authority now to prevent conflict you won't be alive to see." "I may be alive to see it," he said. "Domain lords can live long. But yes, the reduction is correct regardless of whether I am present for the consequence." She looked at the intervention design for a moment. "You would have done this without my authorization if the calculation required it," she said. "Not an accusation. A recognition of fact." "Yes," he said. but I am not doing it without your authorization. I am asking because you are a genuine partner and because the intervention works better with the Jade Throne's institutional support than without it. He paused. That is not a performance of consultation. I actually want you to read this and tell me if I have miscalculated. She held his gaze. I'll tell you tomorrow, she said. Hook, she told him the next morning. The provisions are correct. The timeline is aggressive. I want to co-design the institutional framework, not because I think you'll design it wrong, but because I will be living in it after you move to the next phase and I want to understand it from the inside. He said, yes. She said, that's the first time you've said yes without the calculus's confirmation visible in your response. He said, the calculus confirmed it. I just didn't need to show you the confirmation. Chapter 131 The Northern Corridor's independent administrative body took 4 months to design and 3 months to establish. Wei Changkong co-designed it with Xie Tongmei, as she had asked, and with Liang Suin, who had, from inside the Jade Mirror Order's logistics network, built a clearer picture of the structural vulnerabilities in Wei Changkong's current administrative architecture than anyone who had been operating inside it. Her Eastern Reaches experience had given her the specific perspective of a person who had watched an institution from outside its own frame of reference, which produced the kind of observation that was systematically unavailable to the people inside. The independent body had authority that was not contingent on Wei Changkong's command presence. It had multi-body governance with specific conflict of interest provisions that prevented any single faction from achieving the concentration the 40-year projection had identified as a conflict seed. It had institutional memory mechanisms, records, precedent archives, training systems that would sustain its operational logic after the people who had designed it were no longer present. It was not perfect. Wei Changkong ran the calculus on its design repeatedly and found structural weaknesses that he addressed in the design revisions. He could not find all of them. Some structural weaknesses were only visible once the structure was operating, which meant the design process had to include self-correction mechanisms rather than trying to eliminate all failure modes in advance. He retired from field command. This was not a dramatic announcement. It was a transfer of operational authority documentation filed with the Jade Throne Commission, a communication to his corps commanders explaining the governance transition, and a personal meeting with each member of his command staff. The personal meetings were the part that took the most time. Shen Jiyu's reaction, you're not retiring. You're positioning. Both, Wei Changkong said. I'm creating a structure that can function without me so that I can function without it constraining me. What are you positioning for? He thought about how to answer this. He had been working on the answer since the first morning he had seen the 40-year projection. Something more genuinely uncertain than anything I have calculated before, he said. That is not a strategic answer, Shen Jiyu said. No, Wei Changkong agreed. It is an honest one. Zhu Guang's reaction was simpler. He looked at Wei Changkong across the map table one final time and said, is this right? Wei Changkong said, yes. Zhu Guang nodded. Then I'll run it well. He believed him. Hook, Liang Suin, reviewing the administrative transfer documentation, found one provision she wanted to revise, a structural weakness that her Eastern Reaches perspective had identified and that Wei Changkong had not caught. He accepted the revision. It was the 4th time she had found something he had missed in the design process, which was, he noted in the campaign journal, the exact argument for external review of one's own work that he had been making to himself and everyone else since the Duan Jialing incident. Chapter 132 Lord Shen Pao died in his estate in the autumn. The death was not violent. It was age, and the specific weight that age carried when it was accompanied by a public admission that it cost the man his remaining social standing. He died with the knowledge that his name was now attached to a betrayal that the historical record would not allow to be forgotten. Wei Changkong received the death notice and filed it. He had been waiting for something to feel closed when this day arrived. The feeling that arrived was not closure. It was the specific quality of a chapter ending that had started 20 years ago, and whose ending was not the ending of the story, only the ending of one of its threads. Shen Pao's death did not return Wei Shiyun to the living. It did not repair the cultivation trajectory that the betrayal had ended. It was an administrative fact in the long account. He wrote it in the campaign journal under closed, and then sat with the entry for a while. He was aware, sitting with it, that the journal entry was not what he had expected to be doing at this moment. He had been carrying the weight of his father's execution for 20 years, and the moment of the primary executor's death had arrived, and he was sitting in his command tent writing a journal entry with a level of equanimity that was not performed. The equanimity was real. He was surprised by this. Minister Cui Daojing sent a letter 3 weeks later, written in the specific script of a man who was aware he was dying and was choosing to spend a portion of the remaining time on an account he had been avoiding. We were afraid of what your father would build, the letter said. We were right to be afraid. We were wrong to destroy it. Wei Changkong read the letter twice. He wrote back, I know you were afraid. I know you were right about what he was building. I know you were wrong about the response. He paused and then added, my father would have said the same thing. He did not know if this was true. He knew it was the kind of thing his father might have said, based on the journal and Deng's accounts and the specific quality of the operational record Wei Shiyun had left. It was the most accurate response he could produce with the information he had. Cui Daojing died a week after the letter exchange. Wei Changkong filed the death under closed as well. Hook. He was sitting at the command table that evening, not working, when he noticed that the domain was present without having been activated. Not fully, not at its operational capacity, but present in the ambient space of the tent in the way that a domain became present at high cultivation when the practitioner was not guarding against its spontaneous expression. The faces in the domain were visible at the edges of his peripheral awareness. He could see them. Chapter 133 The calculus showed him Tier 6 in the final week of the year. It did not announce itself the way tier activations usually announce themselves, with a sudden expansion of the overlay's resolution, a new category of information becoming visible. Tier 6 came in quietly, the way sleep came in at the end of a very long day of work. The accumulation of processing finally reaching the point where the next level was the natural state rather than a breakthrough. Heaven's arithmetic. The calculus's name for the tier was not his. It was in the system's inherited nomenclature, which he had never fully understood until now. He saw karmic debt, not in the moralistic sense, not in the sense of punishment and reward, of cosmic judgment. In the operational sense, the specific weight that accumulated when a system of human decisions produced consequences that the system's original parameters had not accounted for, and the weight persisted in the environment's cultivation structure until it was either resolved or expressed through the kind of conflict that resolved it by force. He had produced karmic debt. This was not a revelation. The what is owed category had been pointing toward this since Stillmouth Valley. What the Tier 6 activation clarified was the specific nature of the debt, not a fixed amount to be paid in a single transaction, but a running account, some of which had been paid forward through the consent protocol and the journal's publication and the memorial campaign he was beginning to design, and some of which remained outstanding. The outstanding portion was payable, not in lives, in work. He sat with this for a long time. The Tier 6 overlay was different from all previous tiers in one specific way. It did not provide a path to optimization. Every previous tier had expanded what the calculus could optimize, from individual casualty probabilities to theater logistics to political faction modeling to multi-generational projections. Tier 6 showed him the debt, but did not show him a calculation that would resolve it. The resolution was not calculable. It was worked. I know what the work is, he said, to no one, in the command tense quiet. He had known for some time. He had been approaching it in pieces, the consent protocol, the journal, the vault distribution, the institutional restructuring. Each piece was part of the work. None of it was the complete form. The complete form was a year of travel. Hook. He opened the campaign journal and wrote the year's itinerary. Not a military campaign, not a political tour, but a circuit of every battlefield he had run, every garrison he had built, every site where deaths had occurred that he had counted in the ledger, and that the ledger now required him to visit in person, with the specific quality of attention that visiting in person produced and reading records did not. Chapter 130 For the year of travel. He departed with a small retinue. Mei Xiaoyan, who had asked to come and had not required explanation, one intelligence operative from Shunjiu's network for security and coordination, and the communications equipment that allowed him to remain accessible to the administrative body during the transition period. The first site, Fort Crescent. He had not been back since the tribunal inquest. The garrison had been significantly rebuilt since the early campaign years. The corridor agreement's consolidation had brought resources. The Imperial Commission's infrastructure investment had produced permanent rather than temporary construction, and the community that had grown around the garrison in the intervening years was a small city rather than a military outpost. He walked through the garrison with the garrison's current commander, a young man who had come up through the post-corridor expansion period and who was too young to have been present for the original Western Wall engagement. He walked the wall. He stood at the position where the 11 men had died. He did not make a speech. He had not prepared remarks. He stood at the position and he was present with it, with the specific quality of presence that he had been learning to produce since Stillmouth Valley, which was not performing acknowledgement, but actually acknowledging. The garrison had a memorial wall. It had been built 5 years after the Fort Crescent campaign by one of Bai Longxin's successors, a garrison commander who had served under Wei Changkong's training program and who had understood, from what he had been taught, that memorial walls were important. The 11 names were on the wall. Mei Xiaoyan, standing beside him, opened her journal and found the entries for each of the 11 names and read them to him, quietly, while he looked at the wall. He listened to all 11. Hook, at Crescent Plain, the second site. She showed him a name in the journal that he could not place. Not a commander, not an officer, a foot soldier from the engagement's third position. A young man from the eastern settlements whose name had been in the casualty record and whose function Wei Changkong had been able to reconstruct, but whose face was gone, and whose personal history Mei Xiaoyan had gathered from his family's letter 3 months after the journal's publication. She said, "Tell me who he was." He said, "Tell me." She did, and he listened, and he did not say, "That is a feeling, not a variable." He had not said it in over a year. Chapter 135. The Pale Tribunal's invitation arrived during the 4th month of the memorial circuit. It came through Xu Wan's direct channel, not official tribunal correspondence, a personal message. She had been following the circuit from the tribunal's monitoring position and had discussed the invitation with the tribunal's panel before sending it. The invitation was unprecedented. They were asking Wei Changkong to become an external arbiter, not a member, a consultant, a practitioner whose operational history and documented command practice would be available to the tribunal's inquest panels as a reference case for future commanders whose methods raised the same questions Wei Changkong's had raised 8 years ago. He would not be required to attend every inquest. He would be available for the specific cases where his perspective was directly relevant. He sat with the invitation during the rest day in the 5th site's small town. Mei Xiaoyan, reading over his shoulder as she had been doing since he stopped minding, said, "They want to use your case as a standard." "Yes. How do you feel about that?" He thought about this. He had been asking himself what he was since the 40-year projection had produced the instrument question, the sense that he was a function in someone else's design rather than an independent agent. The tribunal's invitation was part of the same question. What was he? And what was the correct relationship between what he had become and what came next? "I am not the correct standard for future commanders," he said. "I am a specific case at the edge of the Covenant's intended scope. Using me as the standard produces the specific failure mode the tribunal is trying to prevent. Commanders who believe the exception validates the practice rather than proving that the practice requires exception conditions to be defensible." Xu Wan had included, at the end of the invitation, a note that addressed this exactly. She had written, "I am not asking you to be the standard. I am asking you to be the historical case that demonstrates what the Covenant's judgment requires. The difference is the difference between a precedent that defines the rule and a precedent that defines the rule's edge." He wrote back, "I accept." She replied, "Spend the rest of your circuit. We will begin with the first relevant case when you return." She added, "I want to ask you something when we meet. What do you think minimum necessary sacrifice actually means now?" He had not yet answered this. He had been working on the answer for 8 years. "Hook." He told Mei Xiaoyan that he had accepted, and she said, "Of course you did." And he said, "Of course." And she said, "You've been building toward a position where you watch the next generation do this and can say something to them when they need to hear it. This is the position." And he was quiet for a moment and then said, "Ask me again tomorrow." And she said, "Why?" And he said, "Because Xu Wan asked me the same question and I told her to ask me tomorrow, and I'm interested in whether tomorrow ever becomes today." And Mei Xiaoyan laughed. Chapter 136. The former order faction struck in the 7th month. Pei Ruyang had been tracking them through his consolidated order network and had provided advance warning, not the specific timing, but the operational signature. 3 former members in possession of 3 formation doctrine copies, and the specific kind of desperation that came from watching an institutional base collapse and having no strategic path back except the most aggressive one available. Wei Changkong received the warning during the memorial circuit's 7th-site visit. He did not return to the command post. He activated the compressed domain objects. He sent the signal through the communications channel he had established with the 7 commanders when he had distributed the objects. The signal was simple: the formation faction's operational signature, the threat assessment, and the tactical picture as the calculus currently held it. No orders. No prescriptive campaign design. The domain objects activated in sequence as his 7 commanders received the signal and engaged their objects. He could see, through the domain's ambient connection to the distributed objects, the tactical pictures developing in each of his commanders' positions. Zhu Guang reading the threat assessment and beginning movement. Liang Suyin activating the logistics response. Shen Jiu coordinating the intelligence network surveillance of the faction's movement. The 3 core commanders developing their defensive positioning. They were coordinating without him, not without his framework. They were using the calculus picture the domain objects provided, running their decisions against the same analytical base he would have used. But the decisions were theirs. The coordination was theirs. He was present in the system without being present in the command. He continued the Memorial Circuit's 7-site visit. He stood at a garrison memorial wall in a small northern town and listened while Mei Xiaoyan read from her journal's entries on the names carved there. And in his peripheral awareness, the domain's ambient feed showed him his commanders executing a campaign he was not directing. It was not absence. It was something different from absence. Hook. He watched, through the domain's connection, from a memorial wall in a northern town, as Shun Jiu negotiated a non-combat resolution at a position where Wei Changkong's own calculus had flagged engagement as optimal, and the resolution held, and the cost was lower than the engagement projection. And he noted this in the calculus as evidence that his commander's judgment in their specific contexts was producing outcomes better than his centralized projection predicted. Chapter 137. The former order faction was dissolved in 12 days. Not by Wei Changkong. By his 7 commanders operating with the domain picture, coordinating through the distributed network, making decisions that were informed by the calculus but not governed by it. He reviewed the campaign record when the circuit returned him within communication range of the detailed operational data. Shun Jiu's negotiated resolution at the pressure point had saved 47 people from an engagement that would have killed 16 of them. The calculus confirmed this on retrospective analysis. His engagement projection had been optimal given the threat assessment inputs, but Shun Jiu had information about the local context, the faction-specific composition, the commander's personal history, a leverage point that the calculus had not modeled, that made negotiation viable in a way the general threat assessment did not show. Zhu Guang had held a flanking column back for 2 hours beyond what the calculus would have recommended. He had held it because a captain in his column had asked for 2 hours to complete a consent conversation with a forward element who was struggling with the decision. Zhu Guang had given the time. The outcome in terms of casualty accounting was slightly worse than the calculus's optimal. The delay had cost 3 additional casualties in the holding period. The unit's post-engagement cohesion and the quality of their subsequent reporting were measurably better. 3 casualties in exchange for the specific quality of command that produced those outcomes. He ran the calculus on the trade-off. The calculus did not have a clean answer. The what is owed category produced a weight on the cohesion and quality side that was not directly commensurable with the casualty accounting. He held the calculus's partial output and noted that partial was the right answer for this calculation. Complete precision was not available because the variables on both sides were not fully expressible in the same unit. He did not correct Zhu Guang's decision. He wrote in the campaign journal, "A system that cannot be inherited is a system with an expiration date. The calculus was built to be given away. I did not know that until this campaign." Mei Xiaoyan was reading over his shoulder. "You've known it since the Iron Compass," she said. He looked at her. "You left the Iron Compass in Zhu Guang's tent because you needed to leave something that required returning for," she said. "You needed to know you were someone who returned for things. You've been building a system that can be returned for. That will be there after you. That doesn't expire when you do." She paused. "That's what you've known since you left it." He held the compass in his pocket without taking it out. "Tell me why that's the same thing," he said. "Hook," she said. "Because a system you don't return for isn't yours. It was just a tool you used. A system you return for is something you built that's worth coming back to. You've been building something worth coming back to for 8 years. And he looked at the campaign journal and the compass in his pocket and the domain's ambient picture of 7 commanders finishing a campaign he hadn't directed. And he did not say anything, because she was correct and there was nothing to add to correct. Chapter 138. The formations were retrieved and resealed. Pei Ruyang oversaw the retrieval. His consolidated order faction had the cultivation capability to secure the 3 copies and the organizational access to the compact sealing process. Wei Changkong had given him authorization to conduct the retrieval on behalf of the multi-faction distribution agreement, which made the operation legitimate under the compact framework and removed the legal complexity that would have attended a military operation. The Heaven-tier formations went back into sealed storage. Not the vault, a new site, established through the compact's multi-factor authorization process, with access controls that required 3-party agreement rather than single-party claim. Wei Changkong attended the sealing ceremony at the new site's entrance. He had not been at a formal sealing before. The ceremony was old, compact-era ritual, preserved in its original form because the compact's founders had understood that ritual carried the institutional memory that documentation did not fully preserve. The arbiters who performed it used the pre-sealing notation that Liang Su had decoded from the vault's archival records, and that had become part of the Pale Tribunal's formal practice in the years since the vault distribution. He watched the sealing and felt the site's cultivation architecture settle into its secured state. The specific quality of a very powerful thing being placed in a context where it was maintained rather than used, where its existence was preserved without its immediate expression. He thought about the previous age's grand strategist, sitting with 40 years of correct calculations, writing, "I do not know what I am," in the final entry of the doctrine he had designed to be found by someone who would distribute it. He thought about his father, writing, "Every variable I refused to calculate was a person I loved," in the final entry of a journal he had been carrying for 8 years. He thought about what he was, not the calculus's answer. The calculus had been answering that question since he was 17, and the answer had been accumulating for 18 years, and the accumulation was not a sum, but a construction, something that had been built from decisions rather than given by inheritance. He was a person who had learned, through 4 years of war and 8 years of consequence, to hold both things simultaneously: the calculation and the human cost, the floor and the faces, the precision and the debt. He did not know if that was enough. He knew it was the most complete version of the answer he had yet produced. Hook, he wrote in the campaign journal that evening, after the sealing. A system that cannot be inherited is a system with an expiration date. The calculus was built to be given away. The giving away is not the end of the system. It is the system's purpose. And he put the journal down and looked at the calculus overlay, which was running at its full Tier 6 capacity. And the overlay was showing him the next 38 years of branching futures. And for the first time since Tier 5 had activated, the cluster was smaller. Chapter 139, The Iron Compass. He had been carrying it for 21 years. He had never looked at it, never held it to examine it, had carried it because his father had carried one, and because carrying it was the form of continuity available to a person who had lost the continuity they were supposed to have. On the memorial circuit's final morning, the last site, which was Stillmouth Valley, he took it out of his left breast pocket and looked at it. The face was plain. The mechanism was old. The needle pointed north with the specific reliability of a well-maintained instrument that had been maintained by someone who valued reliability over demonstration. He turned it over. On the compass's back, in his father's engraving hand, not the official campaign record's hand, the personal journal's hand, were 3 words. He had never turned it over in 21 years of carrying it. He read the words. He looked at Mei Xiaoyan, who was standing beside him at the valley's entrance. "My father wrote on the back," he said. She looked at him. What did he write? He showed her. The 3 words were, "Find the way, not win." Not a tactical instruction. Not a reference to a campaign or a cultivation technique. The kind of thing a person wrote on an object they intended to leave for someone, in the language of someone who had been carrying the object for years and had finally understood what it was for. She read the 3 words. "You've been finding it," she said. He turned the compass over again and looked at the face. The needle pointed north with its unchanged reliability. "Tell me about the people who died at Stillmouth Valley," he said. She opened her journal. Not to the first entry, to the section she had built after Wei Changkong had spoken the names there 3 years ago, after the formless general's withdrawal, when the valley had become accessible and the families had been found and the entries had been written. The section was 43 pages. She began to read. He listened. He did not say, "That is a feeling, not a variable." He had not said it in 2 years, and the absence of the phrase had marked his change more clearly than any speech could have, and he did not reach for it now, because the things Mei Xiaoyan was describing were both feelings and variables simultaneously, and the simultaneous holding of those 2 things was the most precise representation of what they were. Hook. When she finished reading, the valley was quiet, and the calculus was running, and he let it run, and he looked at the iron compass in his hand and thought about his father writing those words on the back of the compass and never being alive to know whether his son had found it. Chapter 140, The Formless General came back. He had been standing in the valley's center for perhaps 20 minutes when he felt the presence arrive, not the attending weight of an unresolved war spirit, not the density of accumulated grief. A different quality. The presence of something that had been resolved and was returning not to resume its function, but to acknowledge its completion. He stood still. Mei Xiaoyan, at the valley's edge, went quiet. The formless general was not a form. It was an orientation of attention, the war spirit's consciousness focusing on the valley's center, where Wei Changkong was standing, with the specific quality of recognition rather than engagement. Not the recognition of an enemy, not the recognition of a tool, the recognition of one commander acknowledging another. He did not name the dead this time. He had named them. They were named. The naming had been done and its effects had been produced, and the valley's cultivation was no longer saturated with unresolved grief, but was simply the ground where significant things had happened. He said, "I know what they cost." Not to the formless general specifically, to the valley, to the accumulated weight of what it contained, to the specific fact that he was standing in the place where his father had been ordered to lose a battle that cost 143 men their lives. And he was standing there 21 years later as a person who had spent 8 years learning the difference between knowing a cost and accounting for it. The formless general was still for a long moment. Then it bowed. The bow was the specific gesture of one commander to another across a time distance of 30 years, the acknowledgement between practitioners who have both done the work of their position with the full weight of what the position required, who recognize in each other the specific quality of having been present for their responsibilities rather than managing them from a distance. The formless general dispersed into light. Not gone. Resolved. The battle spirit that had been attending an unresolved engagement for 30 years had received, in the only form that resolved an unresolved battle, the acknowledgement that closed the account. The valley's cultivation quality was different now, not the saturation of the first visit, not the clearing he had achieved through the naming, but the specific quality of a place that had held something significant and had been permitted to be simply a valley rather than an unresolved memorial. He stood in it for a while. Mei Xiaoyan came to stand beside him. He looked at her. She looked back. The calculus was running in its background mode, the Tier 6 overlay, the 38-year branching futures, the what is owed category, the full operational picture. He could see her survival coefficient in the overlay's probability space, 99.4%, as high as it had ever been. He looked at the number. He laughed. Not the controlled social response that his operational posture produced in social contexts. The specific laugh of a person who has looked at something that was meant to be serious and recognized it as also, in the complete picture, genuinely funny. 99.4, he said. She looked at him. What? Your survival coefficient, he said. It's 99.4%. It has been for 3 weeks. She processed this. Is that high? It is the highest I have ever calculated for anyone in active proximity to my operations, he said. It is approximately what you'd expect for someone in a completely safe environment. He looked at the valley. You are in Stillmouth Valley at the site of a war spirit manifestation. And the calculus is very confident you're going to be fine. He looked at her. I thought for a moment about whether I should look at the number or just be present here. He paused. I looked at it, and it made me laugh. He put the compass back in his left breast pocket. I think that is correct behavior. She looked at him for a long time. You don't have to run the numbers, she said. I know, he said. I ran them, and they made me laugh. That is better than not running them. She was quiet for a moment. Your father wrote Find the Way, she said. Yes. Do you think he knew what way he was writing about? He thought about Wei Changkong in the valley, in the final weeks of the campaign that would kill him, carrying a compass with 3 words on the back and knowing his son would find it 21 years later. He thought about the vaults doctrine, designed to be found by someone who would distribute it. He thought about a war spirit attending 30 years of unresolved grief and bowing when the resolution arrived. I think, he said, that he knew the finding would be the way, not that there was a specific way waiting to be found. He paused. I think he was telling me that the searching was the thing. She put her hand in his. He held it. The calculus was running. The what is owed category had been running for 3 years, and it was running now, and the weight on the entry for the person standing beside him was the largest weight in the system, and the system did not have a resolution path for it, and he was not looking for one. He was looking at the valley where his father's men had died, and at the restored sky, and at Mei Xiaoyan's face. And the calculus was showing him the 38-year branching futures and the cluster that his work had made smaller, and he let it run, and he held her hand. He did not look at the numbers. Asterisk, and so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators, asterisk.